There's no sound on YouTube at beginning? Well, I mean, there should be no sound. Because I literally can't play music on YouTube, so there is no sound. Alright, let's see if that works. Tried out 1440p today on YouTube. I think I was using AV1, and then I guess I was having problems. See how that runs? Does Factor have shawarma? I have no idea. But speaking of Factor, today's a good one, dude. Woo! God damn. Ooh! You'll love to see it. It's a chicken turkey bowl with some like corn stuff, and then there's like a cilantro like cream dip on the side. Didn't know if I wanted it on, so I put it on the side. I am excited. I am excited. So, yeah. Looks amazing. Dude, I'm... Like, that looks awesome. Yesterday, I had... Got my phone with me. Yesterday, I had the pesto salmon. Let's see if I have a picture. I literally, like, didn't even plate it. I just ate it from... I ate it from the package because I was, like, so hungry. It was like a pesto salmon. They put a fuckload of pesto. And then it was like cauliflower with like a butter sauce. It was good. I enjoyed it. Why even on 1440p on YouTube, Twitch looks more sharp? I don't know exactly what's going on. It might be the plugin that I'm using, the multi-output plugin. But I believe I have everything set up. The YouTube should look better. But I'm not sure why. Because YouTube currently has higher bitrate. It has the better settings. Like, YouTube should look better. I'm not sure. I'm just like comparing the settings to make sure I didn't fuck something up. I don't know. I don't know. Yo, been a bit. Been really, haven't really been playing HD2 since the Illuminate update. Yo, what up? Welcome back. Give us a Monster Hunter eating montage. Yeah. Maze? Maze. 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 Where is he? Maze? Stop. You're not even supposed to be here because you're on tier 3. Stop, Maze. Maze, no. What up, Stevie? Maze? No. Bad Maze. Hmm. Hmm. By the way, for your weapon update, Cheerless, you forgot about Slugger. Fuck! I didn't realize. I'll just do a pin comment. Alright, let's, YouTube Studio. How do I do a pin comment? I don't remember how to do it. I guess I just, like, write a comment and then pin my own comment. How do I write a comment on my own video? I guess I just do that. Okay, there we go. Hey. I forgot about Slugger on bugs. My bad. I would say it's like A minus now. What does the rest of my bugs look like? I gotta look. I guess I could show it. I think I just put it in A minus. Does it deserve to be an A plus? I feel like it doesn't. I think it's like on the teeter on like A minus A plus because it can now 2-tap bird commanders and it's like a way more consistent Hive Guardian killer. But it obviously requires a lot of aim. So we'll do A minus plus now depending on your act. It can 2-tap Hive Guardians, right? Or is it 3? Is this 3-tap still on Hive Guardians? I think it's 3-tap Hive Guardians. I don't think it gained. No, it doesn't have enough damage to 2-tap. Shouldn't. It shouldn't have enough, right? Does it 2-tap Hive Guardians? Never mind. Obviously, if you're... Alright. It should still be a 3-tap. Should be a 3-tap with lots of stagger versus spewers, like bile spewers, and there should be a 2-tap versus normal spewers. Boom, boom, boom. All right, I think we're good with that. Is there anything else I would want to say about Slugger on bugs? Anything else? Some respects, it's better than Dead Eye due to larger mag size plus faster reload. Because it's like I put the Deadeye in A minus, so it's like in some ways it's better than the Deadeye, in some ways it's worse than the Deadeye. Not sure. All right. I think I'm good. But out of all that, I still prefer the Dominator as A+, because it just sheer fire rate magazine tends to do better. Handling is worse, but sheer fire rate really helps. Maybe that's wrong. Do you guys prefer to use a Dominator or the Slugger? I don't know. Is Monster Hunter on hold because of the new War Bond, or just like done with the game for now? Both. I'm waiting for the next update on Monster Hunter. There's nothing for me to do in Monster Hunter other than kill the same, you know, mob, 17 million more times, right? For no reward that actually matters, right? Monster Hunter rank is like, I don't know. It's just a number, right? It doesn't really, It's not that crazy for me. So, I need some content. And I don't feel like, you know, trying out a different weapon, so I was kind of just done waiting for more updates. I like still go over Dominator just because the rounds reloaded. I think that's fair. They should be a lot closer now, but I think I still prefer the Dominator just for the fire rate. I'm so keen for TU1. Same. I'm very excited for TU1. Very excited. Thank you for 6K subscribers, by the way, on YouTube. Thanks, everybody. Look how busted my YouTube... Oh, I see it. Jason, you are extremely distracting. I'm trying not to be distracted right now. You are making it hard. All right. Okay. Thank you for that heads up, brother. Thank you. My spine. Dude, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right. Do you only stream Helldivers? Not really, no. Okay, I got you, Shorma. I got you. Give me a second, bro. Give me a second. I don't even have Discord open on this computer. Oh my goodness. A call tart with a tier 3 resub, thank you. Shazam with a resub. Tier 1, 11 months. Oh my god. 11 fucking months, Shazam. Holy shit. And then thank you, a call tart, once again, for the tier 3. Massive fucking support with tier 3, 5 months. Thank you. Sorry, OBS was not open on my game. I am a mess today. I apologize. Hi, call tart. Thank you, Shazam. Thank you, call tart. Thank you, Shazam. Thank you, call tart. Thank you. All right. And then Discord. What's going on in Discord? Subs only chat. What am I reacting to? I don't get it. What? It's not even there anymore. It's not even there. What am I reacting to? There's nothing there. All right, bro. Our 1 year anniversary is next month. Hope you're ready. I'm very ready. Thank you, bud. Oh my god. Is there anything else? Oh, if you're over on YouTube, have fun with the new quality. Let me know what you think. I'm messing with new settings over on YouTube. It's 1440p 60. And yeah. Announcement, Maple. What announcement? What announcement? There is no announcement. Like my announcement? Are you just saying Discord ping reminder? Oh, okay. Dude, why are you just like screaming at me about Discord? You're not Trindle, dude. You're not Trindle, okay? You're not Trindle. You can't just say Discord and I know what you mean. You can't just say Discord, Maple, Discord in all caps over and over. I thought you were just like trying to ping me something in Discord, like a picture of a shawarma or something. Equality on YouTube. 60. Plus waiting for new rat to be unlocked everywhere. Waiting room. Okay. 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 Stream link. Put that in Discord. Bada bing, bada boom. We're good. Apparently Annie is chatting with the alleged escort friend. So expect drama whenever she pops by. I got replaced. I was one who did the Discord reminder. Trindle is now the official de facto Discord aficionado. Oh, good morning. Oh my god, Dengara. Good morning. I normally expect you like later in the day. Unless it's like the weekend. Oh. Luna! Luna! I don't know where Luna is. Putting what in the title is reasonable? Drama in the title? Oh, you think so? Drama. It's Friday night. I mean, it's currently Friday morning, right? Oh, no, I guess it is Saturday morning. Oh, fuck, dude. My sense of time fucking sucks sometimes. For some reason, I thought it was Friday morning, not Saturday. Dude, I am... Where the hell... What is happening over there? Mr. Newcomb, he is having a stroke. Oh my god. Dude, I thought it was Friday. Man, time flies, son. Breaking the laws of physics. Dude, I gotta finish eating this taco bowl. It's good though. It's really fucking good. I gotta say, it's one of my favorite. Mmm. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Been loving that Factor. If you guys want to try it yourself, link down below. Is that from Factor? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's from Factor. I find any of like the bowls are like massive. They provide you with like a lot of food. But also I think it's the Protein Plus meals. Jason Newcomb. Those seem to be bigger if you pick that when you're picking your meals, which kind of makes sense. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Sorry, I just don't feel like listening to that. I'll bring the car. That's a hack I need to try. Dude, yeah, I recommend the Protein Plus stuff. Like the bowls, like the turkey bowl and this chicken bowl. Very good. I was very impressed with like the food amount. Like I find the normal meals are like enough to satisfy me, and they're healthy, right? They're trying to like help you not gain weight. But like these turkey bowls, if you want like a proper meal, like this is the pulled chicken with cilantro and or like the corn salad. Very, very strong. The chili was also quite hefty. Yeah. Tested in game earlier. ATT emplacement just barely clears the low outer parts of the G wall on level ground, but doesn't clear the raised center part. That makes sense. Yeah. Lumina need other things. It's boring. Oh yeah, I agree. Anyway, chat. If you guys want to try Factor for yourself and support the channel, it's a big support. Link down below is my like code and like link. For anyone in the US ordering, you guys get like 50% off your first order with free shipping. It's sick. For those outside of the US, there are like deals and stuff like that in select regions. But Yeah, consider checking it out. I've been really enjoying Factor. I am sponsored, but man, the convenience. It's actually like healthy. Like I usually eat pretty healthy, but like it's good. Pop this sucker in the microwave for 2 minutes. I played it. You don't have to plate it. You could just eat it in the package it comes in. It's great. How are things over on YouTube? Is the stream okay? Stream check? Is it looking alright? Oh my god, this planet I can't see. But thank you to JS Nukem and the anonymous number 2 who have tried out Factor. Means a lot. Thank you for the support and helping me do what I do. Like, massive fucking support. That's why Mr. Nukem's got that VIP. It's always been one of the services I thought to try. How's delivery? Can you choose date and time? I can't answer that second part. But delivery was good. It comes in a package that is like got a fuckload of ice packs in it, cage to keep it cold. So you probably wouldn't need to just be there to pick it up. You know what I mean? You could probably like let it sit out for a couple hours. Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
I live in Arizona. It was like 100 degrees when it arrived on Tuesday.
Jesus.
And I was working all day. So it was out there for, I don't know, at least 5 hours.
Oh my god.
It was still cold.
Sick. All right, that's actually pretty nuts. All right. I bet they put even more cooling for you guys for your area. I think there was like 5 or 6 ice packs for us. And it was cold outside, so
I'm pretty sure like it's really wasteful to have that much packaging.
hey, they gotta make sure it doesn't go bad. I get it. But yeah, if it lives in Arizona on his front step for 5 hours for Mr. Nukem, I think you'll be good. I live in the high desert too, so that's one of my worries. I mean, it sounds like they package it accordingly, Cage, so I mean, give it a try. And you guys can like try it out for like I think 6 meals is the least. I think I did 10. So you guys could do like a pretty small starting order and then like see where you go from there. I've been enjoying it. Like the convenience is awesome, right? I'm not using it every day, but I use it on the days where like I'm too lazy to heat something up or I didn't make something the day before to meal prep. Do you know what I mean? So it's a good like slot into your daily. Like I probably would not recommend eating it every day. Maybe. I'd probably maybe get like bored of the food or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. They have a lot of variety. They change their menu up every week. So there's actually a lot of variety, which is actually kind of impressive.
Yeah, I think at least for the US there's like 45 items on the menu.
Oh, there wasn't 45 for me. I think there was like 25 maybe in Canada. Oh, that's crazy that you guys have 45. Holy shit. That's a lot of variety. They have 45 items in the US? That's nuts. I think there was like 20 or 30 for me. But at the same time, I didn't look at all the keto and vegetarian options. I didn't have those selected, so they didn't show me them. You can get them to like say which ones they show you when you're selecting. So.
Also, like I noticed after my box that I got, there's new stuff on the menu as well.
Well, yeah, it seems like every week it rotates. So the week that I chose was different than the week that I was originally looking at. So, kind of cool. Looks like you predicted 8 hours, 30 minutes. I hope it comes out. I hope the stratagem unlocks immediately. That would be great. Because I don't want to do like a 12-hour stream today. Just all the menus, there's like 6 each. 24 per week. Gotcha. Depending on players, should be earlier. That's hope. I would hope. I want it to be earlier so I can actually test it when it comes out today. I don't want to wait until the MO's done. I'm hoping it's one of those MOs that will end immediately once we've finished it, and then they will unlock it immediately. But I don't actually know if they're going to do that. Let's see. MO ending in 2 hours? No, it's 1 day, 2 hours. Like we got... Or 1 day, 6 hours. Like we got lots of time. Lots of time. Catch a ride. Ah! Anyways, I'd recommend Factory. Give it a try. I had never tried any of these before. And it's good. Supports the stream. Good food.
I've noticed the potato doesn't hold up really well if you microwave it.
Yeah, maybe oven for some. I was thinking about maybe trying the oven. Like my mom tried one, and then I think she like heated it up separately, the side and the main course. As she said, it worked well for her. Yeah, I gave one to my mom, and like so she could try one, and she enjoyed it. She enjoyed it. She got like the chicken tamale one. She liked it. And she likes the fact that I'm actually eating healthy. So, she appreciated that. Mama would indeed.
I also told my mom about it, and she was like, oh, it sounds gourmet.
Gourmet. I love that. Dude, I didn't even know you were on the back seat because you're missing your torso. Oh my god. I played so much of 1 and 2, mostly 3, plus health characters. Friend is selling a 3090 for $350. Should I buy it for a first-time PC? Is it like your actual friend, like you know them? Like that's a fantastic price for a 3090. Like what? Is there something wrong with it? Is that... Yes, there's something wrong with it, or yes, like you like know the person? Is it not? It's not stolen. I hope not. I mean, a 3090 is a fantastic GPU still, right? A 3080 is still a like great mid-range card, right? 3090 is like 10 or so % better than a 3080, and you get the extra VRAM. So like you could easily like 1440p game on like a 3090. Like it's still great. It won't feel that old. So, and you get all the DLSS features, so, or not all of them, but you get most of them. Oh no! Oh, I thought you were gonna hit that plant. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic deal. As long as there's like nothing wrong with the card. Like, yeah, it's fantastic. And if you know the person, that's even better, so you can get them to like just guarantee that it actually isn't fucked. Because I'm assuming this person would not rip you off and tell you that it's perfectly fine, and then it actually not be perfectly fine. I have a 3080 and can run Hell Live 1440. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, a 3080 is still a great card. 3090, just a little bit step up for that. I wouldn't play 4K on a 3090, but I definitely think you could do 1440p. 1080, it would crush it. You better not. I would hope so. I mean, you could ask him to like test it. Like, that's good practice, though. Any use part, have them test it in front of you, if possible. I'm doing 4K at 1080 Super. Oh my, you mad lad. And here I am, like, I don't want to buy a 4K monitor for my 4090. What would be a good CPU for a 3090? Are you buying new or looking for used? Lower your standards. Nah, dude. I love my frame rate too much. I don't mind like the downgrade in pixel density if I get a better frame rate, right? New, I think. What's your budget? I would definitely go AMD. That's no brainer.
Frame rate snobbery.
Like, if you don't want to like break the bank, I would say like a 7700X with like a decent, you know, B650 motherboard and 32 gigabytes of 6000, you know, 3230 CL RAM. I think you're not gonna break the bank. I think that would probably, like, if you're a US buyer, you could probably get all that for like, I think less than 500, right? Not a 7700 XT, not the graphics card, the 7700X CPU, but same wavelength. Yeah. Like, if you go to Micro Center, I think you can buy everything that I just listed for like maybe even less than 500 because of a good combo deal. They do combos at Micro Center that are insane, right? They'll let you get a CPU, RAM, and motherboard all together. You know, they'll obviously select a lot of that for you, but aye, aye, Captain. What IRL gun do you want to add? I think it'd be pretty interesting if we got like an actual AK-47 in the game. But it actually might feel like really out of place, like adding IRL guns, like actual IRL guns to the game. I like the fact that we don't have any IRL guns. We just have like, you know, modern iterations of like existing weaponry, I guess. You know? I would like to see a bolt action sniper of some kind in our primary slot, you know? I think a bolt action sniper would be really cool. And give it AP4, a pretty slow fire rate, but like a good damage profile. So it's like, you know, used for precision shooting and just like, you know, things of that nature. I think would be sick. $1440p still looks great. And I think 1440p is like the best place to be. 4K if you can afford it, or you don't mind the frame rate decrease. But 1440p gives you the best of both worlds, and I think it'll be like that for a long while. I don't think we're gonna be adopting 4K anytime really soon. Like, the adoption of the higher resolution usually happens when graphics technology doesn't change for a while, and our graphics cards do get more powerful. Do you know what I mean? So there was that point there around the 10 to 20 series where our graphics cards got more powerful, but the graphics technology didn't really change all that much, right? Ray tracing was about to be a thing, but it wasn't a thing yet. But now that they're pushing all these boundaries as far as like, you know, ray tracing and all that stuff, all these like features on top of games, it's hard to justify 4K because it's hard to run 4K native while you're pushing all these limits in all of these different, you know, boundaries of like graphics. The next time we get a situation where they haven't adjusted the graphics technology in a bit and we get more powerful graphics cards, I think that's when you'll start seeing big adoption of like the higher resolution. What the hell did you guys just do? Were you guys doing like a Texas standoff with a grenade pistol?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I fired first and I had my grenade launcher out.
It's like me and Annie. I did the ultimatum versus her. Is it possible for bolts to pen through enemies in this game? Yeah, there's a couple weapons that actually have those characteristics. Help me out. Someone I'm sure knows the list off the top of their head. It's like Slugger, AMR, I think Deadeye also does it. I don't think the Dominator does it.
Railgun?
Oh, Railgun? Yeah, Railgun. There's a list of weapons that have those properties to be able to overpen and hit another target. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, though. I want Slugger to be good again. Badly? It is good. It's not like S tier. They would have to do a lot to make it S tier, but like it is good again. The changes that they made are good ones. it put it very much on par with the Dominator in a lot of different ways. I think the Dominator is still a little bit better in some ways, but then the Slugger is better in some ways. So it's like, kind of depends on your preferences. But like, the Slugger is in a really good spot. It's not a, like a really good spot. It's not great. I won't go so far to say great. Right? But, like, yeah. Oh, you need to try it again. Yeah, if you've not tried it since they updated it, yeah, give it a try. Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth the try. Ugh! Okay, I thought I walked faster. I was trying to be like a World War I soldier.
It definitely went at a weird angle because it bounced off the ship.
Okay, maybe that's... I didn't understand it. They could give Slugger back its utility open crates. They could. I said that as well. I forgot to mention it to the devs, though. I didn't ask them. I should ask them. Oh, I did get a really good explanation for the tripods, though. They gave me, like, an A-tier explanation on the tripods and why they are so explosive immune. I thought it was, like, a mistake, but no, it's very much intentional. Basically, they were having problems with, like, explosive stratagems hitting multiple hit zones at the same time.
NDA.
No, I can say this. I can say this. We're good. So they were having problems with, like multiple hit zones getting hit. So they had to, like, balance the tripod better around, like, red stratagems. And that's why, like, you don't, like, absolutely one-hit... Hi, Luna. We're here. That's why you don't absolutely one-hit tripods with, like, a 500 kg. It's because they were having problems where, like, the explosion was so big on the 500 kg, it would hit all these different hit zones all at the same time, causing it to, like, basically, like, always be one shot. And unfortunately, like, other explosive weapons kind of get caught in the crossfire for that.
I got a mini nuke.
Which is kind of unfortunate, but it's sound reasoning. It's a fairly complex, like, model. And even this dev that I was talking to was like, sometimes I get jealous of games that just have a health bar, and it's like a very simple, like, you do X damage to X thing, you know? You think it's fine? Yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't a thing, and I wish, you know, honestly, like, GL could be better versus it, but I understand with the complexities of this, like, type of damage profile, like, it's awkward for them. So, it kind of is what it is. So, yeah, that was a good explanation. I appreciate that. And he is interested in, like, adding more, like, readability to the game to display that explosive resistance. Because, like, I was talking to him, like, the Bile Titan and Charger are very good. Like, you know that, like, explosive damage won't go through the armor of a Bile Titan or a Charger, right? But then if you shoot it, like, the squishy bits, like the bits that are, like, colored, right? Orange or green, depending on the enemy. Like, it's very clear that, oh, okay, now I can start doing damage to them. With the tripod, you don't get that same level of feedback, which is a shame, because you could, like, sit there shooting, like, 60 rounds of a GL and not kill the thing, and you're like, wait, what? Because you would think at least, like, the arms would not be explosive resistance, like the spot that you can shoot normally. But, yeah. Hi, Luna. Good time to eat. Oh, oh. Not bad. Not bad, not bad.
20 Minuten für die Mission. Evakuierung möglich, sobald ihr bereit seid.
Hello, Luna. She a loaf. She loafing. She a loaf. Buff damage on Punisher now. I haven't really thought about Punisher needing a buff, but I don't know. Does it? Does it need it? I feel like it's fine still, no? Hello, Cyrus. Long time no see. How are you, buddy? You're having a great day so far. Thank you. Greetings from the Shire. Hello, Mrs. Cyrus. Good to see you, dude. Up to 450? What's it right now? 420? If it's at 420, you can't touch it. Until it goes to 69, 420. 405? Bring it to 420. Because funny number. Does factory deliver to Mustafar? I believe it delivers to Coruscant. Because rich fucks, but not Mustafar, sorry. Dude, not fair. I'm sorry, dude. I like Wasp with all turrets against squids. It's fun, yeah. Morning, Pabega. The Quasar has not been touched. It probably won't be until Tuesday. And even then, I think the devs know that if they just revert it back, there's going to be an absolute uprising from certain people. And you know that person. That is like, not, like, they just want the Quasar to always be broken. I love the Quasar. It's fun.
I hope they've never fixed the rover so it overheats.
If they do, yeah, they definitely have to give it back that 30% damage buff. Like 110%. I don't know. Like, it's fun to use the Quasar in the way it is, but it's like, it's broken, dude. It's broken. It's so OP. I just, on bugs, I don't think I would ever use anything other than the Quasar. On bots, obviously, it's a little bit tougher of a choice. Like, but, I mean, the Quasar on that is, like, so fucking good, even on bots. Like, it's really OP on bots, too. It's just, at least the other rockets, like, their extra damage start to shine a little bit. So. Because, like, obviously the recoilless and the spear at least have a point to stand on when I'm talking about bots. But even then, Quasar is arguably better just because it's, like, easier to use. You can bring a backpack of some other kind, which there's a lot of good backpacks on bots. Like, Quasar's OP, man. Like, it really is. And it's one of those, like, use it now while it's broken, and then they need to fix it. Like, I do think they should fix it. Could they add some kind of alternate mode for the people that really like the immediate firing of Quasar? Yeah, I think they could. You'd probably have to give it a longer cooldown of, like, you know, double. You know, maybe closer to 30 seconds. But, hey, they could. Because I think an instant fire mode would have to have, like, at least 25 to 30 seconds of cooldown. Because then, like, it's just stepping on the recoil is way too much. Because, like, that's why I love the recoil. Is the instant fire, right? That's why I bring it. But if I could just have that with an auto-reloading, unlimited ammo weapon, why would I ever bring the recoilless? Other than on bots. For specific tasks on bots. Because, like, in the current state, I would argue, like, Quasar being the way it is and Recoilless being the way it is, they're about equal.
What?
I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You're just giving your opinion. It's okay to give your opinion, brother. Especially on something subjective like that. You're fine, dude. It's not like you're disagreeing with me. Did you know if you have Amazon Prime subscription? Oh my god, Trindle. What up, hell drivers? Yeah, I don't know why I said I'm sorry. I'm not. Are you Canadian by chance? Or maybe from Minnesota? It makes sense. Do you know if devs know about city POIs icons being broken? Oh, like they never update that you've actually cleared them? I'm not sure. I've never asked them. This personally doesn't bother me, but I know for some, it really bothers them when they can't check off POIs. I used to live in Canada, but I'm from France. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Sorry for my shit French. You can fire me at any time. Naturally, you're fine, dude. But you don't have to do that, dude. Like, if you get enjoyment out of it, fuck yeah, dude. I appreciate it a lot. But I don't expect you to do it. And it's like, don't worry about it, man. I appreciate it a lot, though. I never know which ones have been looted in puppy lobbies. That's fair. That's fair. It would be nice if they were more sensitive in general. It would be nice. So, yeah, it personally hasn't come out across my brain, but I can ask B Vitamin when they're here next if they know about it. Slugger, no balls? Oh, I got you. Use Slugger. I mean, it's a better weapon than the weapon I'm using currently. Ice, ice, baby. Johnny Cakes. I don't think this is that much of a leak, but apparently in the API, it's showing level 200 again. I heard like some months ago that level 200 showed up. But now apparently there's even more evidence that level 200's there. So we might be receiving level 200? 14 million XP. I didn't see that. Damn. Well, that kind of proves that they don't want some infinite number scaling. I would not be instantly 200 now. I would be... I'm slightly over halfway to that. So I would be... I don't know the scaling would be, but I would be like 175. What's that Monster Hunter looking background? You mean the automaton world? There's a 4 million XP skip. Oh, yeah, I think they might have fucked that up then. Yeah, I think the tables just might be wrong. I don't know how much I'd put behind 14 million then. On the held ever loadouts. What do you mean? Do you mean the wall? Hmm? Sauce, I don't... Am I... I don't know. Us creek veterans over here at 55. Oh, does that mean like you would only ever dive on the creek? So now that the creek isn't active, you'll never... JS Newcomb's background? Brain does not compute. Oh. Was Twitch clip fucked up? Twitch clip is not working. It means playing card.
Talk about my player card during the loadout.
Yeah, what is your player card? You just using the borderline, or? I don't even know.
Yeah, I think the one for the medium armor.
Oh, okay. Ah. Still a lot of sway though, as long as you don't prone. Hitting that shot is a little annoying, but like up close, that's great. Looks satisfying? Yes. I mean, Slugger is good. It's almost as like it's like A minus, A plus on like almost every faction. Like it's in the A tier. Like it's on the stronger side of weapons overall. Medium pen, good reload, good magazine size. The accuracy is there now. It's got good stagger. It has everything you would want to check off, other than it doesn't have great range. Both because it has a red dot, right? But also it has a lot of damage fall off because it's a slug shotgun, right? But it's like very satisfying. But it's like, it's a good, like, if you enjoy the Deadeye, it's like a very similar option to the Deadeye, but the Deadeye has more range, right? But it's like if you're a Deadeye enjoyer, but you want something that's like a little more close range, that's where the Slugger's better. Like for bugs, I would recommend the Slugger over the Deadeye for most people, just because you have longer magazine time, or larger magazine. I don't know why I said it like that. And then you also have a faster reload, right? Which does matter. So, yeah, I highly recommend like giving the Slugger another try. Does Deadeye work on Hawkeyes? No, it's Pen 3, not Pen 4. You're looking for a Ruptor. I want to get close and personal, so I take Slugger more than Deadeye. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. It's not to say you can't use the Deadeye in close range, but yeah. What up? Normal shirt, no sweater. I mean, this is... What are you talking about? This is a sweater. I'm literally wearing a sweater. Who are you? DSD, are you okay, bud? I've worn this shirt, like, or this sweater hundreds of times on stream. I got this sweater, like, back in the day, dude. Lacks ammo for close range ammo. Deadeye? It can, yeah. You know, only 8 shots versus 16. For sure. But if you hit your shots, it won't feel that bad. Looks like a shirt. No, it's a sweater. I got it from Jack Jones, if you know the brand. They did a partnership with yeah, I'm not feeling this part of the playlist, man. Yeah, they did a partnership with Sega, Sony, and then I also have a sweater from, it's like a Looney Tunes one that I sometimes wear. I got them all for Christmas. My mom bought it for me. I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't really buy clothes for myself, though. So it's kind of great when the moms gets me stuff. See if already title looks out of place in the middle of the city map. I kind of disagree. It looks like hastily made for city defense. That's the way I look at it. Why am I only finding 2 shells? Where the fuck are the other shells, man? Mom's great. You just wake up one day and you have new clothes. Exactly. And I don't really care about my clothes too much, like getting new clothes.
Maple's mom is great.
Yeah.
She got me clothes for Christmas too.
She's awesome. Mine are so basic. You just gotta find a brand that you like that isn't basic. I used to have pretty basic clothes, and then I just found Jack Jones that I really like. Now I'm trying to do like a brand is like reached out to me for like a sponsorship of some kind. I still need to work out the details with them, but I've been wearing some of their clothes every once in a while, and I like them. And he's gonna dress you up like a Ken doll every day when you're married. Oh, I'm sure she will. I'm sure I'm gonna come home and she's gonna have like an outfit selected for me. I'm like an accessory. I think for the most part she does like how I already dress. In some respects. She doesn't like everything I wear, but for sure, so I just like order stuff on like TeePublic. Cool designs, video game things. That's fair. I'm a flannel guy. I like sweaters, long sleeves, flannels. Obviously in the summer we'll go short sleeve, but begrudgingly, you know? It's like, I don't know if I could live in like a hot climate somewhere because I enjoy like long sleeves too much. You need a log cabin in the woods and an axe. I mean, that was my, like I did that at the cottage. Like we had like a simple family cottage growing up. And I would cut wood for a fire. We did this thing called the all-day fire. Because like we would like use the fire to like warm up after like going swimming in the lake and stuff like that. It was great. Throw some hot dogs on it for lunch. S'mores at night. Those were good days when I was younger. That was when I was like 12. Less than that. Give or take. Still have a family cottage? Nice. Yeah, we don't have ours anymore. It wasn't actually like my family, it was my mom's like extended family that had it, and they invited us. But we went there a lot. Like basically whenever we could during the summer. So like all through like elementary school and a little bit of high school. We're doing that. Don't forget that hot cocoa. Nah, we didn't really do that. I mean, we'll do that now, I guess, but around the campfire, nah.
Positioniere Pin, südwestlich, 300 Meter.
Will you be voting? Are you talking about my federal election? Yeah, I'll be voting.
Verstanden. Positioniere Pin, westlich, in der Nähe.
I'm not gonna comment on who I'm voting for though, because that just becomes messy.
Verstanden.
Who are the candidates?
Mark Carney, Poliver, I'm forgetting his first name. Jagmeet Singh. But the thing is, the way we vote for our prime minister is we vote for a candidate in our, like, essentially like district of 100,000 people. And then however many like candidates get voted of that party, that prime minister either has a minority government or a majority government. That's how the prime minister is selected. The only voting around here is for Super Earth. Maxime Barnett. Hi, Vada. Hello, my Canadian brother.
Erbitte Befestigungen.
I don't want to talk politics. it just gets messy. Even though Canadian politics are a lot less like crazy than American politics, I don't want to do it. It never ends up well, dude.
Hab was gefunden.
Verstärkungsbudget ist aufgebraucht.
Vorräte, westlich.
Ankunft.
Never ends up well.
30 Sekunden.
It's always a mess. Always. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Markiere Karte, südwest.
I don't know if it's a me issue, but I only noticed it with Slugger versus Bugs when I get a hunter point blank at my feet. Slugger shots just miss.
Ankunftszeit 10
I don't really notice that. I think it might be one of those
bunker
like
over there right now?
third-person camera situations. Crying Hawk. Oh, like your ping is a bunker, right now.
No, Margot typed it in chat.
Oh, my bad. Bleh. I got it right. Alright, sick.
Never mind.
So like it's a third-person camera issue, maybe. Like you think you're aiming at the bug, but you're actually aiming past the bug because they're in close range.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
And then you don't notice that happening as much with like other weapons because it's not a pump slug shotgun. Maybe. Because I know that like behavior, like I've noticed it. Like I do it all the time, right? Enemy gets extremely. It's like the same reason why people don't like the arc thrower in extreme close range because they don't always compensate for the third-person camera in close range, right? Or people don't like the blitzer in close range. Because usually those people don't like aiming in general. So when an enemy gets too close to them, they don't realize they actually have to aim more when they get to close range. It's a funny little anecdote. I want to ask Maple, at what local time do you start your stream? 3 a.m. EST. 2 a.m. Well, I guess it's technically 2 a.m. if you don't do, what's it called? Daily savings time?
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 30 Sekunden.
Used to miss hunters point blank during their attack animations since they stand with their 2 legs and they tend to shoot between them. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, I don't think he's mentioning that. I think he's mentioning like if they're like literally on top of you. Another thing is that when enemies are extremely close to you, your character will like, you know when you like walk up against something, your character like holds their weapon up like that. That also happens in extreme close range, right? So if a bug is standing extremely close to you, like, you know what I mean? So that might be it. Not a mod for TBC that cranks the difficulty up like crazy. I'm fighting. Feels impossible. So just like the show? I forgot what DPZ mean, and then I was like, oh. Dragon Ball! Good night, Thorax. Nice seeing you, buddy. Sleep well, dude. Actual cannon mod? Most of the time it's early? Yeah. I believe the complex stratagem call-in fucks with the timing, which is very often there on Illuminate missions. So I believe complex stratagem is on this mission type. Are you? So I'm assuming Silas was talking about this, the background. Might have to do with the distance. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I just assumed it was complex. So do we have it? Yeah, call-in time being increased by 50%. I assumed it was that. Because I think I'm almost certain it does affect the timer. But I don't know if it actually affects the shell, right? So the timer gets fucked up, but the shell stays the same. That's what I guessed it was. I don't know. But at certain distances, if you're like super far from the sieve, maybe the timer's a lot closer because of the distance. I'm guessing. I don't know. You think the anti-tank sniper rifle would... Do you think that an anti-tank sniper rifle would work in HD2? Like maybe something like the anti-tank hunter kit from BF1. We sorta have that in 2 forms, but not as crazy. Well, 3 forms. Because we have the railgun, we have the autocannon, and we have the AMR. All 3 of them take aspects of the anti-tank sniper rifle, right? If you think about it. Right, they're all somewhat in that region. I'm not saying that we couldn't get another one, but they might avoid doing that just because, well, we already have 3 in like proximity, right? Do you have do I have DF turned on? I have no idea. YouTube live stream confuses the shit out of me, dude. Like, I don't even... I know I have, like, subs on, but I need to enable gifted. Why is gifted not already a thing? Does YouTube hate money? Like, I don't understand, man. I have to turn that on? There's so many weird settings on YouTube that they put in the weirdest spots. Like, hosting people on YouTube, the most unintuitive system ever. Like, I don't get it. Ugh, yeah, I have no idea where to turn on gifted. I'm sorry, Hadu. I have no fucking idea. I'll have to look it up. I thought it was on my default. I thought nobody had just done it yet. Oh, yeah, and then also on YouTube, you can't gift YouTube Premium to select certain people. You have to randomly gift it, which is just like... Bruh. Like, what? Huh? Huh? I don't get it. Yo, Vada. YouTube's got that 1440p 60. I only did 13k bitrate. But I technically could do more, I'm pretty sure. I think they'll accept it. They should accept it. random gifted is wild. Like, we do that on Twitch, right? We do random gifted all the time, but it's just like, I'm pretty sure it like random gifts to like every subscriber, right? When you do a random gifted on YouTube. So like out of the 6,000 people, it random gifts it to my subs, right? It doesn't random gift it to the actual live stream viewers necessarily. Now Twitch is kind of like that. It just grabs people who have watched the stream at some point and gifts it to them. But like, I don't know. But over here is a better experience. Oh, I know. I was just seeing what you thought, dude. It randomly gifts if they have gifted turn on theirs. Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, so like Twitch does that, but you have to like opt in to not you have to opt in to not gifting or like not accepting gifts, if that makes sense, right? Dude, I swear YouTube is like everything backwards. But like in some ways it's good. Like obviously they actually care about quality of the stream more on YouTube. Any perspective? Yeah. Probably start grabbing the VOD from YouTube rather than Twitch for editing. Yeah, I agree, Dimension. I agree. Speaking of YouTube, the API is ass. Hey, getting it set up. Oh, it runs it. I still need to get the Sub Sunday thing set up for tomorrow. From you, Margot. I need to finish doing that. They have the infrastructure that they don't have to care about quality versus cost. It's true. Yeah, it's the same. I'm guessing it's very similar infrastructure regardless. If you got questions, don't hesitate to ask. I will probably be asking after stream. Well, hopefully it all works out. YouTube updated the TOS. Most plugins won't let you download videos on YouTube anymore. Even if you're a content creator? You can't download your own... What? What? Make him away, downtown. Oh my god, I can't see. I assure you, you'll always be a way to download a video off YouTube. True. There'll always be some kind of plugin, I guess. There's no way it's called Downy. That sounds like a fucking slur. There's no way it's called that, dude. I don't believe you. It's kind of fucked up, honestly. Oh, come on. The damn... Damn blimp, not blimp. Sway. It's a sway. Dun, 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 dun. Oh shit!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Going to bed, turn on your membership gifting maple. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Underscore squid jam colon underscore squid jam colon underscore squid jam colon underscore glasses colon underscore glasses colon.
I do. I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on, buddy. Yeah, I actually didn't even know that you had to turn it on, so that's big. That's big. Thank you. I will Google it and I will figure it out. Performance is very noticeable at the moment. The voteless move way more faster on solo missions compared to like multiplayer missions. It seemed to slow down. Is that a bug? I haven't noticed that. I have not noticed that. I mean, like, voteless speed up when they get closer to you, so maybe on average, voteless are getting closer to you on solo missions versus multiplayer. Like, they speed up a lot because they have certain animations that are just really fast when they get close to you. Do you play solo missions? I don't do it very often. But every once in a while, I get kicked and then I have to play solo. I've never noticed a difference in speed. Is there good angles to hit enemies with Eruptor Shrapnel? Yeah. For the most part, below is usually like the good one. But it depends, like if you're like dealing with a Devastator, aiming at like crotch area for the most part on most of the automaton enemies is like a good spot. On bugs, it's usually below. Like to one-shot a ball spear, you aim below the ball spear. You do like 2 solo missions a week and like talk through them. The thing is, ATSC is that like every other content creator does that. So I'm just like, and I almost feel like it actually hurts the perspective on the game sometimes because they're so solo oriented. I don't know. I probably should do at least 1 solo a week and maybe do a commentary on it, but it feels like that's like the YouTube cliche of Helldivers YouTuber. But definitely something I need to get into more is, and that's something I want to do going forward is gameplays. Like grab a build, kind of don't talk to chat for the video and just like concentrate and do a build. Gameplay, actually show gameplay. So that's something we don't really do at the moment is show gameplay on the YouTube side other than the Twitch streams or live streams. So. But I don't exactly want to do the exact same thing as everybody else, where it's just like solo content. Because like something I've noticed from like a lot of from quite a few is like when they do a lot of solo content, it hurts their perspective on the game because they're only coming from a solo perspective. So if I'm gonna do gameplay, I think I would do a mixture of like solo and group. I think. At the moment, I hope content creators use the solo to get the best game performance. No, because most of the content creators that you're watching have good PCs. So I don't think they're doing it for that problem, Stevie. The reason they're doing it is because it's the impressive thing to do. right? It's a very like people like click on it because it's impressive, right? I don't understand such focus on. I don't understand such a focus on viability of weapon stratagems on solo runs on YouTube. Yeah, I find people like skew their perspectives too much when they talk about like stratagems and like this stratagem sucks, and it's like, well, they only play solo, so it does affect how like useful a stratagem is. Like I saw some content creators absolutely shitting on the new wall because they were using it in solo and testing it in solo, and like, yeah, I mean it's kind of hard to use the wall when you're playing solo because you're gonna get overrun around. So anything that is like auto reloading, like Quasar, will be like significantly better. Or anything that you can like throw on the run and just keep moving is way better than on a solo. Because like standing still as a solo is like death sentence in a way, right? Eruptor can't one-shot chargers through armor anymore. Can you get a group of low levels with you and teach them how to play on a low level like 10 mission? That'd be interesting. It's an interesting video idea. Is Quasar still... Yeah, it still is. It still is auto-charging. But I think they're in a difficult position. They can't really just fix it, because I think a lot of people would be very upset. There's some content creators that I've already seen, like... They're posturing for they're gonna be upset, very upset if they fix it. So I think the devs unfortunately have put themselves in one of those binds again where it's like, well, we have this overpowered thing that obviously needs to be fixed because it'll have like lasting effects on like the game in general. Like it's a gameplay thing. Similar to like the charger leg problem. If they just leave that be, there will be other things down the line will also interact with a bug like that, it sounds like. And it won't just be a queso thing. But, yeah. Dude, where the fuck did all these enemies come from? Like, what the hell? Jesus. Unfortunate ragdoll. I went from like no enemies anywhere to like all the enemies on me. That was crazy. So. It was early tonight. Love that bug. It's a fun bug, but I just don't want people to like have this like expectation that this bug will just stay because it's fun. It's like the same reason why like cheating in San Andreas and like spawning in something is fun. But obviously it's not something like they would necessarily keep in the current form, right? So you're good now? Yeah. Even before this buff, it was not like a bad weapon. It's just alright. It had a lot of downsides. Like accuracy, and it didn't quite have enough damage, it fell off. But with the greater accuracy and extra damage that's been given, it's a good spot. It is good. Solid A tier. Did you do some science? Nah, I haven't done it yet. I was kind of waiting for you to come by, Swizzy, so I could do it with you. Swizzy shared a video of someone standing behind a barrier, Grenadier battlement, and then putting a Tesla tower in front of it. And if you stand in front of it, the Tesla tower can't hit you, basically. But it's trying to hit you. You can hear it charging and firing, but it seems like there's some like problem with the line of sight going through like the grenade launcher and like the front part. So it just keeps zapping the wall in front of you. Now, I'm assuming it'll eventually kill the wall. But we were gonna test if it's actually good. My point was, I think it's terrible because the Tesla tower would be so distracted trying to hit you that it won't hit any enemies because you're the closest target. What sight would you like for the slugger? I mean, red dot's fine. The sight on the slugger is fine. The slugger doesn't actually have that much range. The damage fall off on it is pretty aggressive. So, red dot's fine. It's not a long range weapon. I've killed myself and a teammate because I've already charged pulling it out. Oh my god. Yeah, I did that once as well. If you crouch, it'll stop targeting you. Yeah, it will. But that defeats the purpose of, like, the wall, though. Like, you're not... Because, like, if you just go prone, regardless, it'll stop targeting you, right? That's how it's programmed. So, like, you just crouching behind the wall doesn't really change anything or do anything, because you're not able to use the wall, right? Or, like, you can use the wall, but, like, obviously your Tesla tower is useless again. So I found it, like, it was like a strat that looked cool, but actually didn't do anything. So it's like a YouTube clickbait situation, you know? But maybe that's just me. maybe I'm not seeing something they are. Because, like, yeah, the Tesla tower will, like, arc maybe through the wall, but it didn't seem like it was doing that. So it seemed like you were just wasting a Tesla tower cooldown. You'd be better off just taking gas mines and throwing gas mines on the Tesla tower. That is a fantastic combo, by the way, if you have not tried it. Fantastic combo in the game. Very fun. Quite good. Just make sure you bring, like, an AT option and kill ball titans and stuff like that. It may start targeting enemies and ignore you. As far as every, like, thing I've seen with Tesla towers, it targets the closest enemy to it first. It's a proximity enemy situation. Closest enemy gets targeted first. I don't think it has any other priority other than that. I've not seen any other priority, at least. Holy shit. It's Mr. Teo. Teo LeMayo. How's my favorite college student? What up, Teo? Favorite? Yeah. I hate it. Oh, fuck. Well, maybe you're not my favorite college student anymore, then. Arc resistance armor should give you a stamina boost if you get shot by arc weapons. No one's ever mentioned that before. That's actually a pretty smart idea. I like that, actually. Because I do think that all of the resistance armors need to be buffed in some way. Like, they need a second perk. Like, I think all of them are largely pretty boring. If all they have is that resistance. Because I don't think that resistance is that powerful. Other than maybe the fire one. So... like, that would be an interesting one. It's like high school writing, but more serious, and you need to reference a lot. Let me just film a movie. Are you in school for, like, the arts? For film production and stuff? I think you told me, right? I think you told me that. Yeah, doing film. Terry, am I gonna be able to hire you as my editor on YouTube? Are you gonna produce films? If you want. No, it's if you want, dog. Accurate shaking right now. Accurate does it, you know, just as a thing to help. I charge 100 times the industry standard. Of course you do. A Maple documentary. Oh, we're doing filming. Oh, really? In Vancouver? That's cool. Any big movies you worked on, Gecko? That's cool. I'm a dead body in Underworld. I love that. Hell yeah. Do you like ever watch the film and just like point out where you are in there to people? Because I feel like I would. Look, that's my leg. That's my leg. I mean, all like the Arrow, Flash, Superman stuff. Oh, that's sick. Okay, cool. Cool. Are you typically just like an extra, or do you have any like other parts? But I would. That would be so comical. Just to, you know. Watch the film and just be like, that's me, and you're just a dead body. I think that would be awesome. That'd be such like a cool flex, but a hilarious flex at the same time. That would be very funny. Very funny. Standing in on Brainiac one day. The back of Brainiac's head is mine. Ooh. Ooh. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, like for the whole like extras thing, Gecko. Do you like work for the studio and then just sometimes they need an extra and they're like, okay, someone from the film group, come on over, or do you like work for like someone like private that then calls you up and like, hey, I need an extra. You available? Like, is there like an agency that does extras and you're just like on that list and they just hit you up when they need it? Or do you just like work and film, you know, and they just sometimes need extras and you're there? I'm just super curious. Yeah, I guess kind of what Teo is saying. Are you a full-time extra? I had an extra agent, a principal agent, commercial TV agent, and a modeling agent. That's a lot of agents. My God. I mostly work as crew in locations. Okay. So it's a little bit of both. Gotcha. Cool. That's cool. So the film industry will just contact, you know, I guess whoever your agency is, and they'll be like, hey, we need extras, and then they send over screenshot or headshots of you, and they're like, okay, they pick a bunch, and then you got to call up. That's cool. That's cool. Fair. Oh my.
Die ganze Galaxie verlässt sich auf Freiheit im
Mr. Nukem had to join. Dude, I love to raise the weapon at the last second. Hilarious.
Frage bestätigt. Verstärkung ist unterwegs.
Back of the head is real nice. Yeah, I was thinking about that for the stream. Maybe I need a back of the head section, you know? I got a camera that's just like the back of my head. Okay, dude. I don't know if I like first person at all. The slugger. I don't know if I want to deal with that. For COVID, you would actually audition. Nowadays, you like record yourself. Oh, okay, fair enough. There's a commercial I was in on YouTube. Ooh. Honestly, might have seen you. What was the commercial for? Chat, we got Hollywood in chat right now. This is crazy. Me? Thank you. No. You're like Aussie Wood. Make a point redeem? Yeah, I'll just have like a back shot. Oh, dude, and then we'll call it back shots. Oh, just for the fucking funny word. Oh my god. Or I guess we could just call it also like baldwood. It would be a bald checker. See if I'm balding in the back. That would make me unself-conscious, I think, though. I played a level Squid 7 mission. We killed 100 enemies as we waited around for the timer to finish. It was funny because a teammate was constantly screaming. Oh. Dude, there's no way. I can't see my... There we go. Screaming out squids.
Cam, but it's looking at the top and back of your head.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I like back shots. Oh my god. You played the 7 mission. We killed 100 enemies as we waited around for the timer to finish. It's funny though because a teammate was constantly screaming out squids. Sorry, what's going on? What are we saying in that, Stevie? Just kill farming? Or like one of the characters just kept screaming out squids and that was the broken part. It's kind of funny though. People have asked like, hey, can you give us the control of like voice lines in Helldivers 2? But I could see that going beautifully, and I could also see that being terrible. Because I can see people just spamming it constantly. So they'd probably have to do some kind of like internal cooldown to stop people from just spamming it. Right? Like you can only do a voice line every 15, 20 seconds. I don't know. Oh, the mission stop. Yeah, okay, yeah. The devs know about it. I spoke to player support about it. They are investigating. They know about it. Some are saying that it has to do with the ships. If you shoot down ships, it's more likely to happen. But if you don't shoot down ships, it's less likely to happen. Apparently. Apparently. I have not tested that. But apparently that's the case. Arrowhead should add music, voice lines for the first game. Honestly, I agree. Yeah. Because like we were talking about the other day is that like I love the music in this game, but I have to play with music. You know, if you're on Twitch, you hear it. I have to play with music because after a while, like I can only hear the same music so much. Right? Like it kind of is what it is. Like I can only hear the Illuminate song, you know, a couple hundred times before it becomes like the same song. It's too much. So there probably needs to be a bit more diversity in Helldivers. Like it'd be fine if this was like a 50-hour game, you know, or a 100-hour game that you just don't play that much. But the issue is that it's a live service game and it's gonna be played for many, many years. There needs to be more. Why is Teo not a mod anymore? That's because he stopped showing up. But also the unmod and mod thing was a thing. We need unmod Teo redeem again. Do we now? Dude, he threw up a shield right as I was about to hit. What a dick. Oh, hi. I was a stud. Like, a cattle stud? What up, Congruent? This guy's still there. Just like long range spamming. Do you like the Grenadier battlement? Yeah, I love it. Will you see use in other fronts? I think it'll actually be very good on bugs and bots. For like, you know those instances where like bug breach literally just got called, call it in on like some high ground above it, and just like spawn camp the enemies. On bots, similar situation, you like wait for the bot drops to be a thing, and then you just like spam the devastators and tier 1 bots, and it'll still kill like, you know, depending on the angle, like tanks and hulks and stuff like that. Obviously like full frontal assaults, it's not gonna be great, but yeah. I bet on the horses. Oh god. Teo, I feel like you would be the worst person to start gambling. Why am I getting all the spawns? What is happening? Probably actually need my grenade launcher. Hello, accurate. Dude, I almost thought that was ATSG still. You fuckers. Because I think, I don't even know. I think ATSG just left and you just arrived. So like, and neither of you like said anything to differentiate yourself. So it's like, dude, I almost confused you two again. Yeah, no, I know that fact chat. That's how I can like tell the difference of them. But it's like if I'm just quickly like reading the name, like I don't always like read everything, you know? It's kind of hard. Keep up to date and track both of them. Bitch. You guys are cocksuckers. Oh my god, 1 is 1? Yeah. As a joke, ATST took... Because, okay, so ATST was mad that he swapped his name at one point as like a joke, and he was like, oh, no, it's all good. I'm just going to take my name back. It got taken by a bot. And now... he lost it. And then ATST was like... And then Accurate Counted did the exact same thing. As a joke, he changed his name to like something about Annie. I don't even remember what it was. And he lost his name, but apparently ATST was able to pick it up. I don't know. And then now there's 2 Accurates. And they're just fucking with each other. Never do username practical jokes with your main account. Exactly. I think they have now learned that, hopefully. Hopefully. Thank you, Trindle. Thank you for the likes over on YouTube. The poll to change to Annie Haha Wawa is there. Haha Wawa. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. She would ban you. And you know I can't stop her, so... Tough. My tire! Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz.
What second perk for the different armors you want to see? We've talked about this being like for arc, it was like you have actually a great idea for the arc armor. Obviously, like being able to give you like more speed or stamina for a short duration after being shocked. Like that'd actually be like great. Second perk, like fantastic. Essentially like stim booster, but like stamina related. That'd be great. I think for the fire one, it was like longer time before you get set on fire, right? So like, you know how the Hell Pod booster right now, like when it comes down and it explodes, you don't get set on fire right now. And same for Orbital Napalm, you don't get set on fire right away. You only get set on fire if you stand on the fire afterwards. I think that's like a really great one to be put on the armor at base. Like I think in general, you should be able to walk into the flames of fire, and for a couple seconds you don't get set on fire. So like using a flamethrower, what's that, man? So using a flamethrower is like way less obnoxious than it currently is. Because it kind of sucks at the moment when you're using a flamethrower and you like set your toe on fire, or like you're using it and like the enemy gets slightly too close to you, right? And that causes you to be set on fire because of the splashback. Like things of that, like little bits of fire causing you to turn on fire is like very obnoxious when you're using the flamethrower. And it's one of the main reasons why I tend to not use flamethrowers. It's just like they suck up your stims so much constantly. So you'd rather just not deal with it.
Watch this.
Watching. Oof. For the gas one, I'm not sure what I would do as a second perk for the gas. Other than maybe just add acid resistance on top of that. Unless they're planning to just do an acid resistant armor, right? Because maybe the chemical one could be acid as well. But I don't know. Maybe they're planning on doing like proper acid armor. Because obviously we already have acid resistance on the Killzone one, but less detection for gas. Why less detection for gas armor? I feel like when you're wearing the gas armor, you're like bright yellow. I don't know. Flamethrower need more range or just some CC versus torture? I agree. Yeah, that's what I've been largely saying for a while now too. For the most part, just it doesn't feel very good to use the flamethrowers, especially at close range, because enemies just kind of walk through your flame to get to you. So like smaller enemies like hunters and stuff like that should be pushed back when you use a flamethrower towards them. Kind of like a little bit of like a stagger component to the actual flame, like the beam of flame. But no. Flamethrowers needing more range is a tough one. They need to just add a heavy flamethrower that's liquid based rather than aerosol. Turn it up. I'm not turning it up. It is fine the way it is, Deo. So, like, I think existing flamethrowers are fine as aerosol, but they probably need to do, like, more damage and have some CC component to them, pushing back enemies that are smaller. Um, but like a heavy flamethrower being liquid based would be an excellent idea. Or just if they're ever planning on adding the lumberer, maybe the lumberer gets a liquid based one, so it gets like a proper arc of flame, like in like World War II. You ever seen those like, you know, crocodile tanks? Proper range on it, like as long as you arc it well, like it's flying, you know.
Orbitalsperrfeuer im Anflug. Abstand halten.
Südwestlich, weit weg. Positioniere Pin. Westlich, weit weg.
Christians need something too, now that we have ultimatum. I honestly think the Crisper's fine. As a secondary. It's just, it's always going to be niche because it's a secondary flamethrower. But I think largely if you change the flamethrower mechanics like we just talked about, I think it honestly is fine. Like, the Crisper's actually pretty fun in its current state. And then it would just be quite a bit better if they just did what we were talking about with flaming weapons in general. Flaming weapons are traditionally as dangerous to the user as the enemy. I get that, but it's a video game. So, like, if you put on armor, I feel like you should be more resistant to it. You know? And I mean, you are lighting everything on fire. That is going to be harsher for you, but I just think the armor, if you invest into it, should help the flamethrower, you know, more than it currently does. As it currently stands, the armor helps, but not as much as you would want.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 2 Minuten 30 Sekunden.
Flame armor is kind of met. Yeah, I mean, the flame armor only feels good if you wear the heavy armor. And even then, it doesn't feel amazing. It's just like kind of reducing the problem. That's why I think the secondary component should be a little bit different. Oh! Now I'm going to extinguish. You probably have to put that on a cooldown. I don't want to auto extinguish though. I want it to just give you like a timer before you get set on fire. Like actually how like how this armor actually works in real life, right? Basically, if you ever looked into like flame resistant gear, it's essentially like obviously not made out of like fire retardant stuff, but also like it's like heat resistant. It will not set on fire for a large amount of time, right? And I think they could like lean into that.
I just did some electrical safety training for the past 2 days, and the clothes that you're talking about, fire resistant and arc resistant, they're made of like aramid and other fabrics that are actually fire resistant. They absorb like the force of the like arc blast.
Yeah.
10,000 degrees of plasma.
Sheesh. So I just think that like flame weapons should largely flame armor should just like like when you step in fire with flame armor, there should just be a timer that starts. And if you stand in the same flame for like 2 seconds or 3 seconds, then you get set on fire. Versus what it currently is, where it's like you touch fire for even a nanosecond, your ass is on fire. Right? Speaking on new stratagem, fantastic. I really like it. I can't wait to use it on the other factions. It'll feel really awkward using it versus like squids, unfortunately, just because the way squids work. Plus maybe lower burn time. I mean, it kind of, well, it's the same burn time, but you take less damage, but I think it's fine. Oh. Ugh. Clear's fine, but secondary needs to be snappy. For example, I think it's okay to not have a secondary like that, Fixer. They don't all have to fit that archetype. You know, where they have to be snappy like that. It's perfectly fine to not have them. Like the Loyalist is a good example. It's not a snappy weapon, but it's actually a pretty good sidearm if you are very preemptive and think ahead of time to use it, rather than instinctually like swap to your secondary because your primary's out of ammo, right? The Crisper's good. Yeah. Was there something about the video you wanted me to change, or did you just forget? Oh, I forgot to do, I forgot to talk about the slugger during the bug portion. So that's fine. I put it as a pin comment though. I was a goofball and I just like didn't do it. It's fun. I do think maybe for next video though, maybe somewhere on the screen we say bug tier list, bot tier list, squid tier list. I put it in the things down below, the captions, or not the captions, but in the timestamps. But probably next time, just some like text on screen, probably. Once you do that, then forgot. You're fine. Don't worry about it. I thought about it afterwards as I was watching it doing the timestamps. Like, yeah, we should probably like put some text on screen somewhere just to inform people which tier list it currently is. I do say it at the start of every one, and it is in the thing down below, so I think it's pretty fair, but somewhere on screen. Stratagem idea: a grapple that you can use to like pull people into the ship. Now that they're embracing high ground with the hover pack, though, a grappling, if they could get a grappling system to work in this game, that'd be pretty sick. I just don't know if they can. If they could, then they could get grapple tech. That would be kind of insane. That'd be a really cool addition to this game. Like, really cool. But it makes me wonder if they can. I'm not sure. I don't know how easy or hard that would be for them. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry. Wait, what's this? Nukem. I was just... Oh, is this the jackets? Zap it. Wait, why is this video? Oh, it's from 11 years ago. Jesus fuck. Arc armor versus non-arc armor, am I right? Jesus. Crispy. Ah, fuck. Dude, I keep forgetting to do the, Sorry, Luna. I dropped a bottle off my desk. She freaked out. I keep forgetting to do the Tesla Tower thing. Fuck. I keep forgetting.
Brought Tesla.
Oh, did you? Okay, cool. Let's set this up. Let's find like a group of enemies. Yeah, we'll just like head over there, I guess. Yeah. I guess feel free to pick a spot. I'll beat some. Oh, that's a hell bomb. I need to kill the mortar though. Mortar might ruin our plans.
Mortar's dead.
Now we just gotta find a group. And let's test the theory. Dun. I think we should probably do it on level ground. Maybe in the city is probably best. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Alright. Alright, come on over here. I got a group. It's perfect. It's just like right there. I think they're pissed at me or sort of pissed at me. They're investigating. I think they're too close. Alright, well, it didn't work in that situation. Maybe we have to stand even closer to it?
I think we have to be about, like, I don't know, above it a little bit.
Well, I mean, in that video, it was basically like, they were like under it. They threw the Tesla Tower real fucking close. Do you have another wall? Throw another wall like really close to it. Yeah. Oh, hopefully it doesn't kill it. Which I don't mind if he does. Alright. Alright, it's doing the thing now. Now we gotta bait some enemies into this. So, the theory is that, like, I think this is terrible because it's trying to hit me right now. Do you hear it? Oh. It was trying to hit me and actually it did hit me. Yeah, I think this is terrible. I think it's a terrible strat. So, like, it's trying to hit me, and then it actually hit me. I didn't think it could.
Why not just keep it, like, 20 meters ahead of your wall and you're out of its range?
I agree. I agree. But I think the idea was that, like, you could be, like, using it. But, yeah, I think it's easily myth busted. I'd say it's myth-busted.
Anfrage bestätigt.
Don't do it.
Achtung im Anmarsch.
Not worth.
I think as a proof of concept that it's safe to hide behind it sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. But even still, like, just prone? You know? I mean,
Freiheit verbreitet.
if you're just prone, it won't attack you, right? So. But it seems pissed right now. Look at it. Why is it so mad? If you get on it, it seems like it immediately kills you. Does it look like it's a little bit crazier than normal?
I don't think we usually get this close.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's-
not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't. Gas mines did. Just put gas mines in front of the grenade launcher. I think that's the strat. Gas mines plus wall, I think would actually be a fire combo in like every single front. Maybe a rocket sentry instead on like bots to just help you kill shit. Is it reacting to the wall? It wasn't originally, but it might be. Not exactly sure.
No, it doesn't react to the wall.
Yeah, I don't think it was. It wasn't trying to attack it unless we were standing behind it.
Sometimes there will be like a visual bug where it looks like it's activating, but it's not. Where it's just like glowing super bright.
Yeah, I think that was what it was doing.
Paket gefunden.
A mech with an arc blade and some kind of magnum. Interesting. Flame Sentry can still kill itself. I actually haven't noticed it light itself on fire in a long time. I think it just has ridiculously low HP. I'm actually not exactly sure on that part.
Lege Paket ab.
When it first came out, I noticed it was lighting itself on fire, but I haven't noticed lighting itself on fire in a long time since I've used it.
Lege Paket ab.
So I'm a bit confused on whether or not they've changed, like they stealth changed it in a patch that I didn't realize, or it was just, it's like really rare. Not sure. I did mention to the devs yesterday that, like, I basically asked them, like, hey, have you guys thought about HMG? Do you feel like HMG has like too long of a cooldown now compared to the new battlement, and maybe it requires like a lower cooldown or more ammo? Because like I feel like the HMG has definitely lost some thunder compared to the anti-tank emplacement in a lot of different ways. Like most people tend to take the anti-tank emplacement at this point if they're taking an emplacement. Bunker, but it's actually trash. That's terrible. I'm not even gonna open that. Blech.
The HMG emplacement is super accurate. You can treat it like an AMR.
Yeah, which is nice on bots, but I feel like largely I see most people just take the tank placement. But like I agree, it's like super accurate, which is like better than the grenade launcher in that regard. And it does a full 360, right? So I still think largely the HMG deserves a higher fire, higher cooldown. But I feel like 3 minutes versus 1 minute 30. The grenade launcher is kind of nuts for that. Odd question, especially dumb. I doubt that. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Flame damage have a finite amount of fire per mob. Like there's a finite amount of time. Yeah. So basically, when you light something on fire, a timer starts, and it can only last that long on a mob. Now you can keep reapplying that fire if you'd like, right? So you could like light something on fire, and then right before it's about to end, reapply it, and it'll still be on fire. Using the flamethrower, do I do more sorry. As I'm trying to weigh up, if I'm using the flamethrower, do I do more fire with the fire nades, or do I do more fire with the gas grenades? If I am not mistaken, like, this might be a discussion about the ship upgrade that gives you more fire damage. The more fire damage from the ship upgrade applies to the beam of fire And then I believe also the explosion of the fire from, like, orbital napalm and stuff like that. So, like, the actual, like, fire on the ground, I believe does largely the same amount of damage as normal. I don't think they've adjusted the values on that one. But, like, if you have two, like, fire procs and, like, you throw, like, a fire incendiary grenade on the ground, it lights on fire, and then you also apply it with the flamethrower, are you, like, doubling up on the, like, the flame proc? No. It's, like, it's a one-off thing. Now, with gas orbital does more damage than gas grenade. It's not a huge difference, but it does. I believe that also accounts towards like fire stratagems that get affected by the gas or like the fire buff, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not 100% on that. I'm more or less just I haven't looked at the spreadsheet or data mine information for that. I'm just assuming that it would probably largely work pretty similarly because of that ship upgrade, but I'm not exactly sure. I do know that the beam of the flamethrower gets the 25% damage buff. 100% it does. Over the torture, for instance. Torture just does have less damage. But, yeah. But I would recommend, instead of using a fire grenade, use a gas grenade. Because then you have two separate dots going on the enemy rather than just one. Thinking of going flamethrower with fire grenades, just like needless extra fire damage, or is it like better to take gas? No, absolutely take gas. Absolutely take gas. But that's also because because gas is an amazing CC effect, right? Versus enemies. Right? And it pairs really well with fire because you often need to be very close to the enemies. Right? One stratagem grenade orbital do the same like acid rain for enemies. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see if we get like an acid stratagem in the near future. Yeah. Yeah. Not be surprised at all to see that. They've opened up that quote unquote can of worms, right? The leg throw, yeah, dude, it came flying at me. Thought it was gonna be like a Baltai leg. Just get a leg thrown him as normal for Friday. I mean, I'll be honest, I was thinking about the question and my statement more than looking at the screen. So I was really paying attention. But I should say, bonjour. Comment ça va? I'm doing fantastic. Doing fantastic, dude. How do you fix the accelerated rifle? I've already given some feedback on that to the devs. I'm hoping they can implement some of it. But basically, it's like actually give it range, because at the moment it has terrible range. What a raver. It has terrible range. Like, damage drop off on it is like atrocious for anything that's considered a sniper rifle. Second part is I would probably give it more impact damage, not explosive damage, but impact damage. So each individual round feels punchier, because right now, in order to like one tap like one burst some enemies, you need to hit all headshots. And usually the first round of it staggers them, and then the next two fly over their head or miss or hit their body or something like that, which kind of sucks. So I don't know if they can individually tune the stagger, like where the first two shots have no stagger and the third shot has stagger, but if that's possible, that'd be really useful. But the last thing would just be like more magazines, you know? And I think if they do those things, it'd help the weapon a lot. Like, it's not a terrible weapon in all situations. I think some people kind of are hyperbolic when they discuss it at the moment, but it's not. My man just flew into that Tesla like he was a mosquito.
Like a moth with a flame.
Actually, dude. Oh god, that was funny. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah, like it's not that bad of a weapon on boss. It's just it feels like the range really hurts it. Like the range fall off like extremely hurts it because it's a plasma weapon and plasma weapons have like very particular damage fall off at range. And it being explosive damage kind of helps it because explosive damage doesn't experience damage fall off. Impact damage does. But they should just like ultimately like kind of change how that weapon and its characteristics work because like it's a sniper rifle. Give it sniper rifle range. More impact damage, like I said, will just help it like genuinely feel better in more situations. Like single target. I think if you do explosive damage as well, you put into a position where it's competing against the purifier, and I don't think it should. And then the last point was yeah, just more ammo. More ammo so it doesn't feel like you're just like out of ammo in like 30 seconds. You know?
Markiere Position. Westlich.
They increase the explosive damage, which doesn't suffer a penalty of fall-off damage, to further increase the stagger and push forces. I just feel like if they increase like stagger and push force and AoE, I think that's like you're just asking for it to compete with the purifier, and like you're not competing with the purifier. The purifier is like insane compared to it, right? It should have its own niche, right? Like you would have to buff the
Scorcher should light people on fire.
unironically, kind of. There should be like a plasma fire or something like that. Like a different kind of fire. Maybe it doesn't last as long or something. I don't know. It's fair. But anyways, yeah, I would not. I would not make it compete with the purifier. I think that's like, yeah. But like I said, oh, so you're not saying more AoE, you're just saying just more stagger and push. Like, does this, why make a sniper rifle with lots of stagger and push? I feel like that does the opposite, especially on a 3-round burst, because the first shot knocks the enemy out of alignment with the next 2 shots, right? So I would almost say the opposite. I would remove stagger largely from the weapon and give it more impact damage. Like, ironically, if it didn't have stagger, I actually think people would enjoy the weapon more. Because it would be easier to one-burst enemies in the head. But currently, if you shoot an overseer, right? If you line up a triple shot on him, the first shot on the burst will stagger them, and the next 2 will miss because of that. Maybe there's a particular angle that I'm missing that like keeps it all lined up, but like largely that's like a huge problem, you know? So I think leaning into more stagger and push force is like the wrong direction for a weapon like that. I just can never see it in any situation other than available weapons. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, there's always a better, like, long-range weapon. There's a better stagger weapon. There's a better AoE weapon, right? That's where I think the sniper rifle needs to be more, like... It needs to be, like, an alternative to, like, the counter-sniper, more or less. It's a counter-sniper with, like, a little bit of stagger, and it's got some AoE potential on it. But as a plasma weapon nowadays, has the same Scorcher stagger. The Scorcher doesn't stagger as much as the as the plasma center.
Verbitte Luftunterstützung. Orbitalschlag.
Scorcher has less. Pretty certain of that. I think it has very similar push force to like a purifier, I'm pretty sure. Plasma has different stagger, yeah.
Anfrage bestätigt.
Like
Verstärkung im Anmarsch.
the sniper has like a lot of stagger actually compared to the Scorcher. Scorcher mostly only staggers like smaller enemies. Whereas like the sniper can stagger Brood Commander, Spewers.
How the fuck does that work?
Well, it's trying to shock you and it's like, I think,
20 Sekunden.
bouncing through?
It's arcing through the emplacement or the battle.
Well, actually right now I think it's shooting at a body.
Ankunftszeit
I think
10 Sekunden.
it does that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it bounced through the emplacement and got them.
Hier ist Pelikan 1. Ich kann die Evakuierungszone sehen. Pelikan 1 macht sich zur Landung bereit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Scorcher and non-charged Purifier at 10 and 7, and then charged Purifier and Punisher at 35 and 30. But like, Stagger and Sniper Rifle should not mix, right? I think that's the wrong way of thinking about a Sniper Rifle. And that's why I'm saying, if anything, reduce the Stagger, make it more of a Sniper Rifle, and actually give it more impact damage to make it, once again, feel like a Sniper Rifle. Do you have a stratagem spawning a swarm of different drones available? That'd be very cool. Just a swarm of bees or a swarm of drones that like just fly around would be very. Whee!
Pelikan 1 macht sich zur Landung bereit.
Let's go, Spectre.
Countdown läuft. Bereit machen zum Abflug. Evakuierung abgeschlossen.
What is happening? If you bring the car and you like ram into the front, it like has enough push to cause the plane to like lift off, and then obviously the plane wants to land because that's how it's scripted. It's good that it's actually scripted in such a way that it doesn't break the mission. It actually tries to like fly back. So, yeah, we messed around with that. I just randomly did that when the car came out. I was just randomly ramming it into the jet, and I realized that it did that. It's pretty funny. It also resets the timer. Yeah. So the timer goes from whatever it was back to 20. It's kind of silly, but at least it doesn't break the mission, right? I respect the resilience of the code there. When Airhead gave the Purifier high fire
I wonder
on
if
charge
the
shot.
battlement provides some sort of like immunity right behind it. Like
what-
an explosion immunity, arc immunity.
I think it might just be giving line of sight problems. I think that's mostly it. It's like when you like hide behind a rock, like even the smallest of rocks, you take significantly less explosive, and I think it's a line of sight thing. But obviously when you attach yourself to the wall, the line of sight obviously is broken.
It also blocks explosions too, like the 500 kg.
Yeah, I saw that in the video, but a rock would too, right? So I would kind of hope for that. So, not too surprised. But I think they were also... weren't they prone in the video? So like, just going prone in general prevents like so much damage. She tested the arc thrower. She said, sure. Sure. I'm down. We're just killing time until it unlocks, really. What's the timer on it? Damn, this is a ridiculously close one. What the fuck? I didn't realize how close it was. Jesus. Gamers. We need more gamers. I didn't realize how close it was. Want to test if the GL can 3-tap a charger butt? I believe it's 3 to 4 shots depending on the variant and where exactly you hit it. The lower part of the butt is better than the higher part of the butt. If you just shoot the ground next to a charger, I think it's 4 explosions next to it. It's so boring, yeah. We're doing the loads work. What's up? Yo, stand on the other side of this wall. Oh.
Ah, you're hitting me.
Oh, I was shooting the wall. That's crazy. Yeah, alright, it doesn't work.
Confirmed.
Alright, wait, what did you want me to do?
It arcs through it.
It definitely did. What'd you want me to do?
Stand on the other side of my wall.
Key. Have you tried landing on a harvester with a hover pack? I believe I have. Ah! Yo, Maple, cutting edge or truth enforcers? Cutting edge. I think truth enforcers is probably one of the last ones you would buy. Like, it's. I would argue it's probably the weakest war bond we have. Unless you like really want a weapon from it. Like you're telling me you really want the reprimand? That's fair. But like for instance, I don't think the reprimand is better than the adjudicator. I think the adjudicator is actually the better weapon overall.
Here comes the Covenant.
Strong, it does have the strongest cosmetics, but like Cutting Edge has a great booster. Not everybody respects it, but it actually is great, especially for newer players. I don't want to. Oh god, I was trying so hard not to kill my teammate. I was like, ah, is he over there? Is he over there? Is he not over there? Uppies, uppies. Nah, I couldn't get it. And then, yeah, what was I saying? What were we talking about? Yeah, Truth Enforcers, yeah. So, like, the Arc Warbond has the Blitzer, which is fantastic all-around weapon. Not particularly great against bots, but, you know, I mean, that's pretty obvious. But it's great versus squids, great versus bugs. Hard to go wrong. The Sickle is, like, arguably one of the best, if not the best, light pen ARs, even though it hasn't been getting the damage upgrades the other weapons have gotten. It hasn't really changed its standing. It's still fantastic. You get stun grenades, which are really good for bot missions. Very good for taking out chargers, because you can get behind them and kill them very easily with stun grenades. And then it's not particularly amazing versus Illuminate, but so good. Sickle needs a smidge longer fire time. I disagree. It has an 85 round magazine at 800 rounds per minute at 55 damage. The Sickle is fantastic the way it is. They need to keep up. They need to keep buffing the other ARs for me to say that it needs more. Like, it has the biggest magazine of any AR that we have in the game. it just does. It's like 80 something rounds. It's crazy. Sickle's great headshot for bots. I don't know how unpopular that opinion is. No, it's a great opinion. The problem is that medium ammo is just so much more useful on bots because of, like, when you flank a tank, light ammo literally can't do anything, right? But against certain enemies, light ammo is, like, perfectly fine. So, yeah, I think the Sickle is, like, fantastic in its current form. But, you know, if they keep going down the... Oh, my God. If they keep going down the route of like, buffing all the other primaries, like all the other ARs and stuff like that, yeah, I mean, you'll have to buff the Sickle at some point, give it a little more damage, but... Mag size. No, it's insane. Especially if you, like, pause shooting during that 83 round magazine or whatever the fuck it was. If you pause shooting for a couple seconds, it's bottomless, right? So. Sickle's insane. It's great. Cost efficiency wise, I missed the first part because my son screamed. Oh, you're fine. So the two things that the Truth Enforcers have is the halt is, like, fairly good, especially if you're, like, good at swapping the fire modes with the halt tech and stuff like that. And then it has the reprimand, which is, like, is pretty good. I still think it's, like, a worse version of the Adjudicator, mostly due to, like, accuracy, because it's an SMG rather than an AR. But it is, like, really good DPS for the small mag it has, because it does, in fact, do more damage than the Adjudicator, right? But then the armor, you don't give a shit about, because it's unflinching. It just bounced. Where's it going? Oh, it went in the right direction. Nice. Where did that go? Oh, that's bouncing. Trade between the Scorcher and the Sickle. The only thing left is a support weapon to pair it with. Usually, I use, like, HMG supply backpack so I can make the most out of the backpack. I mean, you can use, like, grenade launcher, AMR. Those are also really good options for the supply backpack. MG43 works really well too. Stalwart. You might just need to change up your grenade depending on what kind of armor pen you have in your main hand. But I think largely, like, if I'm choosing between Cutting Edge and Truth Enforcers, I pick Cutting Edge, like, every single time. Would you care if the pre-order armor came back? Yeah? What do you mean came back? Like, you could just buy from the Superstore? Yeah, I mean, I would care, yeah. But we've talked about this topic at length. It's a difficult position to have, right? Because obviously not that many people pre-ordered the game because they didn't think the game was going to be good or didn't even know it existed. And then those people that now have, like, adopted the game, you know, feel like they were left out on the pre-order bonus, that want it and they want to buy it. But if you just add the pre-order bonus as is, like, in, it kind of, like, diminishes the, like, action of, you know, pre-order in the game. Because it's kind of like a thank you. Because if those people didn't pre-order the game, you could argue that like the game wouldn't have had as explosive as its success. Because they kind of like believed in it before it came out even, right? It's kind of like with like an early access title, right? If you have like early access like benefits and then you just give out those benefits later to everybody. But obviously more people would like the idea of being able to buy it because they feel like they've been left out of it, right? So if you're thinking about it like a majority, like making the majority of people happy, unlocking it for everybody, or being able to let people buy it, you know, the majority of people would be happy and would want that. So it's a difficult position for the devs to be in. So I don't know. And then it also like diminishes in the future like any like pre-orders from like Sony. Like, would you pre-order if they were just gonna sell in the future? Like, probably not. So it even like hurts pre-order sales even harder, which, you know, as much as many people don't recommend pre-order, I don't recommend pre-ordering, you know. Like, game companies like pre-orders because it brings attention to the game for like investors, but also it benefits like some studios because they get money ahead of time that they can maybe reinvest like in more marketing if they've been noticing it gets more. And like pre-orders is like one of those necessary evils that kind of help the games industry, but I wouldn't recommend it for most. But I don't know. It's a tough one. Do you know the devs have talked about re-releasing the Killzone stuff cheese armor? I don't know what's going on with the cheese armor. I thought that would just be available to everybody at all times. Like everybody on the account would always get like the yellow armor. So I don't know what's working with that one or what's going on with that. Like similar to like the Constitution. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna buy the cutting edge when I log in. Fair enough. Yeah, I think you're making the right choice. But like, hey, at the end of the day, Red, remember, it's personal preference, right? Like, if you're really excited to go run around with the reprimand, like, it's a good weapon. And if that sells you on the war bond, fuck yeah. But I don't think largely the rest of the war bond is like particularly interesting, unless you find interest in it, right? But they keep the Quasar like this, very cool. I hope they balance it if they do keep it, because it's pretty unbalanced right now. But it's a cool idea for a Quasar. If it had like an alternate fire mode that did that, but they increased the cooldown on it.
Positioniere Pin südöstlich, 100 Meter.
It's not about pre-order value for companies. It is. I mean, companies love pre-order like stats because then they can flex them to, you know, their investors, and then they can use that money to also justify more marketing. Because look, oh, it's pre-ordering so much. People are interested in this game. We should market more. Right? From a consumer side, yeah, it's just a flex, right? But it's also a token of appreciation, right? It, like I said, it's like buying an early access title and getting early access skins, right? You supported the game before it fully came out. You get like a, or like you know those not Patreon, the backers on like that website. It's a similar process, right? It's a similar thought process where it's like you did something before it got popular, right? And or you were an early backer, an early investor, right? Same kind of process. Now, that logic doesn't hold up for like all pre-orders, obviously, like for a Call of Duty or a Ubisoft or something like that. That's where like the first part of the conversation is. But like for like early access games or hell, even Helldivers, like you're buying it early because you believed in it. Is that the right option? No, you probably shouldn't pre-order. I pre-ordered it the night before. So. That's what I do with most games.
300
If I... Because, like, I had watched reviews, and I watched people play it on Twitch, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll pre-order. I'm having fun with the Scorcher at the moment, so the Reprimand can wait.
Ankunftszeit T-2.
Used to equip the crossbow, but it's, like, too unforgiving for me, since I got shit aim. I highly recommend the explosive-resistant armor. It'll help you learn that distance. And where to aim.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz.
Did you see in Sweden some really cool unreleased weapon stratagems? I couldn't even answer that, even if I did.
Paket gefunden.
Come on, man. NDA.
Paket ab.
Peace Duke. What up, dude?
Fordere Verstärkung ab.
Do you have the Quasar bug? Everybody does.
Landung von Pelikan 1 abgebrochen. Steige wieder auf.
Everybody does. Peace Duke. Everybody does. It's a bug with the weapon. It's quite the hot debate on should they keep it or implement it in some kind of balanced way or,
300 Meter.
you know, just fix it, you know? I think overall, I think the consensus of it's very good and it's fun. It's a fun bug. I'm more in the camp of you should fix it, but maybe add it in as like some kind of alternate fire mode in a balanced way. Right? So it doesn't shit on every other AT weapon and completely null and void them. Blink twice if you heard anything about getting the yogurt one day again. What do you mean? If it didn't automatically fire, it doesn't automatically fire. You can hold the charge when you pull it out. So that's what makes it super overpowered, right? Is it's pre-charging on your back, and it holds the charge, so when you pull it out, you can just instantly fire it, right? It's a two-prong, like OP-ness, you know?
Did you say penis?
Oh, penis. Oh, penis. Oh, penis.
Squid.
Oh, penis. Anyways, so like, is that overpowered in the current context of the Quasar? Yeah, I mean it is. It completely shits on like, you know, why you would bring a recoilless in the majority of factions. It's completely shits on like the AT. The Commando still has a little bit of a point, but like, yeah, basically like it's OP. Like there's no surprise there. It's OP. Could they implement that feature though in some ways? And maybe. What if we could hold two ATs? The Quasar would still be better if we could hold two ATs. But also that's what the Commando's there for, Ruz. It shits on the Commando if you could just hold two ATs. I don't like it. Oh, okay. I mean, it's definitely a straight up buff once you understand it, Duke. Maybe you don't understand how it works. It's OP as fuck. Upter's feeling broken again. Alright, is this Zoomer broken or is this like Boomer broken? How are we using the word broken here? Good or bad? Broken good? Broken bad? Broken bugged?
Schwer. Östlich. 50 Meter.
I think an alternate fire would work. Make it like switch back and forth between it and circumvent. Yeah, I mean, they would just have to do something like increase the cooldown, I think. And they could probably have like a... have it implemented in that way, you know? I think it'd be, like, I do think like you could probably have the Quasar like that. You just need to have it be like an extended cooldown. In the end, I'd be upset if it's fixed regardless. I just think that's an unreasonable expectation, Groovski, because you're not looking at the larger picture of the game. I don't know, man. You're setting yourself up to be upset. Because it's kind of like spawning in cheats in like San Andreas, but like being upset like the base game exists, you know? Like this is a fun bug that we can like abuse for now. He said he won't? Oh, my bad. Sorry, Gruski. Dyslexic. I apologize. Ugh! Sorry. What's today's personal order? Gatling sentry kills. Hi, Andy. Thank you, Bradonna, for catching me out. Holy shit, dude. Why did you do that? Why in all caps? Jesus, Andy. Laughs in democracy. Why the shouting? Medusa versus Shu. What's wrong with the Eruptor, do you? Look up. What's going on?
You missed the FRV flying in the air like 200 feet.
Oh. My bad.
It was alive until it hit the ground.
Way too many one-shot ricochets. What?
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
What do you... Sorry. Because the Eruptor hasn't been changed to stop that or have that happen more often. Ever since they added back the shrapnel, that's always been a thing. If you use it too close to you, you run the risk of it hitting you in the head and one-shotting you. If it hits you in any other body part other than the head, even in light armor, you will survive with, like, max HP. At a ton of early ammo explosions with the Eruptor. What do you mean early ammo explosions? It only explodes if it hits something, so don't... My Eruptor killed me from like 50 meters away yesterday. It has a max range of, I think, 30 meters before the shrapnel just disappears. I don't believe it continues to fly. Once it disappears, it despawns. It's been more noticeable in the past 2 days. Map topography, maybe. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like, obviously RNG is a factor, right? When it blows up, there's like a random spread to it. Like, and especially if you use it within 30 meters, you run the risk of it hitting you. Like, for every meter you are closer, it's like exponentially more likely to kill you, right? So I just recommend, if it's bothering you, just don't use it in close range. It has that massive scope for a reason. It's not supposed to be used in close range, right? Like, it's got a massive scope. If you look at this weapon without knowing Helldivers, would you use this in close range? Not really, no. I could have sworn it's farther, maybe I'm wrong. Well, when I shoot it at something in-game, Magikarl, like, and I, like, stand at 30 meters and I look up, the projectiles disappear at about 30 meters, right? Over my head, right? They don't fly any farther. I don't believe they're just going invisible, but maybe they are just going invisible and it goes farther. I don't think I've ever been killed by my own Eruptor farther than 30 meters. But, you know, that's something that, like, we could technically test. We could just fire at a wall for, you know, 10 minutes and see if it kills me. You know? I do remember when they implemented shrapnel back, I believe there was discussion about there being a max range on the shrapnel. I just don't remember what the discussion ended up resulting in. I mean, it's my main weapon against Alpha Commanders, and I usually shoot them from 10 to 15 meters away. 10 to 15 feet away? Meaning like 10 meters away? Bro, you're not even going to die to the shrapnel at that point. You're going to die to the explosion. 10 to 15 meters, like 10 meters.
GG's.
GG's, buddy.
Zerstörer hat Geschwader verlassen.
Bro, no wonder you're dying. You should be using it at least, like, 50 feet. The max range is not 30 meters. Like, the shrapnel is killing you longer. Yeah. And I'm just, like, usually farther away on the flatter desert map or snow maps. 15 feet is less than 3 meters. Oh, true. Yeah, I think he means meters, 10 to 15 meters. But even then, that's like shooting at your feet. Usually standing right at the edge of the explosion. Yeah. What? You should not use the weapon like that. You're like basically flipping a coin on like heads or tails. You're essentially just going to kill yourself every time. I'm surprised you're not dying almost every time. That's kind of sick. Congratulations. You should probably like maybe go get a lottery ticket. Yeah, dude. Like it's supposed to be like a mid to long range weapon, not a close range weapon. Like you should be using it at like 30 meters, and even then you're taking kind of a risk that like shrapnel kills you, right? That every time you shoot it at like 30 meters, you're taking a risk. You know, just keep that in mind. Like that's just how the weapon is, right? If you don't want that to be the case, use like the crossbow, for instance. The crossbow is just straight up explosive damage, and it may fit what you're looking for better, right? Feels really bad the past week. Seems like I'm often getting like 60 FPS on typically 10 medium high settings with DLSS ultra quality. It's not DLSS, it's TAAU. Oh, this is a shit planet to test it. Basically, like, I was standing at 30 meters, and then if you look above you, right? You don't see shrapnel, like, it literally just disappears midair, right? What I recommend, Famo, I don't know how to pronounce your name at all. Five. God damn it. I'd recommend reinstalling your graphics drivers. I clawed back a lot of my FPS that way. I think I'm standing too close. I recommend doing that. Like, just reinstall your graphics drivers. Get DDU. It's like a download on Google. I guess I should be like... Unfortunately, he doesn't have it. Trying to see if I can see, like... shrapnel, like, landing behind me. Because, like... Unfortunately, this planet sucks. Because I can't, like... There's so much contrast to show you, like, the shrapnel disappearing. But... Hard to see on stream, yeah. Anyways, a lot of performance, you can get clawed back that way. I find, like the game did a lot better when I rebuilt the shader cache as well. You can look up on Google where the location is for a shader cache. I highly recommend that one. I think we're fucked. We weren't really paying attention. I don't really have a weapon to kill these guys. I have a kind of a stupid loadout. Oh, thank you. HD2 shader. You delete your shaders and rebuild them. That could also help with performance, it seems, or at least crashing. Make sure you don't have any background tasks that are CPU related. That can definitely affect performance. But anyways, does anyone have like some evidence that it actually does kill you at greater than 30 meters? It's like I just see the shrapnel disappear. Like I saw shrapnel going this direction and I saw no impact. This is a shit planet for it, but I don't know. Whenever I've just sat there shooting a wall, as long as I stand more than 30 meters away, I've not died. So, yeah. 30 meters, like, third person, not first person. Obviously, there is a difference. I mainly get shrapnel blowback from shooting bugs at bots. Of course. That's why you don't shoot bots that are like closer than 20 meters, right? You run the risk every time. Like, it's really unlikely to get hit by shrapnel that close, right? Every meter you go forward, though, it increases, right? I guess I did just see a poof there. Maybe it is just going invisible. I need a better test environment. You can hear the shrapnel impacting behind you 50 meters. Might be ghost projectiles. Yeah, I'm not sure. Why would they make shrapnels go back onto you? Because it's a fragmentation weapon, and that's how fragmentation works. It's indiscriminate. It just poof. Crashing issues. Had to like restart PC. Was like Windows game input service issues. There's like 2 versions that were conflicting. Bug introduced in a Windows update in 2023, sorry. Oh shit. That's crazy. I just need a better environment to test it. Honestly, I'm just gonna go do that. I need to find like what's a good planet that would be like high contrast to the white. I need like a what planet would be a good one? What would be a good planet to test it on? That would be very easy to notice. Maybe a darker planet? Maybe darker planet? It would be high contrast, but there wouldn't be much light, so maybe it wouldn't show up very well. Let's try the darker planet. Let's try it. Oh, not that one. Let's give it a try. Moon planet? Nah, because I think the projectile would blend in with the white ground. I'd be able to see it in the air because it's like the dark space, but like I need like a... The tracers are like... Oh, is it like tracers? Alright, sick. Cool. Should make a noticeable sound. Yeah, but it just making a sound doesn't mean it's actually a projectile, right? It's one of those things that I actually need to die to it to prove it. Because if I just hear it, that doesn't mean that it's actually there. It could just be a ghost, right? Maybe they're just not rendering it after 30 meters, and that's what I'm quoting. It's possible. But we need to check this out. Doesn't matter what else I bring. And then I need to find like a gully that's like 30 meters apart. Because I need a wall to see it like impacting behind me. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Now we need to find a good test environment. We need to find something on this map. Because, like, we can see the projectiles. It's around 40 meters. I can hear a projectile landing. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Fuck! I always feel bad. Fuck! I really like your streams and your attitude. You're a really chill guy. So friendly, but when Annie is here, I always switch off the stream. I have a question for HD2. I read... What? Why do you switch off the stream with Annie? It's blurry and pixelated. That's AA. The AA got bugged on an update recently. So you can either turn off AA and turn down sharpness until it's fixed, or you can increase your internal resolution to reduce the effect. Random hate on Annie. It's one of those like backhanded compliments. Sorry, I have to say it. No, you don't. You don't have to say it. You don't have to say something rude. You don't like something, dude. It's okay to just not like something. Is Quasar still bugged? Yeah, it is. Like, I can hear a sound of it, like, bouncing off something behind me. I need, like, a canyon. But unfortunately, this map, a canyon is, like, hard to find. Like a large canyon. Like a bowl. I need, like, a bowl. It's Quasar bug? We made a command for it. That's for Quasar, I think. Find a geo survey mission. Too small of a bowl. I need a bigger bowl. That's not bad. Or I need like a very consistent hill going downwards. So right now we're 32 meters. I wonder if I need to fire it at like a weird angle so it's more likely to aim towards me. That was close. Maybe. Fire at the floor. Why would I do that? Needs to be somewhere. Should I could just kill myself? Thought of bringing it into existence. You don't need to give the power to every thought you have, especially the root ones. Yeah. I mean, if you just would prefer the stream in a certain way, that's fine. But making the root common, bro, is just root. That's on you. Especially when it's unsolicited. Like, I can hear the projectiles landing next to me. But they disappear before they can hit me. Looks like it's firing a ring pattern. It's completely random. It's like pure AoE. Jackstock. Saying someone else needs to grow up is kind of a weird statement. Come on, dog. Does flak go upwards? Yeah. Doesn't all right. It's a pure AoE. It's like every direction. If I shoot something up, it'll go down. It's only 30 meters though. Goes to show you how hard it is to actually kill yourself with shrapnel if you shoot it at like a decent range. You gotta fucking win the lottery. Streamer luck, clearly. Diagnosing skill issue. The way shrapnel works, we need flak mode. Oh, like an air burst? I don't want the erupted air burst. I'll be honest. That'll lead to so many more accidental deaths, both for you and your teammates. Hey, Volt, did you make the shader command? I did, but I don't know what I made it. Let me check it. I thought you were doing it. I have the bot muted, so I literally can't see it. So I thought it was working. My bad, dude. Let me... It's HD2 shaders is an S at the end. I don't think it has to be caps for HD2. Would be cool if like fire mode select, have like a non-shrapnel shot and shrapnel shots. People have talked about this, but I would rather them just add, like, I understand the appeal that people want weapons to have like multiple fire modes, so like they're very diverse, but sometimes I just rather them just do a different weapon, so it changes up my loadout more often. And I don't want a weapon that just does like, it's like the Swiss Army knife, right? So it's like, if I want a weapon that just explodes, I'll take the crossbow. If I want an AP4 bolt action, I kind of just want them to add an AP4 bolt action weapon, right? I like that all these weapons have their own quirks, and then like that's the reason why you pick them or don't pick them. You know? Like, I think it's interesting that some weapons have like fire mode selects, like the auto cannon. In a world where like we're constantly like buffing things, like the autocannon kind of needs it in a way because it's to keep it relevant. Because it is a way to buff something, but like, I don't know. I kind of like the eruptor being the shrapnel weapon. It's like, it fits that niche. I just wish the shrapnel component was more powerful, right? Did more damage. All right, at what point do we just say this is not going to happen? Do we find a different surface? Maybe we find a different surface. The root's kind of fucking with it. It seems incredibly hard to kill yourself with shrapnel. If you do die at greater than 30 meters, I congratulate you, and I implore you to buy a lottery ticket. What is this, 29? Like, if I went to 20 meters, we would be done already, right? Like, that's just how the law of the, like, probability works, right? Like, that's just... It exponentially increases the chance for every, like, meter we get closer. One did land... I know they are, like, looking like they're landing next to me, but I don't know if they're ghost bullets or not. You know what I mean? I just don't know if they're ghost bullets. Like, is the projectile actually landing? No, I know that, Mango. I know it looked like the bullet landed next to me. I can hear them landing next to me, right? I just haven't taken damage from them, right? I want to know if they're actually dealing damage. Ooh, one of the bullets actually almost looked like it hit me. You know what I mean? I know I can see the splashes. I can hear them landing around me. I just want to know if they're actually doing damage or not. He thinks I'm gaslighting him. I think you just don't understand what I'm saying, but it's okay. We're just gonna move on. You're pulling up the stride window every time? Yeah. It skips the reload. Or like the cartridge. Like having to pull the bolt. You're also at low evaluation. That doesn't matter. As I've already proven, it's an AoE. It goes in every direction. It doesn't go in every. Elevation won't matter. When it blows up, it goes in a full 360. You can see a projectile landing right there. Crouch button works for reload, skip 2. Mm-hmm. Any animation will do it. Oops, I didn't mean to reload there. Any animation? I mean, you can like swap weapons. Crouching won't do it, but like... Was that shot landing consistently in front of you? Fairly consistently. Not all the time. Like, it's like moving back and forth. And it's like moving direction. Like, no shot was there that time, you know? It was that time. Sometimes there's a shot in front of me, sometimes there isn't. Try to catch it. I move closer. It's like landing right on my toe. Dude, how did that not hit me? I can't even kill myself if I try. Finally! Yeah, but that was like 20 meters. I caught it, dude. I caught it. So I died at like 20 meters. So, yeah. Shrapnel, if it does kill you, poggers, congratulations. You know, even at close range, it's not the most like consistent thing, right? Like, it does seem like it's like if I aim at exactly the same spot at the exact same angle, I think the shrapnel pattern is exactly the same. It is actually. That's funny. So if I move over to the left a little bit, yeah. So I can walk into it if I want to. If you, so it seems like it's a like depending on the angle, it calculates it differently. So every shot is not completely different. If you shoot at the same angle at the same time, right? Because like if I don't move, there's like a shrapnel landing right in front, like above my head, right? Every single time. But this is like a completely flat surface. This won't... A random pattern is not... Well, it is a random pattern, but it like... It'll completely change if I even slightly move it, right? I think it's like predetermined based on the angle. And in gameplay, it'll feel very random because you're not shooting at a flat surface. Like ever. So it's effectively random, but it's predetermined based on angle. And how flat it is. Try to delete the cache and launch in DirectX 11. Seems to have worked. Thanks. No worries. Yeah, deleting standard cache can help a lot. Reinstall your graphics drivers in general. It's like seeded. Yeah, exactly. It's like seeded. Yeah. So like depending on the angle of attack that you fire, we'll have a different one. Yeah. How it determines it. It's like barrages, like random. I think it's just like the angle of attack, probably. When it hits the surface at an angle, it then has like a certain spread that it does at that angle. Probably. That'd be my guess. And then it just does that over and over again. Right? So if you attack at the exact same angle of approach, it will then do the exact same pattern. But in gameplay, it's essentially random because you're so rarely shooting at the same angle, right? That you can't predictably like know where the shrapnel is going to go. So to us, it'll just always seem random. You mean flat on the ground? I don't think the flatness of the ground will help though. Because your angle to the ground will change consistently based on like you standing on something versus you not standing on something. Right? Like I'm shooting in the same spot every time and it's deforming the ground. Right? So because it's deforming the ground, I'm going to get a different pattern every time too. Right? The fact that that just got set off by that kind of tells me that the shrapnel is actually live. I think that pretty much proves it, actually. I think that essentially proves it. That shrapnel is, in fact, working after 30 meters. It's just, it disappears at 30 meters. Like, the projectile is live. It's actually a good way to prove it. Because, like, these hitboxes for these things are a lot larger. Because it's not really 360 if it's like semi-spherical shape. Well, it is a 360, but based on the surface that you shoot at, will change that, right? Like, because I think technically, if you shot at like a pinpoint precision area, it would do everywhere but that pin, right? If you shot right at like a dot, it would blow up, and then shrapnel would go in literally every direction other than through the dot, right? But like most of the time, you're shooting at like a wall or an enemy. Right? And then it just goes in every direction other than the wall. Because I mean, it is a 360. It's just if something is the way, obviously it won't go in that direction. We need to sell your paintings soon, obviously, for the Patreons. Check the shooting the same spot from one angle and position. If you never hit yourself in the same, sometimes you hit yourself, it's random. Well, we just did that. I proved that when we were shooting up here. Remember? We already did that. You can actually see the shrapnel around me going in the same spot over and over again. Is it intended for the Eruptor? I believe it is. Because I think, like, truly random is hard to program into a game. So it's probably easier for them to have, like, a table that, like, hey, if it blows up on this angle, it goes in this spread. Right? Like, look at that. Oh, shit. I think it's, like, because of the sway of this weapon, it'll affect it. See how that one shrapnel is like traveling over my head over and over? I thought it's random. Okay. It's effectively random because that never happens in game, right? Because like if you shoot the same place in the ground over and over again, it'll be different every time because the ground is deforming, right? So you could just call it random. It's just easier that way. Shrapnel seems to work like the frag plants. It does. Yeah. It's just easier to say random than, well, there's a deterministic table. If you hit it at the correct angle every single time, it recreates itself every single time. But also, there's another mechanic going on. Sway. Because of sway in the game and bloom, it'll change the direction actually every time. So there's so many factors that it's effectively random to the player, which is good. For all intents and purposes, it is random. But is it truly random? No. It's set. Maybe you're hungry. Not really right now. Just ate. Ooh. It's random enough for monkey brain. Yeah. Check foods. All right. All right. All right. All right. You should just do it off stream. But I'm assuming you have a picture of a shawarma for me. Oof. Look at that Fortnite reward. Isn't that great? Damn, that's awesome. Wait, what did you want me to look at? The Fortnite reward? Not fucking with you. That's a good looking shawarma. Look, corn salad. Mmm. I'm just fucking with you, shawarma. I'm fucking with you. Anyways, yeah, I think it's proven that I'm wrong. I was wrong about the shrapnel being only 30 meters. It's just if you get killed at more than 30 meters with the Eruptor, you should basically win a lottery ticket. Or you should go buy a lottery ticket. Because I just shot like over 100 rounds at a wall and other surfaces at 40 meters, standing completely still. It's not going to happen very often, if at all, right? Like the bullets disappear, unfortunately. They shouldn't, but I think I understand why. It's probably for performance reasons. They don't render them. But, like, they are there. When you shoot the Eruptor, they are there. They are flying around. You know? So if you get hit by it, that's crazy. Congratulations. Buy yourself a lottery ticket. I heard about the trip to Stockholm. That's badass. Yeah, it was awesome, J-Dax. It was sick. It was great. It was super cool. Oh, super cool. How long was the flight? The flight there was from Toronto to Paris, which is like 6 hours. And then it was Paris to Stockholm. Unfortunately, there's a pretty long layover. And then flying back, we went from Stockholm to Amsterdam, and then Amsterdam to... Wait. I meant to... And then from Amsterdam to Toronto. There was a very long layover from Amsterdam to Toronto, though. I think it was like 7 or 8 hours. KLM? Yeah. I mean, we actually got into the KLM lounge because Buzz Lightyear, another content creator for Helldivers, got us in. So nice of him. Literally the sweetest, nicest guy you'll meet. He's so great. He's fucking awesome. That was so nice of him. So we were in the KLM lounge drinking a fuckload of Heineken. That was great. We had free Heineken. It was great. Luna, good morning. Anyways, that was some good fact finding for the Eruptor. So it is not a finite range. It's just extremely unlucky to hit you, and it goes invisible. Okay. We've learned so much today. I'm making a new fan fiction called Hell Knights of Vega Bay. Whenever I hear fan fiction, though, I always think of like like naughty fan fiction. Because I swear that's like the only fan fiction that is like talked about in my sphere. Because I feel like fan fiction usually results in that. Maybe? I don't know. Because it's always like fans, you know, shipping different characters together, you know? Is there Maple fan fiction? No. Sorry, was this person saying faction? Fan faction? Sorry, Luna's currently standing in the way, so I can't read it. I'm making a new fan faction called the Hell Knights of Vega Bay. Okay, gotcha. That's cool. Fan faction. Faction. I don't think I've ever heard of that. A fan faction. That's cool. That's cool. Jesus Christ, mouse, do not. Come on, bro. Left turn. Luna wants attention. Unfortunately, I looked at the shipping information. I probably won't get my my monitor until Monday. What are you doing, Luna? There's also an ice storm passing through the area in my over the next 2 days. We might get some freezing rain, like a lot of it. Like one of the places where my sister's from, it might get, I think up to 20 centimeters of it over the course of like 2 days. Like that's the highest potential of it. And that's like insane. That's a fuckload of ice. If it doesn't like melt a little bit or like not all, yeah, 20 centimeters. Like that's insane. Like I thought, like when my mom told me, I thought she was like, she made a mistake and it was 20 millimeters. Fuck is an ice storm? Sounds like apocalyptic. I can look up a picture for you. So like in this area, since we have so many like freshwater lakes and stuff like that, and it can get quite cold, an ice storm is essentially when it rains, but it is cold enough to have it be like frozen when it like lands, right? So, but it's not like cold enough like in the upper atmosphere to cause it to snow, right? So it's this like weird, super cold water that comes down, and it does not create hail and it does not create snow, but when it lands, it freezes immediately. No, it's like super cold. You ever pulled out a water bottle from the fridge and you like unsettle it and it immediately freezes? You ever seen that? I believe it's the same principle, where it's like super cold water that as soon as it touches something, it will immediately freeze. So it's like the same principle. And we can have that in Canada a fair bit. Like it's like every couple, maybe every like 5 years or something like that, we can have it. It's usually not super bad because like for the most part, we've like designed our infrastructure around it. Right? But it's a possibility, right? You know, like these are like from 1998, like a really bad one. The last one that we had was like, well, apparently it's happening in like Guelph 2 days ago. But I feel like the last bad one we had was like 5-6 years ago in this area. I was still working at my previous job, I think, when it happened. Yeah. So it's like it's not freezing in upper atmosphere and then hail falling down, and it's not like forming into snow. It's super cold, super cooled water that just lands and freezes immediately. Are you sure you can see the new modder with the sun level room lighting? Jesus Christ. Yeah, so like power lines typically get fucked over by it. The way we build it in like Canada though, for the most part, they're like quite resistant compared to... It's weird. I heard the sound. Day after tomorrow? Day after tomorrow, I'm pretty sure just like the moisture in the air was freezing. I think that was a little different. This is more like just the rain does that. Like it's actually not that cold outside usually when it happens. Like it's currently 0 and we have threat of freezing rain, right? What's this song? Have you never heard this song before? It's an absolute banger. Canada really is the frontier. I mean, that's that's basically the only natural disaster we deal with in Ontario. Like, we can have tornadoes, but they're very unlikely and they're very small usually. Like, maybe a couple houses lose their roof, but it's never really that bad. Like, we can get some, like, decent thunderstorms, but they're usually not that bad. Like, earthquakes are non-existent, so... We got a lot of snow. But, like, obviously we're okay with that. Because we have a thing called the lake effect. Because Lake Ontario is, like, right next to us. We have a lake effect with that. And it can dump a fuckload of snow very quickly. But, you know, it's largely fine. Yeah, over the next 2 days, we should be getting quite a bit of freezing rain. We'll see how it goes. I was hoping I got my monitor over the weekend, but, you know, It's free shipping from Best Buy, so I don't think they ship over the weekends. I think it's using Purelator.
Negativ.
So it is what it is.
Negativ.
Best Buy? No, Best Buy is actually great. Cause I bought an open box and saved $200. And there's a 30-day return policy because I bought it through Best Buy, not like one of the resellers. The problem with Best Buy, online Best Buy, is that sometimes you'll buy it from Best Buy, but it's a reseller using their marketplace. And then you get fucked over because then you're like at the mercy of that reseller, right? But I'm going through Best Buy, and I could just, it's great if you don't need help. I mean, it's the opposite though. Like I could just go to a Best Buy and return it. I have 30 days. But if I was going through a reseller, yeah, then it fucking sucks ass. You just got to make sure whenever you're buying something on Best Buy, like online, never buy from like a reseller for the most part. Buy it from them, right? My room isn't dark enough for an OLED. I'm hoping mine will be. I bought a very particular OLED that should be good in a bright room. Should. If not, I'm going to Chili Warrior. I'm going to return it. We'll see. How many nits? I think it's 278 on the video I saw tested, which is pretty good. It's got a matte coating to help with reflections, which will also help. And it's a WOLED, not a QD OLED, so it should also help as well. QD OLED is not very good in bright rooms or bright scenarios at all, because it like the tinge of it changes a lot. Like it goes to like this like magenta color, and yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna test it out. If not, I return it. It is what it is. What are we listening to now? Oh god. Guys, let's... QD OLED. No, QD. You guys are hilarious. Do not skip. I almost skipped it, dude. I'm already streaming in the basement. It's quiet down here. We have the same here in my area in Norway. Big lake with lots of like rainy morning fog. Moisture freezes in the trees. Ice shell all over the cat. Well, it's different. So with this ice storm, it's rain, not fog. But I totally like we have that effect too, where it's like it's just extremely like there's a lot of moisture in the air that then freezes in the morning. That happens here in Canada. But this one is from ice, from water, from rain. So like this is like a rainstorm that's coming through, and that rain is super cool that immediately freezes. So it can dump a fuckload of ice very quickly. A little different. But we can have that as well in Toronto. If the conditions are right. That's cool about the Ruptor. Finding out that it's not truly random. It's just so deterministic and has so many properties that it basically is. That's cool. It's cool to learn that. Someone still makes like jokes. He's one of post-Soviet countries. She refuses to die here. Really? Huh. That's funny. You ever notice how coffee and shampoo kind of smell better than they taste? What? I mean, I think I know where you're coming from. Like vanilla. You ever use like vanilla in cooking and like try to taste vanilla? Yeah, it does not taste how it smells. Especially in like high quantities. But have I ever tasted shampoo? I think by accident. But I can't remember what it tasted like. It was like... But did it taste like what it smelled like? No. No, it didn't. I mean, you're right. Durian? Yeah, durians. They smell awful. But boy, do they taste good. The thing is that if you're like, you know, inhaling while you eat it, you'll both be smelling durians and then also taste. So you almost have to like hold your breath when you eat a durian for the best result. But in general, just like plug your nose and eat something versus like just eating something. It will taste different. A lot of your taste actually comes from you smelling it. It's like a combination of the two. You ever eaten cat food? No. No. Watch them harvested as like giant spiky fruit, size of a baby from a tall tree. That seems so alien. Is that why you smell so good? Jesus. What? We talk about fan fiction and everybody just gets a little crazy. You just get a little crazy, dude. It smells awful, but I swear it tastes good. Yep. It's durians. Would be another example of that. What the hell's Annie? She's out with friends. She's probably sleeping right now. Answering the most unhinged questions known to man. There's always about an hour of stream every day where that happens. Check, it's a little wild. And it happens. That's because people likes it. I mean, it's funny. I don't hate it. I want something that tastes as good as coffee smells. Well, you need to be addicted to it first. I think it also has something to do with the fact that we become addicted to coffee. Like, we're actually just addicted to it. So, like, when we smell our addiction, we're like, oh. You know what I mean? Brain happy. Brain very happy. Must consume. Alright, we're going too far with the memes, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Too far. Can't wake up without it, yeah. It's an addiction. It's an absolute addiction. Did I just hear a yellow beam? I don't see it. I remember when I first told my dad, like, I think I was like, you know, grade 7 or grade 8, and I was like, Dad, you know you're addicted to coffee, right? He's like, no. My dad is like an avid consumer for coffee. Like, he needs his, like, you know, his daily coffee mid through the day of, like, his double-double from Tim Hortons, you know? You know what I mean? So, like, he was very resistant to the fact that, yeah, I told him that he was addicted to it. He was not happy. Well, he maybe not happy is the wrong word, but like resistant to accepting that. But it's mostly just like it's a caffeine addiction, right? So, and most people are addicted to that, like I am. If I don't have my tea in the morning, like my black tea, that's tough. Guy's leg. Can't see that guy's leg. I don't know why he's even turning. Why are you attacking something over there? There's literally nothing over there. It's got to be like a turret or something, maybe. Wait. Oh. Guy lost his leg. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. I always get caught off guard with the normal words. Those are what we call landmines. Annie likes doing those in the emotes for 7TV. Where they're regular words that are replaced by an emote. They're called landmines. Annie, or was that one from Annie? I actually don't know. That actually, I'm saying Annie, but it actually might not be from Annie. That's from Naughty Carp. Never mind. That's from your brother Naughty Carp, Mr. Magic Carp. Because every time I read your name, I think of Magic Carp. I played with a random guy using the eruptor, and he shot a lot faster than I'm able to do. Can you do the cheese? Yeah, so it's a reload animation cancel. So, or like I guess just it's an animation cancel. So instead of like firing bolts fire, you open up your strategy window afterwards. Right? That's the best way to do it. You can also do it with swapping weapons, but the best way to do it is strategy window, strategy window, strategy window. It needs to be like a second or so. You can either, like when you're first starting it out, you like wait for your hand to come across for your strategy window. You see that? Like, you wait for your hand to come across. So as soon as you can see, like, the strategy ball, you go. But then, like, you can get better at it and you go even faster. Right? This is something that's been in the game for the last, like, 8 months. The devs are aware of it, obviously. And they do want to fix it, but it's a lot more effort. And they also don't want to just remove it and essentially nerf the weapon. Because we've all seen how that's gone in the Helldivers community. So what they want to do is they want to like speed up the eruptor's fire rate. So you don't have to do this. Right? But they have not done that yet. Because it's like, you got to get the animator that's working on other things to come back and work on that. Right? So, most likely they're just going to speed up that animation or something along those lines, and then probably fix it at some point in the future. Hopefully making it largely similar. Alright. Oh my god, I just died from shrapnel! I think I almost got headshot. I think I got body shot by it. It's another reason why wearing heavy armor with the eruptor is a good idea. It's the same with the recoilless. Yeah, with the recoilless, you stand up. You just press your crouch button. So when you get to the end, you can look at it in the bottom left. When your gun is red, the recoilless, don't stand up. As soon as it turns white, stand up. That's when you know the animation can be canceled. Because that's what that, like in the bottom left-hand corner, like that image of the recoilless, that's it basically telling you that it's reloaded. The game recognizes it being reloaded. It's when he closes the lid completely? No, it's not. It's actually when you throw the shell in. It's when he puts the shell in, then you can stand up. It actually doesn't. If you're waiting till the lid is popped, you can actually do it faster. It's like slightly after he shoves the shell in. You can actually do it faster, Magic Carl. You can do a little. You can do it like half a second faster. Yeah, watch for the white in the bottom left-hand corner. That's the best way to like know whether or not it's actually reloaded. Did you see how I said the hover flag flying? Yeah, we did it on the first day it came out. It was very funny when we discovered it. I haven't picked the recoil so long since I feel it's too strong. I think it's a lot more balanced now than it once was. Especially against automatons. The hell is this song? I was hearing some weird noises at the front there. I feel like I was like the automatons talking to me, you know? Thanks for the answers. Try Super Hell Dive for the first time. Wish me luck. Good luck, Husby. Good luck. I have a question. When do you get 12 or 15 medals instead of 9? I didn't get it so far. When you do tier 10 missions and you do the last mission, you get more medals. I think it's like, but you get like 9 from the last mission if it's like a level 7, and then you get 12 if it's like a level 8 or 9, and then you get 15 if it's a level 10. I don't remember the tiering. I'm sure someone has like a table or remembers. But if you do full operations, each operation gives you more than the next one, right? The first one gives you the least, second one gives you the middle amount, and the last mission in that operation gives you the most. So that's probably where the confusion's coming from, maybe? Because like if you do tier 10 missions and you only do the first mission, you're going to get the least amount of medals. It's to hopefully get you to commit to it, you know? I have just some weird ass loadout. I don't know. I just hobbled it together. A level 46-ish kicked me for kill stealing his Ball Titan kill once. Was that Annie? See the bug where the Eruptor does more damage while aiming southwest? Yep. They fixed it already, though. They fixed it last week. Not Annie? Seriously? You sure? If Annie had the ability to, she would kick me for kill stealing. She would. She absolutely would. Those bugs should be in. It's one of those bugs that it shouldn't. But like, you can do that sort of with the Eruptor at base. Like if you shoot in certain locations, you can one-shot bottle spewers very consistently, right? Underneath them in particular, right? Like that largely already does happen with the Eruptor. Shooting in particular locations does heavily benefit it, which is great. It's just not that powerful because that powerful is kind of broken. Not kinda, it is broken. Yeah, I don't know why on defense missions I don't hear the sync fire. Shooting at a harvester feels so bad. People want it to be a good support while it's just a primary. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. I get it. Like, what the I've never seen it that much. Weird. That's a great way to describe it. A lot of people kind of forget that there's a line in the sand of primary weapon versus support weapon. You know? What's with the visual bug? It happens a lot in Destiny with, like, cloth physics. For, like, if you ever play Destiny, you'll see it a lot with, like, the Hunter Cloak. Hell, it happened in Monster Hunter Wilds with Gora Magala's, like, cloak, like his wings. It bugged out for me one time, and I literally couldn't see because it was, like, this obnoxious, like, visual effect all over my screen. It's like it's a texture stretching, essentially. And I find it happens a lot with cloth in games. Super weird. Super weird. So overkill, but I love it. Because, like, I remember when the Eruptor first came out. The Eruptor, when it first came out, was literally a support weapon in your primary slot. And I think people really liked that. And then I totally get why, right? Because it's a huge amount of power increase. The problem is that it destabilizes the entire game. Because it's like, why would you use this support weapon when you have a primary weapon that does that already, right? Also, his primaries were dog shit back then, no? So, that's up for interpretation. Like, in the beginning of the game, I still firmly believe that it was, like, intentional that a lot of primaries were not that powerful because they wanted us to play together and play as a team and to make the higher difficulties more difficult. Right? But a lot of people, they expected, like, more power from each individual primary, and the Breaker was, like, way better than everything else. So everybody obviously went to the Breaker. I want this for all primary weapons. So everybody compared every other primary weapon to dog shit. But I would argue if the Breaker wasn't that powerful, right, the average primary would feel a lot weaker. And then there would just be a general cry for primary weapons don't feel as strong as they probably should. Rather than all primaries are dog shit, right? Because we can see that the win rate for missions was so much higher than they expected. It was like 90% for tier 9 when the game first came out, where they expected it to be like much lower. Right? Like, if you use particular weapons at the beginning of the game, they were way stronger than the rest of the weapons. Cookout and Punisher and variants are pretty strong. Well, those are not launch weapons. Cookout came out 6 months later. That was after they started buffing a lot of stuff. But yeah, Cookout and Incendiary Breaker, when they fixed the fire, were like broken. They were like, compared to everything else, they were extremely good. What websites track pick rates and percentages. For win percentages, we got that information from the devs commenting on it. The pick rate, I've had the devs comment on things about pick rate, but I've never seen them like show data. There was like a plugin someone made to track it, so people could track it, and someone else like logged like what people were using. The devs have the information, but they don't really actually show it to us. The devs would argue that the breaker wasn't that powerful. I mean, it was. And they would agree it was. That's why they nerfed it. They said that for the breaker incendiary that they nerfed it for pick rate. That was specifically for the breaker incendiary. They commented on it and said that it was pick rate. It was being picked too much. But I mean, breaker incendiary was too powerful. They even nerfed it later. Right? Right? That's breaker incendiary at the time when they nerfed it was like by far the best weapon, and it was the best weapon because of pick rate. I think they just sometimes avoid using certain verbiage because they know people will get mad if they say something's too powerful. Only one that thinks April is the next massive update. We're due for a next massive update. Someone told me the timeline of like launch, Escalation of Freedom, the Illuminate update, and then like we're due for like the next one. The next like big title update. It's probably a bit behind because of the winter break, but yeah. Breaker Incendiary nerf preferred needed. I would say you could give it back at least one of its magazines, if not two, at this point. In the context of the game at that time, I think it was fair, but you know, now that they buffed so many weapons, I think they could just give it back the extra damage. CO tweeted that the weapon wasn't that strong and didn't affect the rates, that it was just nerfed exclusive because it was picked. I'll find the tweet. I mean, we're just arguing semantics at this point. Like, sure, like like they can say that, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't. Like, you can just go look at the data for the breaker. It was significantly more powerful than everything else. The damage per magazine and the damage per overall resources was like completely in the breaker's favor. And then on top of that, the breaker also had way more range than it does now, because back then shotgun pellets had like way more range than they currently do as far as damage fall off. And then also the incendiary breaker was broken, so we didn't realize how broken that was. Anything new to the limit side? The new stratagem. That's about it. I think there's plenty of room for stronger support weapons, even with stronger primaries. Like, they all fill different roles. It depends on what we're looking at. Like, Eruptor at launch was as strong as a support weapon, and many support weapons. It depends on what we're talking about. Like, you could argue that crossbow is stronger than the grenade launcher, purely because it's in the primary slot, and it competes with it. And it largely does very similar things. The torture is largely just as strong as the flamethrower, because the difference between the two is very small, and one's in the primary slot, one takes up one of your 4 valuable spots, right? People kind of forget that when we're talking about balance, is that, you know, stronger primaries can quickly get out of hand because it doesn't take up a stratagem slot, right? So a support weapon actually has to be quite a bit better than a primary to feel balanced and to feel good, right? Because if the primary weapon and the support weapon are too close together, you're just gonna pick the primary weapon, right? And that's kind of happening already for, you know, a couple weapons, because it's support weapons. So it kind of depends on what we're talking about. Like, Launch Eruptor was literally better than most support weapons at the time, right? That's why it was so overpowered. It was busted. It was like the first primary to close bug holes when we didn't have many options to close bug holes. It was crazy damage with the shrapnel. You could do the animation cancel to increase the fire rate. It's in your primary slot. Like the only thing that was kind of keeping it in balance was like, I guess the bad handling, but then that was changed. The shrapnel was doing as much as a stratagem as far as damage. It's disgusting. When Arrowhead fixed the firebreaker, Dot put the weapon in like a good position. Then they went ahead and buffed the damage, and it became too powerful. No, they buffed the fire damage before they fixed it. Because they thought fire damage was just bad. They didn't realize that fire damage was just broken in a multiplayer setting. In a multiplayer setting, I'm assuming offline, it was like broken. There was like a netcode problem. It might not have been happening for them in playtest because they probably playtest in a different environment. But like the fire incendiary breaker was only broken in like online play, right? If you're solo, it's totally fine for you. But they thought it was like bad because nobody was using it, so they're like, okay, let's buff it. Right, but then it turned out it was literally just a bug, and they never reverted the fire damage, which is fair. Like, we're in an environment now that they never reverted it, but it made sense for other fire-based weapons. And then they nerfed the magazine count, which was also kind of fair at the time. But now it largely doesn't make that much sense because stagger is so good in the current meta that the cookout is fantastic. And I also think people also understand now that the incendiary breaker actually isn't that bad. It's just people spam it too fast and you run out of ammo too fast. But that's the point of the weapon versus the cookout. The cookout artificially slows you. No, they didn't, Gita. They didn't fix the fire first. So, the incendiary breaker could easily get it like a magazine or two back now. I think it'd be fine because the value of stagger has gone up a lot in the game. So I think people would like largely still pick it over that. But back then, stagger wasn't as powerful or necessary in the context of the game. So like the cookout wasn't classified as good. As far as like damage per reserves, they had very similar amounts. Because if you do the math on it, like total incendiary breaker reserves versus cookout reserves, they're actually pretty similar ammo efficiency wise, right? The difference mostly comes where a lot of people tend to like waste ammo when using the incendiary breaker, which results in it feeling worse ammo efficiency wise. That's why I always tell people, slow down when you're using the incendiary breaker. Only spam it in like extremely close range. Must be nice to have completely reliable people in your squad. These are just random people I'm playing with. Sono Tawake. Yeah. But I do largely think that you could give the incendiary breaker back one of its magazines. Especially since also, like, the breaker spray and pray is a lot better now than it used to be. Right? The incendiary breaker doesn't have any stagger. I honestly still think that the breaker spray and pray still needs a little bit more of something. But I largely think it's in a good spot. Medium pen. You can't give everything medium pen in the game, and then there's no point of having light pen. And a spray and pray is not supposed to have medium pen. It's supposed to be the spray and pray weapon for, like, killing small enemies. Be kind of weird. Are you close to 8 million? I have no idea. It's Birdshot. Yeah, remember when Birdshot was pen 1? So it did so little damage. Dude. That was a crazy time. Just give it all the pellets. Spray and Pray should have had the Breaker Incendiary pellet. No, they wanted it to be its own thing, which is fair. It's supposed to be like the larger mag version of the normal Breaker. I'm happy that it has like lots of ammo now. I like to see Luna. Unfortunately, she's not here right now. Without fire damage. Wait, what? Oh, you're just talking about you don't want the duckbill on it? I think the duckbill actually has like a cool characteristic of the weapon and fits the type of weapon it is. So not awake? You mean Sona Tawake? Dude, it's not my fault that you put no capitalized letters in your name, so of course I have to pronounce it all in one go. You can put capitalized letters as S and A, and then it's so not awake. But, hey, you don't. So it's Sona Tawake. Sona Tawake.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Sona Tawake, thank you so much for that gift of sub. Ooh, 5 gifted. My dude, that's so kind of you. Chat, are they going to say it? Are they going to say it, chat? Who's going to say it? Someone's going to say it. Who's going to say it? Sure, it works in like close, super close distance, but like no overpens. So like one warrior eats like a few bursts, shields others. Yeah, but that happens with like every shotgun, right? None of them have like overpens. So it's largely just like a 9. That's like 80% of the weapons in the game do that. That's why people often think Asaros are bad also. But other shotguns have other perks. I mean, the Spray and Pray has an obscene amount of ammo, and it's got the duckbill, which helps it with like mobbing, as long as the enemy isn't directly in front of you, right? Because it forces the pellets to be like narrow, so you'll hit many enemies in a horizontal cone, right? That's cool. It probably needs a little bit more damage, but it's cool. And it obviously doesn't have like shit handling anymore. Like, if it's me behind the wheel, I'd probably just give like the Breaker Spray and Pray like maybe closer to 300 damage. And then the regular Breaker goes like maybe a little bit higher, and then you probably give like the Punisher a little bit more damage. Halt as well. I don't think the Incendiary weapons need more damage. Largely. Incendiary Breaker probably just give it an extra mag. That'd be fine. 5 to 6. Back to normal, basically. Hover pack with flamethrower, I feel like a dragon. It's very cool, huh, Cruz? Thank you so much. So not awake. So not walk. So I think shotgun normal pellets feel a little bit weak at the moment, so just a little bit of a damage bump on them would be nice. Especially for the ones that don't have stagger. The ones that have stagger, I think that kind of makes them okay. I kind of just want to see the Punisher go to 420 damage. Because funny number. Let's see if Spray and Pray go to 40 rounds in the magazine. It could reduce the spray mags. That'd be interesting, honestly. Just like increasing the magazine size even further. Because it's 26 at the moment. The thing is that because the game is like somewhat based on realism, can that hold 40 rounds? Like I think they'd have to redesign the magazine because they largely try to do that. They keep the guns looking accurate, right? So Like that's where like it's arcadey versus realism comes in. Like I think they're largely trying to keep it in the realism one. They'd have to like redesign the mag, which they've done before, like with the breaker, for instance, right? Yeah, they'd have to put like a dual drum mag. Yeah, exactly. They'd have to make it like massive. But then they would probably have to talk about like, do they put the handling back to the way it was, where it's shit because it's that heavy of a weapon now? You might have to. Bit of an awkward spot there. You know, because now it's like a very cumbersome weapon. So it's like, does that actually make sense that it has this big of a magazine? I don't know. There's a lot of different ways they can go for the spray and pray, but I think largely I like the weapon. It's just, I think it just lacks damage at the moment. No, handling matters for hard weapons. That's why I'm throwing that out there. Is like, I think if you go too big in the magazine, it would really hurt the weapon, because then you have like this massive magazine for a horde clearing weapon, and it's like it hurts the handling. That was my biggest thing about they need to remove the handling debuff on spray and pray, because it's like this thing feels terrible to use in close quarters, and it's a close quarters weapon, right? God damn it. Brain, please. Ah. Scrambler. Brain not braining. The hard part is when they try to make it realistic when we fight bugs, bots, and squids. That's what makes this game so unique versus other games. There are plenty of games where you fight unrealistic enemies, but the charm of this game is that they find a... Oh shit. They try to find... Oh, that guy's body blocking me. They try to find a balance between realism and arcadey, right? Because it's supposed to be some amount of groundedness to the game. Right, that's why we have the diving mechanic. That's why I have like some amount of like milsim. That's what makes the gameplay so unique, right? It doesn't feel like just another horde shooter, which is great, right? And I love that about the game. But I feel like you can't really go to... If you go too far to either side, it kind of largely ruins the game and its uniqueness, right? Because if you go too milsimmy, then you lose the fun factor, right? Because let's be honest, there's only a small subsection of people that, you know, truly find proper milsim level mechanics fun in a video game. It's a niche. And then if you go too arcadey, it just feels like another horde shooter, which a lot of them feel very arcadey, right? So, it's a balance. I haven't used the breaker spray, but I could see the same handling at 26 to 28 rounds. It has a 26 round magazine right now, 27 when you include the round in the magazine. So, like, it already has a massive mag on it. It just needs more damage, in my opinion. That's what I want. If they added a Western customization option, I'd like it. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm still hoping that, you know, it's something that we get in the next year or so. The ability to like modify our weapons, you know, put different magazines on, which have like positives and negatives, different scopes. You know, you put a foregrip on your weapon. You could put a flashlight of your weapon if you want. It would be an awesome fucking system if they could make it work. It would be hard to balance, but I think they could do it. They just got to make sure they have like, you know, positives and negatives that are realistic for putting on that thing. Next title, I wouldn't get your hopes up like super high about it being like the next update. It's coming. You know, let them tell us it's coming before you get excited. Add some damage and maybe like siege ready. The break and spray and pray. For sure. I mean, yeah. That's what I'm saying is I think if it like just upped the damage to like 300 damage per shot and, you know, you throw on siege ready, I think the spray and pray is totally fine. The breaker, the normal breaker really just needs more, like, it again, needs more damage and probably the 2 magazines they just removed from it because they accidentally added 2 magazines to it. Because, like, I've talked to the devs of it, and, you know, largely, a lot of times I just say, like, hey, if you give this weapon, like, 2 more magazines, I think a lot of people will start using it more. But there's always, like, a little bit of resistance to that feedback, because it's like, well, we want ammo to be a concern in this game. And it's like, I totally get where they're coming from, but it's hard to make that as an argument when they have, like, the supply backpack as a thing. They have siege ready as a thing. And they have, like, city maps. Right? Because, like, there's all these options that, like, increase your ammo, like, essentially infinitely. You just build around them. So, like, balancing around ammo economy is not always, like, clear. I think at least they'll argue that, like, well, you have to invest in those things, which is fair, but they're so good compared to the other options that they're often being taken regardless of the weapon. But praying for loadout reset. Yeah, that's a highly requested quality of life that people have asked for, and I'm hoping we get it. As a dev, does one focus the wands of the few people who know the game, or focus content for also new people? Are you talking about, like, for Arrowhead? They take feedback from everybody. Everybody. They watch Twitch streams, they watch YouTube videos, they look at Reddit, they look at, you know, Twitter. They get, like, that's the job of a community manager, is essentially to take feedback and then bring it to the devs. I have the ability to have a conversation with the devs, but they don't necessarily value my feedback over someone else's. Now, if I bring up a good point that has, like, a decent amount of logic behind it, they might take that idea, but they're not going to be like, we only take his feedback. Because, like, for instance, they asked me what I thought about the Eruptor getting Pen 4. I wasn't really a fan of it. And I'm still, oh my god, and I'm still not that big of a fan of that decision. I feel like the Eruptor should have gone in a different direction. I think giving a Pen 4 is kind of eh. Like, it doesn't really change the weapon. Gives it some utility, but I was hoping that utility would be on a different type of weapon, like a bolt-action sniper. And I told them that. They counterpointed, and that's fine. We'll disagree on things, right? It's fair. I think Pen 4 would make more sense on Dominator. If the Dominator was in a bad spot damage-wise, I'd agree. But the Dominator is already so good that I don't think it needs it. Pen 4 would make sense on a bolt-action sniper, right? It's kind of like how the Senator. Senator is not a particularly good weapon for ad clearing, but it makes sense on the Senator because it's not as good as the rest of them on ad clear, right? Right? It's a good way to buff up a weapon that, like, needs some utility or needs something to be picked. Because, like, before that, the Senator was literally only being picked by people who were wanting to be cowboys, right? It's the cool factor. Right? Now the Senator gets picked because, ooh, okay, it's got some utility behind it. I personally think that, you know, if they just gave the Eruptor, like, better shrapnel damage and, you know, better handling and just better usability across the board, like, it would feel better than it largely does right now. The Pen 4 is pretty, like, whatever, right? It's good on, like, essentially one faction. Two, sort of, with the Limited. It's not very useful on bugs all that much. Kind of is, but kind of isn't. Are you just indifferent about it? Sort of, yeah. Like, I don't hate it. Like, I don't think it's, like, a dumb idea. I just, like, I would prefer if the Eruptor goes in a different direction, because by giving a Pen 4, you kind of push it into this niche section where, like, it's going for utility angle, right? Right? But, like, yeah, anyways, like, Pen 4 is, like, largely more of a utility than it is an overall buff in this game. Because obviously it helps you fighting medium pen enemies, but, like, it's not always your friend, right? It's not always doing a massive amount of help. Like, people picking it for the wrong reasons. And that's kind of come up, and I did give them that feedback. Is like, people are going to start bringing the Eruptor not for its actual purpose of AoE ad clear with shrapnel. They're going to start maybe bringing, you know, Eruptor for killing a Hulk and being precise with it, which is like, that's not why you use the Eruptor, and that's not how you should be using the Eruptor. You shouldn't be trying to be, like, ultra precise with the Eruptor. You should try to aim in certain areas so, like, you can benefit the most from shrapnel. But, like, shooting at a Hulk's front faceplate, all that shrapnel is being completely wasted, right? So it's like, I would rather, like, they've just add, like, a bolt-action sniper in the primary slot that had Pen 4 with high damage. Because I know people would love a sniper in the primary slot that actually feels a sniper. And if you give it decent pen, it would have, like, good utility at the same time, which would be really cool. But now that it's on the Eruptor, I'm like, it's odd, I guess. I don't know. Because, like, let's be honest, the disappointing part about the Eruptor at the moment is, like, handling's really bad, and then the shrapnel can sometimes largely feel like a non-factor. Whereas, like, the explosive is doing more work. But it's like the Eruptor is really hard to balance, because if you go too far in the shrapnel side, you know, then it becomes like a shotgun blaster, right? We go back to, like, launch Eruptor, where it felt like stronger than, you know, a bunch of support weapons, right? Especially with the fact that we could do this, and they can't exactly just remove that without the community freaking the fuck out. So the Eruptor is also limited based on its power because this exists, which is a funny one. And they mentioned that, right? Like, like, the Eruptor is also kneecapped because of that exploit existing. And they can't just remove it, because people will get upset. Now, I guess they could remove it and buff the Eruptor a lot at the same time. But even then, that's, like, taking a risk, right? Because it could go backwards on them, and it, like, people don't... They don't, respect the buff that was given as much as they hate the nerf, right? Is the commander any good at killing tripods? Yeah, one rocket to kill a tripod. One rocket to, like, you know, that part right there, weak point. One rocket. It's really good. One round in the magazine. One round in the chamber, and then you have to do a bolt action. I don't think there needs to be, like, one round in the chamber, like musket style. No, you can have a magazine. Like a 5 to 6 round total magazine, and then you have to do a bolt action for it. Just make sure you can't animation cancel it. The tripod survived 2 recoil shots to leg. It depends on where you shoot on the leg. Because the leg is very explosive damage resistant. And then also, it does very little damage if you shoot the wrong part. In general, like any kind of damage. So what you want to do is you want to shoot the perpendicular part. Not the vertical part, perpendicular part. Before you get to the body. If you play a game because you get to abuse a bug, that's your fault if it gets fixed. People don't think that way, though. People don't think about bugs like that all the time, and they get very emotionally connected to bugs because they have fun doing it. You know what I mean? And then when they get emotionally connected to it and it gets fixed, they get very upset. There's been quite a few cases of that in Helldivers already. So, yeah. They have to be very careful. Because, like, this community is like like one spark away from always freaking the hell out. I was just upset about the arc thrower fire rate fix. But I feel like they buffed it enough that I feel the same about it. I largely don't mind it. I would like to see it like fire a little faster because like a lot of support weapons around it have been buffed so much, but I prefer the fast fire rate over range damage. That's fair. Like, I do think it's, like, really good in the current context of the game. It's just, it can feel awkward because of how slow it initially shoots. You can still do the minigame, though, by the way. What up, Joven? Yeah, we went to 1440p on YouTube. Enjoy. Trying it out. Let me know how it looks. YouTube does not hear the music, no, Sharma. My experience, the whole harvester is explosive resistant. GL feels terrible against it, even though it says it's medium pen. Yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I explained what the devs were doing with that and the reason why it exists. It's basically because there's like so many hit zones of the mob. If the explosion is large enough, it would cause problems with like you just straight up one-shotting it consistently. So what they did was like they basically made a bunch of areas that are explosive resistance. And I think they've kind of overdone it on the harvester would be my feedback to them. Because like obviously that part should not be explosive resistant, right? That part should be like normal. But it isn't at the moment. It's like very resistant. So it makes for a very awkward scenario. Some parts are resistant, some parts are immune. Like, there's very little bleed through to the main body. It's like when you shoot a ball tight in the leg, only a small percentage of the damage gets through to the main health bar, right? So what was happening is that if they don't make some parts immune straight up, a 500 kg would go off, and it would just bleed through the entire enemy, and it would one-shot it consistently every single time, even from range, right? So, like, certain explosions would just be absolutely insane. Like, crossbow would just be insane versus it, right? Explosive damage in general would be insane versus it. So, yeah. It's one of the reasons why, like, you know when you shoot at an overseer, and, like, they're very susceptible to explosive damage? Think about that, but for a harvester, right? Like, harvesters would largely probably be too easy to kill if they make their limbs too, like, non-resistant to explosives, right? And then machine guns and stuff like that, which we appreciate being really good against an enemy finally, would kind of diminish. So it kind of benefits the game in a way by having it resistant. I just wish it wasn't so resistant to the GL, right? And that was basically my feedback to them. I was like, hey, I like that machine guns are great versus harvesters. I love that. And I want that to be the status quo. I want them to be the strongest. I just don't like seeing like a grenade launcher feel terrible, like literally terrible when shooting at it. Right? Because they're essentially explosive. They're essentially immune to it. Right? The arc thrower made me upset too. I think the reason also why they increased the range or why they increased the charge time on it is I think they wanted you to lean more into machine guns for CQC fighting, and they wanted you to lean more into the arc thrower for like a little bit longer range and for like, you know, stunning, right? It's the stun weapon, right? It should have some amount of killing, but then stunning, right? It's supposed to fit that niche. Because like with a fast charging arc thrower, you can kind of like play CQC with it really easily. I think maybe they wanted that to move away from that. Because like the arc thrower, when it was overpowered, it was broken, right? It was amazing versus everything. Were you saying that there was a bug with like the tripods and they're resistant and explosive damage on release? Is that the case now? So that was my interpretation. I always try to say that. That was my interpretation, was that it was a mistake at how resistant they were. Because like most big enemies are resistant if you shoot them in certain spots, but I was noticing that like even if you shoot them like in the precision like areas, or if you shoot like the two horns, they basically take no explosive damage. Only the impact of the projectile does damage. But apparently that's actually intentional. It seems like they just went too far with it. It was not accidental. It seems like it was intentional. Now, I haven't talked to the dev that actually worked on it. I've been talking to like a weapon design and stratagem balancing dev, right? I haven't talked to like the creation team that does like enemies. So this is secondhand information. It's possible that some of it is a mistake. Maybe they never intended for it to be that resistant, but you know. One rock to the harvester's eye. You never shoot the eye. Shoot the leg. The eye is a trap. It's actually there to, I think, mislead you. Like on purpose, it's there to mislead you. Don't shoot the eye. Shoot the leg. That part. It's a huge mistake to try and go for the eye. Oh my god. Oh, there's a wall there. That sucks. I mean, it could be that. Well, it doesn't need to be. You just shoot the leg. Remember, when we're talking about like anti-tank rockets, that's largely different because anti-tank rockets do impact damage. Largely. Not explosive damage. Right? Does that make sense? I've started saying the leg segment attached to the body. I just say the horizontal leg. Or segment horizontal to the body? I don't know. It's pretty obvious when you look at the file or the thing. It's like the only part that's discolored. Right? Just shoot that part. Anyways, we're talking about explosive damage specifically, and how explosive damage interacts with the harvester, right? It's a thigh. It's a weird looking thigh, sure. Because some people might not think of that as a thigh. Because of the orientation of it. You call it a hip. Yeah, everybody's got a different word for it. Everybody interprets it differently, but just say horizontal. There's only one part on it that's horizontal. No misinterpretation there. But I like shooting the eye. Hey, if you like shooting the eye, go for it. All power to you. Have fun. F. Headshot too. Everybody thought the eye was the weak spot at launch. Yep. Yeah. Oh. Jesus. You guys can just drive. You're fine. Just drive. Oh man is just spamming his horn. Metal split. I can't see. Ever seen the Eruptor ricochet off an Overseer? Yeah, absolutely. Secret nade not one-shotting Overseers, so disappointing. I think it's because it blows up too far away from them. Like an air burst too early. Oh my god, the console's being slow as fuck. I hate that. UI, hurry up! Gotta be slow sometimes. Aw, I hit my leg. Damn console. Secret nades just need to buff a gyro. They do. I largely think it though. It's they're just blowing up too far away. They're just blowing up too far away from the target. They airburst too early. If they blew up closer, I think it'd be better. Quite a bit better. But also, they are pretty low on damage, so. I don't know. Game needs a buff in general. So many bugs at the moment. There are a lot more than the... Well, actually, more visual bugs that we're noticing. I feel like the game always has as many bugs, but these are just more intrusive bugs rather than bugs that we can just ignore. Like the anti-aliasing, you can't ignore that. Illuminate's not spawning, you can't ignore that. Net sync issues too. That's why the consoles go so... Well, that's not a bug. That's network. We're playing over the internet. Some people are playing through VPNs. Like they can't do that. They can't fix that. Bugs where like the game soft locks to the consoles. That's a bug, and I hope they can fix that kind of stuff. But it's really hard to catch it. Get the bloom effect turned on? Yeah. Like, this game has really good netcode, actually, overall. It's not perfect, but it's really good. You can very easily play with people across the world and have very largely no issues. Occasionally something, but for the most part, it's, like, really well done. Which is not easily done. Significantly better than most shooters of this type. Especially with this much AI. Did say they were doing PTS. They are. They're invited though. Not full public test server though. They haven't invited us to any tests yet as content creators, which is unfortunate. But they still are planning it. They're just slow to get it working. But they do. They have builds of the game that they... there's like a group of testers that work on it that are from the public. The thing is that they're trying to avoid spoilers with a full public test server, because there's benefits to public test server and there's negatives to public test server. And one of the big negatives is that like people essentially will like spoil themselves and will get spoiled because it'll be public knowledge and then people will make videos on it and then the surprise of the game is gone. It doesn't matter how fast your internet is. It depends on the latency of your internet and the connection quality, Retta. So you having gigabit internet largely doesn't matter. You could have actually really shit internet and still have gigabit internet. If there's a lot of jitter in the line or you're just at very high ping, it doesn't matter. Isn't it peer-to-peer? Yeah, it is peer-to-peer. Host does matter though, and where they're located. So like usually like in this lobby right now, whoever's hosting is probably just quite distant from me. Other games do new stuff on PTS. Yes, but not all games, the new stuff is as important as Helldivers. Right? I'm sure you can look back and some of the best moments in Helldivers were when we didn't know something was being added and it was hidden from us. Right? And a public test server would eliminate a lot of that stuff that is hidden. The devs notoriously do not like leakers because it ruins the surprise of the game. And the game arguably gets a lot of its marketing and a lot of like traction because of the surprises. A PTS works against that. Now, you can do a PTS for things like weapon balance and stuff like that, or reworks to weapons that already exist. I think a PTS would be amazing for that stuff. Right? But like for like all new content or certain builds of the game, it wouldn't work. Like I would assume that like certain like certain builds of the game probably would just never go to a public test because it would kind of ruin that part of the game. Would rather the game work than be surprised. And that's the balance, right? That's all live service games, right? Because the game does largely work. It's just there are problems that are introduced, right? That's any live service game. It's like how much do you push the game until it breaks, but you keep content flowing at a good pace, or do you like slow things down, right? Add a PTS, which will slow things down, but you increase the stability of the game also, right? Because the PTS would absolutely slow the game down because you have to make the build that goes to the PTS, people test it, then you implement the fixes for those, right? Bugs last patches. My mouse input seems to cause a bunch of jitter. Turn mouse smoothing on, it goes away. Seen on Reddit, no fix. I have never seen that. Your mouse causes jitter? I mean, mouse smoothing is a thing because some people's mice or PCs will have jitter in it. And like that's just like a sensor thing. So that's why mouse smoothing still exists as a setting. That's why they actually put it there. But I don't know. That's really weird. I haven't heard about that. You know how I honk with the car on mouse keyboard? It's your melee button. Do.
Positioniere Pin, nordwestlich, weit weg. Evakuierung möglich, sobald ihr bereit seid.
Try new mouse to see if it goes away. Could also just be like Windows drivers. Could be frame rate related, like your 1% lows. Because when you move your mouse around, a lot of like rendering and de-rendering happens. So it could be like tied to your PC in general. If your PC is having a lot of like 1% low problems. So that's where like you can grab like some benchmark software and just like look at your 1% lows. It might be that is jittering, not necessarily the mouse. Also check the mouse for like dust or hair. Yeah, for sure. Clean it. Yeah. Clean the sensor. You never know what you picked up. What the hell happened to them? Because it might not be your mouse, right? Like, but no, I haven't heard about that. Needing mouse smoothing on. Appreciate it, will do. See what happens, Joe. For anyone receiving performance issues, though, I'm going to do my daily PSA. Reinstall your graphics drivers. It's a good thing to do. It's like changing the oil on your PC. Some performance issues could literally just be old graphics drivers having problems and conflicts with the new graphics drivers. Grab DDU off Google, reinstall. It can help. Like for me, it improved my performance. Like my average performance went up, and I stopped crashing. I used to crash every day on my first game, or like when I was just still in the ship looking at the galactic map, I would crash. It was literally every day. Wait, it was like a running joke on the stream. Reinstalled, no problems. Another one, if you're like crashing a lot, is reinstall or delete your shaders for the game. So if you do !HD2 shader, it's a file path to just delete the file location of your shaders, and then it rebuilds it when you relaunch the game. Your game will be a little jittery when it rebuilds the shaders at first, but it will largely rectify issues. Reinstalling Windows is also a thing. Yeah, some people have like Windows issues. Someone was telling us earlier that there was a conflict with a Windows update from like years ago on his specific PC, and it was causing crashing in the game. I think it was like Windows up like drivers for like a gamepad, I think. Like sometimes it's not the game. Can be with Helldivers, definitely, but you can do some stuff to help.
Ankunftszeit T-2 Minuten.
Fortunately, I do not know when this is being unlocked for all.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
I hit the Windows key after launching HD2 to change my audio device, and it caused my character to keep spinning. There's like a current bug in the game that if you have like a controller, I think, there's like some amount of like stick drift even though you're not using the controller. Is it that one? Or if like your character will like slowly turn? Or are you talking about something else? Do you have a controller like on? Because I've seen people talk about it. Slowly turning. Do you have a controller plugged in? I have that sometimes, but my controller isn't even plugged in. Weird. I have not seen the idle spin yet. Definitely a weird bug. Apparently it goes away as soon as you like get onto the planet, but weird. Doing a lobby verify file worked. Yep, that's a great one as well, for sure.
Pelikan 1 setzt zum Landen an. Passt auf, wo ihr steht.
I think it happens when I launch the game and I alt tab, maybe? I alt tab a lot and it never does it for me, so I don't know.
Files have a lot in this game, actually.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Ein weiterer Sieg für die richtige Seite der Geschichte.
Causes visual stuff like ape shit. It's odd. Weird. I haven't heard that. It only happens when the game is alt tabbing while launching. Weird. I guess I don't alt tab when launching usually. Maybe that's why I don't notice it. That's so odd. That's so odd. Didn't happen when I was Windows 10. Oh, I'm still on Windows 10. That's very weird. Huh. Oh, you're on Windows 10. I mean, it's still working for Kiki though. Unfortunate. I've been meaning to make the jump to Windows 11 eventually, but I haven't done it yet. I was waiting for there to be like a game or a Windows 11 update that just, you know, separated the two as far as performance, and Windows 11 was just the better one to use. It hasn't happened yet, so I largely haven't felt too pressured to do it. I don't know, I just feel like a quirky, weird loadout. I'm feeling quirky. Just wait for 12 at this point. I mean, you're not wrong. Steam are creating their own ass, which is like fully releases. I'll sell that instead of Windows. I mean, they already have the Steam OS, or whatever the hell it's called, on Steam Deck. I assume it's going to be mostly Linux-based, but I don't know how well adopted it would be. SteamOS has been rumored for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I think I started hearing the rumors when the Steam Deck was still being made, so it's possible they're working on something, but for some reason I thought I was using the other mech. I like actively chose this mech too. Put Tesla in front of the new stratagem, it shouldn't be able to kill you. We tested that already early in the stream. It was not a good strategy. It doesn't kill you for a little while, and then it can randomly just one-shot you. Also, because it's trying to kill you, it's not trying to kill the enemies, so you're actually like screwing yourself over. It's one of those like clickbait strategies, which looks cool on paper, but in practice it does not actually work as well as it may appear. Because, like, you know how it's, like, trying to attack you? You can hear it trying to attack you. basically it'll like ignore enemies around you and try and still attack you. And then randomly, it'll just one-shot you also, which is like super funny. Which you probably will not be ready for, and you just get randomly one-shot. But when I do go to Windows 11, I'm thinking of doing like a very like stripped down version. I've heard good things about those versions of Windows. They remove a lot of the bloat. Windows 11 Mini, yeah. There's a couple different versions, but yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Just haven't done it yet. Waiting for a good time, I guess. Hell, maybe I'll do it on this next day off on Monday. Not that Windows 11 is that bad. Just the next one will probably be somehow. I want to avoid. Hey, I mean that's every Windows. I feel like every Windows that comes out, they always decide to do some like crazy redesign that nobody asked for, that everybody ends up hating, but then eventually adopts because they have to. Yeah, didn't they say that for Windows 10 that they said it was going to be the last? Yeah, I thought I remember something like that. I don't know how much I really, you know, can trust something like that, especially when there isn't any consumer, like. There isn't any reason for them necessarily to do that when we don't pay like a subscription to Windows or anything like that. The day they stop updating Windows, or like the day they say it's actually last, I would kind of worry that they're going to do something like, you know, a subscription to it. You know? Which they kind of do already for features, but like a proper one. And they're also pretty like annoying when you change a motherboard and they're like, nope, new CD key, come on. Like Office. Luckily, I don't mind using the Google Docs at all, so. Suckle Bill's toes to get Windows access. That is wild. Wild. I still use my Office 2010. Damn. Get it through Teams as well. Yeah. I don't really have to use it all that much anymore, so luckily I don't mind just using Google's. One thing I hate most is fucking OneDrive. That shit can go to hell. Stop saving my shit. I want to have my own drive. There's some uninstallers I've seen if you want to completely get rid of it. They want to be as convenient as Apple so bad. But it's usually a person that's using an Apple or a Windows computer does not want that convenience. Doesn't want that cloud storage.
Nordwestlich, 200 Meter.
It's even the point of the SAM sites are limited to missions anymore. I mean, they shoot down dropships very well, and the problem is that they're actually so good at it, they stop illuminates from spawning. I actually just let that guy spawn on purpose because I actually wanted something to kill. You getting the ice rain? Yeah, we're gonna at least get some of it. My sister's gonna get a fuckload. She's up in Kingston. Yikes. She's gonna get a lot of it in Kingston, apparently. Bradford? PC stream looking crisp. Glad you like it. Appreciate any feedback if you have any. Oh, I think it's bugged. We're not going to get an Illumina dropship. So it's like, the SAM sites are good for bugging out the mission. Because, it seems like the more you shoot down Illumina dropships, the more that they can't spawn. And then it eventually stops the patrols from spawning as well. Right? So it's not just SAM sites, but basically it's like a giant debug. Limited defense missions are also bug. Yeah, if you shoot down enough Illumina dropships in defense missions, it also happens there. So I recommend not shooting down Illumina dropships at the moment with the current bug. They're aware of it though. I did tell them. So, yeah. It's not necessarily sieve sites, but sieve sites are usually the way that it triggers. So if you don't do any sieve sites and you don't shoot down ships, you'll get enemies the entire time.
Oh my god.
I think the bug has something to do with, like, the new way they split apart. Like, the ships split apart. Because you ever see those bugs of them just, like, floating in the air? I believe, theory, that the game thinks the ship is still there. And I believe that there's, like, there's probably something in the code that, like, says, hey, you can only have so many drop ships spawned at one time. And I bet when they explode, they're not actually dead. Right? Maybe the entity is still there, we just can't see it. Right? I would not be surprised. Right? It's probably something along those lines, which is why it's tied to shooting down dropships. Now, the no more patrols spawning is a really weird one. Because no patrols also stop spawning when this bug occurs. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe, like, you can actually see one of the ships right there is floating. Maybe it's like drop ships and patrols are counted in the same tally? But that'd be very odd. You'd think they would be different. Limited for performance? Oh yeah, no, I'm sure they're trying to not go too crazy for... Because there is like a spawn limit of enemies. Only so many enemies can spawn at a given time. But yeah, this extraction is most likely going to be extremely boring. It's funny, I was able to keep this thing alive the entire way. Might be tied to how they spawn in. What up, Taylor? Mega stream the other day. I'm glad you liked it, dude. What up? How's it going, Taylor? Welcome back. Spawn limit determined by whether or not the host is PC or PS5? No, not that I've noticed. It seems like, if anything, the game would prefer it to run on a PlayStation because at least it's consistent hardware. And there's no, like, interruptions of, like, background programs and performance loss randomly. But I believe some of it is, like, just how the game was built. And, you know, if you think back to, like the EAT spam of early game, there was, like, if you spawned in more than 50 EATs, the game would crash. So I think to some extent, the game was just built around a certain entity limit. And if you exceed that, crash. It's not the first game to do that. Destiny also has that with, like, certain entities, like orbs of light. There's a notorious bug in the Forsaken raid where Last Wish, if you had too many orbs spawned at a certain portion of the raid, it would just crash the network connection and everybody would get booted to lobby or like orbit. So there's probably just a hard limit of like how much the game can handle, which is fair. I mean, most games can. I mean, Space Marines 2 has run into that too. Space Marines 2, they just said with their latest difficulty, they literally can't increase the amount of enemies that spawn. Because they've been trying to stop that because people don't like when enemies just become tougher, right? Spongier. So they try to increase the enemy spawns, but there's a hard limit in like any game, right? It's memory related, you know, it's network related, CPU related. Saw two guys using their battlement drops, walling off a staircase. So that's what we did, like, on our first time we did a defense mission, Mello. We just made a wall across the staircase, and it was great. It was actually awesome. You guys ready? That crazy fusion rifle in Destiny always crashes it. Telesto had a lot of bugs. I think you might mean that one. Is the Battlement S tier? I don't think it's S tier. I think it's gonna be solid A tier on every faction. I think it'll feel weaker on bots at times if you're like running into tanks and factory shredders, and it'll feel weaker on bugs at times because you're dealing with like pouncers or hunters jumping at you. And then obviously it feels weaker on Illuminate sometimes when there's lots of harvesters, right? But against every other part of the faction, I think it'll be very good. Like Devastators will just get rocked by it. The wall is quite useful for protecting you from a lot of damage. It has a ton of ammo. It's fairly easy to use, short cooldown. Like, I'm very excited to try it on bugs, basically. Like, grenade launcher is already quite good on bugs, but like the downside of it is like the normal stratagem is small magazine, small ammo reserves. This thing, the complete opposite. You have tons of ammo and a huge magazine. So it's very exciting. Do you think it's weird that green stratagem beacons are white? Are they white? They're blue. To me, at least, they're blue. Seeing the wall being made, more use of the grenade launcher attached is bad. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. I'd love to just see a wall stratagem, honestly, at this point. Just give us a fucking wall stratagem, like a inflatable castle. So. Not always, Uncle Muscle. I mean, this stratagem has been in the files for like over a year. They just decided to eventually release it. I think they have a goodie bag and they pull out of the goodie bag sometimes and give it to us when we need content. I got there experimenting with what works for MOs. We wouldn't be winning this without the emplacement edition. Oh yeah, for sure. Everybody would largely ignore Illuminates. For sure they would. Like magazine based question, are they showing us that weapon customization progression could look like? I think that's really wishful thinking. I would not get your hopes up too much. Bring TNT so you can play football. TNT is pretty funny when you do that. Hi Luna, welcome back. Hi Luna. You guys picking your mission? What's going on? Oh. You don't want to sit down? She's too energetic. What's up, Luna? Oh! You fell! And you got up. You did a somersault. Good girl. Nice somersault. Oh. You fell over. Oh. That's impressive, Luna. You knocked my phone off the table. You silly little muffin. So silly. So silly, Luna. Big belly rubs. Arrowhead's very responsive in big drops, in player base, or like strong negative sentiment. Oh, for sure. They're very good at it. They're not always like super fast with it, but they recognize it. They recognize what. They're very receptive. Willing to change the way they think. Ah. I think just like the phrase of defend X planets or attacks is part of the problem. I think part of the problem also is that people have like a bigger expectation that things need to constantly change in the game. Things like that I think is okay though. Defend X planets or attack X planets. I largely don't think that's that big of a problem. It's just that's filler. They can't make a new MO that's fresh and unique every week. That's 65 a year, right? Like that's, and they don't have that much content prepared for that, right? And they don't have that many strategies they can release. So largely some MOs will just be filler. That's just an inevitability. They're just there for people who need it to like go in the right direction, right? I think accepting that some will just be filler is, I think, okay. And occasionally, like, changing it up for, like, a stat tracking one or whatnot, but... Do you think they will do a fourth faction? I don't think so, no. Maybe, like, way down the line, you know? But I think 3 factions is, like, a really good number, personally. More the Illuminate MOs being, like, 66% defend or attack MOs. Maybe another MO would be better, just to refrain from the ones we're doing. I think it's mostly because the Illuminate storyline hasn't changed. Right? Either because I don't know if like the main faction isn't ready yet, or like they want the Meridia stuff to like finish. They can't really do much right now. So largely it just being attack and defend, and if you attack and defend, the Meridia black hole moves slower. Because I mean it isn't to be fair to them, it isn't just attack and defend. It's attack and defend. But if you do that, it affects the Meridia black hole, right? And I think that's why they thought it was going to be okay. But it's kind of hard for us to quantify that. Also, it's like planets we don't really care that much about. It's not like we have emotional connection to a lot of these planets because we've never played on them. So they're just planets at the moment. They're just floating spears. Like Angel Venture people cared about because we had an emotional connection to Angel's Venture. But like now we're getting to planets where we've never been to. So it's like it's hard to care about these planets at the moment, right? And I think that's kind of... And then on top of that, it's hard to make a unique MO when the content for Illuminant are just so lacking at the moment. And that's why I think they're just largely like maybe not ready for like that content to be released. Like they're still working on it, which kind of is unfortunate. I hope they can get that stuff out because players want it. We want it, especially after 3 months. They've been doing a great job with the other factions. It's just Illuminant have stagnated so hard. Which is quite sad. Quite sad. Luna, you are standing right in the way of chat, so it's making it very hard for me to read chat and what they're saying. Very difficult, Luna. Very difficult. You know this too. You're very smart, kid. Very smart. Can't wait for April 4th for Wilds. Yes. Very excited for that. We will be checking that out on the day of. Very excited. Yeah, we're going to be doing the new boss. We're going to be getting the new armor. Very excited. Very excited. Very excited. I'm kind of sad that the Arch-Tempered Radon is not coming out the exact same day, but it is what it is. What's your name? Aggie? Is that your name? Sorry. My cat is currently standing in front of chat. Chat is right here, and she is like, I'm in the way. Because I require attention. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Zoshia, oh yeah, that's also Zoshia also being released with an armor set that is so cool. Like, that's gotta be like one of the coolest armor sets I think I've ever seen in a video game, including the Palico armor. Like, so excited for that, you know? So excited. Oh, you falling over? Luna, you okay? You thinking of falling over, kitten? Look at Luna's mouth. It's like slightly ajar. Her tongue is slightly coming out. Oh, oh. She's thinking about falling over. You thinking of falling over, Luna? You gonna fall over? You gonna fall over? You thinking about it? You're thinking about it, aren't you? It's processing, processing, processing. Oh, oh, oh. Ah, you fell over. I knew it. Good girl. Good girl. What's the S tier loadout for Illuminant Hordes? I would say Stalwart or MG43. Ballistic Guard Dog. Maybe a turret of some kind, like machine gun sentries or something like that. And then maybe your last one is like an FRV. Hell, a mech can work. Bring another turret. You know, laser, a barrage for Illuminate stuff. But the MG43 with like peak physique armor or Stalwart with the Ballistic Guard Dog are fucking amazing. Just if you're bringing the Stalwart, make sure to bring like a commando to kill harvesters, or bring like a medium pen primary weapon that you like using at decent range to shoot the legs of a harvester. DCS is arguably the best for killing a harvester. Dominator is also really good. Adjudicator is really good. Penetrator is really good. Basically, you want a primary that has like decent range, good fire rate, that has medium pen. Explosive weapons do not work well against watchers. Can I pet that dog? What? It's a cat, bro. It's a cat. She's a cat, not a dog. Alright. How's a Raptor versus the Harvester? Not particularly amazing. You can get lucky and have like shrapnel like really nail the leg, right? If you like shoot at the body and then a bunch of the shrapnel hits the leg, like the horizontal part, it can do really well, but it's like in general, it's not particularly good. Like how no one on Reddit complains about Illuminate not spawning by enemies. Really? Well, they know about it. I've told the devs and hopefully they fix it. Do you think people just don't complain about it because the game's easier? And if the game gets easier, they don't complain on Reddit? Your dog is shaped weird. What the fuck? She's perfectly shaped. Perfectly shaped. Perfectly shaped. What kind of armor skills do you think Zoshia's armor is going to have? And which one, and for the Mitsune, what do you think the skills are going to be? What was Mitsune's armor skills usually in other games? I have no idea. I haven't really played, other than World, I have not played Monster Hunter. I played a little bit of like Monster Hunter 2, I think, at a friend's house way back in the day. It's like so long ago, I don't even remember which one it was. It's usually one of the complaints like, why is no one doing the Illuminate MO? Yeah, true. Kind of a based complaint though, but... They just don't realize why no one does it. Oh my god. The dog doing? I'm just bored as fuck. Yeah, they just need more content. Give the Illuminate more content. Kind of a priority at this point. Like, if you asked me a couple months ago, how do you think the Illuminate rollout's gonna be? Oh, it's bugged. Interesting. I haven't seen that in a while. It's probably going to be somewhat similar to the bugs and bots, where like every month or two we get a new unit. But they haven't done that, and I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I thought they would keep it similar. I'm honestly really like, I think a lot of that time and effort for the new Illuminates has maybe been in like improving the other factions, but I don't know if that was a good idea. Like, obviously I love the new factions for bugs and bots, but I don't know if they needed it nearly as much as the Illuminate did. Maybe they thought the Illuminate are still new, that they don't need it as much, but... I don't know. They'll do like a major order giving Illuminate proper territory. I think it'll probably happen after the Meridia Black Hole or whatever resolves in that situation. They're most likely waiting for that. to hit its finale. Maybe it's not ready yet, you know. Like, I largely think that the Illuminant release was done early on purpose, like released before it was actually done, so they can meet the timing of the Game Awards. Tinfoil hat theory. Don't know if it's true, but I do have that theory.
Kennzeichne Position. Südwestlich. Markiere Position. Kennzeichne Position. Egal. Verstanden.
Which is a shame. I think the general approach of Luminant Balance. I like the approach of Luminant Balance as well. It's actually really well done. Yeah, not enough variety, right? I agree. Like, the balance of Illuminant feel really good. In their current form, it's like machine guns feel really good. You know, other weapons still feel quite good. I think red stratagems in general get kind of shit on. Basically anything you would think to bring to kill like a Charger or a Ball Titan. Like the 500 kg but maybe that's good. I don't know. I guess I don't know. It just seems kind of weird that like you just don't want to ever use them. But largely I think things are done quite well. Obviously the cities were great. Love the cities. They did an awesome job with them. It's this beats my expectations of cities, I gotta say. Like, my expectation of cities were a lot different. I thought it would be like suburbs, you know? You know, a lot more basic, I guess, also. So I'm really impressed with what they did. Very impressed. And then they've done a good job bringing that over to bugs and bots. Although the bot cities seem to be a performance nightmare. Bug cities also a little bit, but not as bad as the bot cities. Morning, Dawn. How's it going? My 3 teammates are like hugging each other's nuts. Literally like standing on top of each other. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Well, that sucks. Fuck. That sucks. My poor car. That's an oopsie. Where's my gun? Honestly, I don't think I saw that guy. I wasn't looking. Oh, I guess we're walking. That's what happens when your car is not a Toyota Hilux. Dude, those are great episodes of Top Gear back in the day. Fucking love those episodes. Flying overseers and watchers clipping through buildings is really annoying. Yeah, but it's what they're doing is they're clipping through the destroyed version of the building. It's... If you destroy the building, then it doesn't look like they're clipping anymore. At least a lot less. I hope they can fix that, though. It would be nice. Doesn't bother me too much, but I see where you're coming from. If you just destroy this entire city, I mean... Maybe they can rectify that in the future.
Hab was gefunden. Illuminiert das westlich. Verstanden.
Ew. Literally the worst drop. What a cutie.
Gefahr südlich.
God, it's kind of blinding. Map is practically empty. It's because we have the Illuminate bug. We've shot down too many dropships, and it has caused the spawns to stop. Every creator stalwart. Dude, right? I think I've had like 3, right? The game's like, yes, stalwart. It's your baby. Bizarre? Yeah, it's a weird bug that came with Borderline Justice. Our going theory is that when they changed how dropships despawn, so if you've ever seen when a dropship dies now, it splits into like 3 pieces and falls to the ground, so it doesn't do the Jenga tower thing anymore. But our theory is that when the dropships die, they don't actually die, right? They're actually just like sitting there invisible kind of thing, and the game doesn't recognize that. So after quite a few die, it just stops all ships from spawning. Would be my guess. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm running. He's got a bunker. Dude types go. I'm running.
Markiere Position. Nordöstlich. Verstanden.
Lore reason, the Lumen are running out of ships. Ooh. I mean, that could be in the patch notes. I hope they, like, literally, I hope they take what you just said and put it in the patch notes. They were running out of reinforcements. Yodo, shock, bite. Running for 3 requisition clips? Dude. Benzie, don't jinx me like that, man. That's kind of rude, dude. Oh, samples. Gotta wait for my stamina regen anyways, so. Yo. Ooh, nice gun, dude. Let's see what's inside. Alright, worth. Super credits. Worth. That's 10 cents right there, boys. 10 cents. I'm sure someone on my team needs them. Oh yeah, 2 people need those samples. It's possible they don't, but they probably do. Mabel, why do you collect samples when your ship modules are maxed out? It might be $1 sea drop. Oh, I mean, depending on where they are in the world, yeah, it actually could be worth a lot more. It's true. It's true. I just pick up samples for other people. When I remember to. A lot of times I just kind of I'm on autopilot talking to you guys and I just don't pay attention to samples. But I also did spend some samples today on the DSS, so I mean, I kind of do need some. Can harvesters drop the comments from the sample booster? I assume so. I've actually not tested that. I know it happens for Hulks and Ball Titans and stuff, but I have not seen if it works on like a harvester. It should. I mean, a harvester is considered a Hulk, right? That class of enemy, so. Crazy how much ammo they gave that thing. No, I meant like it could have been 100. Oh, true. You're right. You're right. Could have been 100. That would have been wild. But I don't really need it anymore. I don't need it because the devs are now giving me the content for free. So it's like, well, that kind of sucks. So I wish I could give it away. I almost wanted to ask them, like, hey, can I, like, still have to buy it? Would that be cool with you guys? CZ grenades without reloading is nuts. Yeah, it's really strong. Like, you could argue that 60 rounds of grenade launcher could arguably be better than, you know, all those rounds of HMG, right? Like, I think it's underrated that Arrowhead give us back 300 super credits per war bond. I don't think it's that underrated. A lot of battle pass like stuff does that nowadays. It's been pretty common since I think Fortnite started it. Does it mess with your sense of progression? A little bit. Because the last war bond, they literally gave me it for free, and it was fully unlocked when I was given it, right? So, yeah, I'd say my sense of progression was definitely messed with. But it's okay because it's like my job, and I'm able to provide the content for you guys faster. So it's like, it's not all bad, right? It's not all bad. Would you rather have to grind? As a content creator, no. As a player, yes. If that makes sense. Like, no, I mean, I would like to grind. Like, I like grinding in video games. Like, it's part of the fun for me. Some people fucking hate that stuff, but I love it. I love grinding for stuff in video games. But, you know, I like playing the game regardless, so it's like fine. Like, what am I doing in the game right now? I'm just playing it. I'm just enjoying myself playing it and talking to you guys. So, that's cool. That's cool with me. What guard dog do you like more? It depends on what we're doing and what we're fighting, but I think the ballistic guard dog overall is like my favorite. I love all the changes they made to it. Playing and streaming. I like when it's possible to grind while watching sports or YouTube. On YouTube, fair. See, I like the grind when it completely consumes me. That's like the most addicting part of like a game to me. Like the last time I felt that was Path of Exile 2. That was like, I was so addicted. Like for like 4 days straight, I literally could not stop wanting to. Like I would get off stream and then I'd still want to play. Like I was so addicted. I didn't play like an astronomical amount. I think I have like 60 hours, but like, God, that felt so good. Because it's rare for me to have that in a game. Because like obviously I play video games for a living. Like the allure of video games after stream ends is not always there, as you can probably imagine. But when I can find a game that it's like I want to keep playing, that's crazy. That feels really good. Helldivers did that for me for like the first like 3 months. I wanted to even play off stream, and that was me playing like 9 to 10 hours a day on average, right? For the first 3 months, no days off. So. To expand on the question though, for guard dogs, you would bring laser guard dog if you're fighting light pen enemies. You bring ballistic guard dog for just like, I don't know which one to pick. And then as long as you're fairly good about picking up ammo occasionally, and I mean occasionally. And then gas guard dog is if you have problems with like positioning and enemies like getting too close to you. Right? So like gas guard dog was like invaluable for many on, you know, predator strain bugs. But like on like the other factions, you don't really need it as much because enemies getting close to you doesn't really affect you that much. Or it's not that necessary. You know how people say the agitator tastes... Oh, that alligator. Sorry, I'm thinking fucking... I've got Monster Hunter in my brain. I'm gonna bring a car. Alligator tastes like chicken. Chicken and alligators are the closest relatives to dinosaurs, right? So does that mean the dino nugget tastes actually like dinosaurs? Mind blown. Okay. But like, I feel like a dinosaur would not taste like a chicken though. Like, I feel like a dinosaur would have like more of a beef. Or like, maybe not as like tender as beef, but like that kind of situation. I doubt they would have like a chicken. It'd be like poultry, you know? What do you guys think? Personally, noticed Deep Rock Galactic. I haven't noticed Deep Rock Galactic's grind. Like, get new Overclock, test it a little bit, get a new one, repeat. So like, oh, are you saying like grind is like a negative term? Is that what you mean by that? I don't use grind as a negative aspect to a game. I find the grind is a positive one. I use it in a positive light, not a negative light. Like, I love the grind of like, I use grind as like almost another word for progression. It's like a synonym to me. Turkey fried Velociraptor. Kentucky fried Velociraptor, not turkey. Kentucky. Extremely long to get anything? Bad. See, but that's like depends on the person. If I like the gameplay loop, I don't mind that it takes a long time to get something at all. That's so dumb. I was prone. So you know what I mean? Like, if there's a long grind, I don't care at all. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. I usually refer to grind as something negative. Gotcha. I think it's because I grew up playing so many games that required you to grind to make progression and stuff like that, that I think I have a positive inflection on it, and I should probably say that more often when I'm talking about it. And then I'll usually, when I'm talking about the grind, I will put a positive inflection or a negative inflection if I like it or dislike it. You know? It's my Zoomer language of, dude, that's broken. Or, dude, that's broken! You know what I mean? Same word. Two different meanings. Same thing with grindy. Zoomer language. Lost Ark gear grind was too much for me. Same for me. I hated the... It was the RNG gambling grind. I fucking hate that. When it's more deterministic on my, like, progression, it's fine. I don't mind RNG being a component of, like, you know, little bits of progression afterwards, like getting the perfect gun with the perfect roll on it. But when it's, like, required to progress, I don't like that, right? Just got 3 mini nukes. Nice. Nuke them. If the gameplay loop is good, then why not? If it's grindy, yeah. Time gated? Hell no. Lost Ark was also very time gated, so that was yikes. I'll try this over the objective. Also, game achievements in Lost Ark, lifetime. Oof. Yeah, I bet. Grind implies long. Yeah, it does. But not all long grinds are bad, is the way I'm trying to say it, right? But I think, depending on the player, you may like or dislike a grind in a game. Some people want more of that, like, closer to instant gratification. You know, a shorter game, but a very satisfying one is better than a longer game that has some grind to it. Like, to me, I appreciate the journey rather than the destination, I guess you could say. Super Reds. And then always on time. It's about respecting the player's time. For sure. For sure. But I think in large amount that, like, some players just don't have the same amount of priority to their time. Right? So it's like a sliding scale, right? Someone who plays Path of Exile fucking love how much time they can put into, like, completely optimizing their build. But when you think about it, a lot of that time is, like, quote unquote wasted in another person's eyes, right? They have 5,000 hours in the game, but, you know, if the game was a little bit less grindy, you would maybe get more enjoyment in a smaller time frame, right? And from one person's perspective, that's not respecting someone's time. But from another person's perspective, they're giving you the opportunity to spend thousands of hours in the game. Do you know what I mean? Because I've had this discussion before about, like, those kind of grindy games, right? Like, there's a part of Path of Exile to me that I don't enjoy, right? It's like the pure endgame grind of Path of Exile. I don't find it particularly respects my time, right? But to some people, they fucking love that, right? They fucking love that they can spend 3,000 hours doing something to achieve something, right? Path of Exile 2 endgame is boring. Oh, it's just not finished. That's a little different. I'm talking about Path of Exile 1, but no. It's the same way with like any RPG mostly. It's just eventually the dopamine hit lessens and lessens and lessens in an ARPG, and then I lose interest. But some people, they don't. They just like that next percentile of, you know, damage is a huge driving factor of why they just keep going. That next milestone. Same argument for Monster Hunter people making. Too easy to get certain things. Yeah. But also, there's the argument of like, well, if you artificially make something harder to get, like an RNG, is that bad? Right? I think it's bad because it's not respecting my time, because it's like, I have no idea when this grind will end. It could just randomly end because I need this deco to finish my thing. But then there's some people that are like, I want pure RNG, so I have a reason to play for 3,000 hours, right? It's a difficult one. And then there's some that will want, you know, certain stuff being gate kept behind certain difficulty. And that's a whole other discussion, right? Let's be honest, the way to have fun is sort of wasted in some people's eyes. Yep. It's, fun is in the eye of the beholder. I'll just rephrase that famous term for love, right? It's the same kind of concept. One person's fun is one person's torture. Like, for me, some people fucking hated this game at launch if you didn't use, like, the best strategy in the game. Or some people didn't like Escalation of Freedom because of how hard it was and how punishing it was. I liked it. I was really enjoying myself. So it's different for different people. I played a bunch of World of Warcraft a decade or two ago, and it's made me pretty grinding averse. I'm very conscious games wanting me to spend time on unfun or less fun activities. It's a prerequisite. I'm not getting fun stuff. See, I'm the opposite. Because I did a lot of that as a kid, I actually don't mind it. I actually like pull towards games that do grind more often. Ow. Like, I actively go out of my way to play games that are grindy sometimes. Because I have that, like... I like that. I played it as a kid, and I like it now. I discovered it as a kid kind of thing. Now, there's some things about, like, old school MMOs I can't do anymore. Tab targeting MMO combat, I find that boring as hell, because I did it for, like, 5,000 hours when I was a kid. Right? Alright, so there's the inverse in some ways, right? Like, I literally don't want to play a tab targeting MMO anymore. Like, it actually disgusts me. Because I'm so bored of it. Because I already have thousands upon thousands of hours. Like, I have more than 5,000 hours. Across all these different MMOs that were tab targeting. World of Warcraft, EverQuest 1, 2. Like, dude, so many. SWTOR. I can keep going. That's why I need the late game progression HD2. Yeah, they don't have it at the moment, right? And that's why I'm hoping that they add it. In the meantime, I recommend just taking a break, take some time. The late game grind is like samples technically, and level requirements after that, or like just leveling. That is the only grind at the moment. And many of us have just been playing so much, it's just, that's not even late game for us. We're like past that already. Because it came out in small doses. That you've already passed it. And that's also a thing in live service games. Because live service games incentivize you to just keep playing over a long period of time as they drip feed content. You're usually not going to think about that content as late game, but it actually is late game. You're just always at the cutting edge that... you're just always ahead of it, right? You're ahead of the late game because to you it's just the next morsel of content, but to someone else it's late game. To someone starting this game now, there's actually a stupid amount of content for them. and grind, late game grind. Especially from like a more casual perspective. But for us, it's like, well, what content? No! Oh, granite pistol. Nice. Worst for me is like daily challenges that involve like 380 barrages. You can't get anything done because everybody's dropping them like hell around you. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever noticed that. I think the only time I've ever noticed that is when people do mines. It's a mines day. But also, yeah, I'm kind of with Blackjack. That kind of sounds fun. Everybody just brings 380s. And if it really bothers you, just stay away from your teammates. I mean, that's... head on a swivel kind of thing. Yeah, usually it's like mines. I know it's the mines days because then mines are everywhere. And if you're not paying attention to where you're walking, oh my god. Oh no. Sorry, Skipper. These damn fire hydrants, man. I think he just whispered at me and said no problem.
Oh, take your time, bro.
Oh, there we go. I'll be honest, I have no idea what that man is saying.
Should I wait for that?
Oh, I think he's talking to someone else. He just said toilet. He's French. What about weapons like milestones? For example, if you get like 5k kills with Noncan, you get like a cape. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that before. Yeah. Dark Tide in particular has a pretty good progression milestone as far as like doing things. Where when you hit certain milestones, you get like cosmetics. Yep, that's something this game doesn't have at the moment, other than like war bonds and stuff like that. But you would want more for like playing the game, right? 1,000 missions of a certain faction, you get a special cape, you know, a title, something like that. That's something this game does not have at the moment. That is definitely lacking. And it has been discussed. We did discuss it with them. We need to redo this command. What command is that? Which one are you talking about? Oh my god, it's almost weird getting swarmed at release. What the hell's happening? It's almost weird. Is the game alright? There's actually enemies at my extract. What's on Deadeye? For enforcers? What? Those are two different things. And wait, what? For enforcers? What do you mean enforcers? You mean like Overseers? Gas. Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, shoot him in the head. One shots them. It's really good if you get him in the head. If you can't, won't feel particularly good. Overseers are one of those enemies that they can feel incredibly bullet spongy, or they can die in like 2 shots. Yeah, it's quite nice against harvesters. It's around 8 to 9. I think range does play a factor. Oh my god. Miss! That was fun? Dude, it's so much... This game is so much more fun. Extraction was actually enemies? Oh my god. Love Deadeye so much, yeah. I've been trying not to use it so much because, you know, I've been using it a ton. A ton. Alright, chat. I'll be right back. I'm just going to the washroom. Quick little ad break. Go to the washroom. BRB. Stay beautiful. We're back. Washroom. All right, I'm back. Oh, what up, Lars? How's it going? Bio break indeed. All right. Oh, gonna do come was it a defense mission? All right, sick. We'll just do like emplacement spamming, I think. Gas mines. laser. And honestly, bring like another laser one. Just in case like there's annoying enemies around me. Do you prefer Deadeye with peak physique or siege ready? Siege ready. I find the weapon does not need peak physique. Like the handling on it is actually extremely good. Like I don't really notice the ergo all that much. It can get a little bit snappier in like first person, but I find I use the third person aim quite a bit in those situations where I need more of that. Because the weapon actually has good ergo. Like it doesn't, I don't think it largely needs peak physique personally. Like, that's, yeah, I mean.
Minenfeld im Einsatz.
All right, I got a strategy here, chap. Let me cook. Let me cook. Okay, so the idea is that I use my grenade launcher the vast majority of the time, and anytime a harvester spawns, I swap over. Okay? And then whenever I have more mines, I throw out the mines. And then if everything, all hell goes loose, I have laser. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit, I just can't deal with all this stuff. Laser. You know? That's the strategy. Let me cook. Should you get her good on all factions? Yeah. Yeah, it has been for a bit now. They kept giving it like incremental buffs that have really helped it. Oh, what the hell is that? I didn't even know they could spawn all the way back there. I had no idea. All right. What about the crossfire? What do you mean? Like for AMD? You doing some SLI? Doing some crossfire? Only the gamer computer nerds from 10 years, 20 years ago would know that one. Oh my god. Dude, get back on! Alright, we're good. Alright. Wasn't quite extended that. You mean friendly fire? What friendly fire? There's no friendly fire in this build right now. I'm away from my teammates on purpose. So it's like literally so I can't friendly fire them. It's like impossible. Super Hell Dive boss is so much easier than bugs. What the hell? With the new AI has really helped the bugs like just be so much more aggressive consistently. If they had a stratagem towards you. Well, I mean, I would hope my teammates would realize that I'm standing here so they don't. And for the most part, I can tell by their stratagems, they're mostly just turrets, so it's fine. I have to worry a little bit about the guy with, you know, what's it called? With the, what am I trying to say? With the strafing run, but for the most part, like, we're fine. Oh, God. No, it bounced off the shield. Ah! Well, that's the friendly fire you were talking about, right? Fuck! I'm so sad. Man, they were fast with that revive. I find the Adjudicator to be best Pradana against bots and Illuminate, personally. Bugs, the magazine capacity will feel a little lacking at times. which kind of is unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think it's like dog shit or anything, but you definitely have to like be more precise when using the oh wait, I gotta test this. Okay. I was like, under the impression that grenades or like explosive damage stopped working on shields on those guys, but I was just wrong. I think I just had that bug. There seems to be a bug at the moment where sometimes shields are just completely immune to you for some reason. And I must have just had that bug when I was testing it. And you can't do damage again until you, like, die, I think. Oh. On any weapon? It seems like it, yeah. Couldn't get that guy's head. I was using the HMG yesterday, and it seemed like the shields were like taking forever to drop. It's probably that. Yeah. It's once you like die, it seems like it stops that bug. Like it just like resets it. I don't know if it's like some kind of like weird like host bug or whatever, but yeah, it's odd. It's not happening right now, but yesterday it was happening for me. When I was testing out the new grenade launcher stratagem, I was like, wait, what? What's going on here? Yeah, I like the stratagem, or the adjudicator. I would recommend when you use the adjudicator, crouch. The recoil is pretty nuts. No recoil control. Crouched. Prone. Right? Like, just crouching can, like, really help you. Also, 3-round bursts. Help it a lot. Fortunately, there's no, you know, burst fire function on this weapon, but that's what it is. Uber-Elda!
Fordere Befestigungen an.
Dun, 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 dun.
Erfinde Befestigungen, finde Geschütz. Landungsschiffe, nordöstlich.
So many harvesters in this variant right now. I think it's from Indiana Jones. It is. That was Indiana Jones right there. Not Worth Thunder. At least unless Worth Thunder did a Indiana Jones crossover. What strats should I add to this? Medium and flammable. Armor vitality booster. Laz double-edge sickle. Ultimatum. Thermite grenade. Grenade launcher supply backpack. Depends on like what you're playing against. What are you playing against, Austin? Is it just like a generalized thing, or like is there a particular faction you're playing against? People building his own little house. You like it? You like my like little? This is my Maginot line. I've been inspired. Gotta keep the Germans out, you know? It's kind of weird that my character is currently speaking German. We gotta fix this. Alright, there we go. This is my Maginot line. Is that too spicy of a joke? I don't know. I don't think it's that spicy. It's just a historical meme. You guys would get it. So you're gonna have to go around it? Yeah, the Schlieffen plan. Was that what it was called? Bonjour. Comment ça va? Nah, it's been 100 years. You're good. True, right? Hey, I didn't know how sensitive you guys are back there, you know? But I am using gas, so maybe I'm German? I don't know. Maybe we have to go back. It's crazy that streamers have to be later where, I mean, it's more of a joke. I'm not actually that worried. I don't think anyone would cancel me over a World War II, or sorry, World War I joke. I don't. Both sides use gas? Yeah, but they did it first. Sally hit me first, dude. Damn, we Germans catching strays. Thanks, Strimmer. I mean, at this point, I guess the Germans are really just the punching bags of Europe, right? In a way. Or is there more of a European country that gets the punching bags nowadays? Because, like, Germans kind of have to sit there and take it, because, like, no, I get it. Is it France still? Never mind. Poland? Yikes. That's a little more recent one. Especially coming from the German. Oh, God. You're Canadian, to be fair. Half the UN Geneva Convention is about Canadians. True, yeah. We helped. We helped write Geneva Convention. We gave them ideas. Right? That's why we did it, right? It's like when you break the rules because you want the rules to be fixed. That's us. Mm-hmm. That's literally what we were thinking, alright? Don't get it twisted, chat. France and Poland? France, Poland. And the UK for the Brexit jokes? Dude. Yeah, Brexit. Canadians for doing exploits before we came. Cool. Yikes. Oh my god. I think all European countries, they're punch your bag for another country. Okay. I'm from the UK. It's my God-given right to rag on the French. True. Dude, why does he sound so, like, evil? Why does the French voice actor sound so evil when he says that? You hear that? He sounds like he's, like, telling you his plan for world domination. Just the way he's the way he says it, man. I don't know. Pelican 1 kind of got that evil vibe. France could never dominate anything. I mean, they kind of dominate the culinary world. Like fancy cuisine. Napoleon has stepped up to the plate. As Italian, I like to have a word with the cuisine argument. No, I'm saying like fancy cuisine, right? I'm not saying like overall cuisine, because I would agree Italian cuisine is way better than French cuisine. But like from the fancy side of it, like French cuisine tends to just be that extremely fancy. Like I'm part Italian, right? My dad's side of the family is like half Italian, half Danish, Swedish. So I have a lot of Italian, but it's like usually like not that fancy. There's great Italian cuisine though. Italian cuisine is the best in Europe. Greek food's also really fucking good, but I think Greek food is less varied. Turkish food's also absolutely banging. I know, man, a good Austrian schnitzel. Yeah, but like, what else does Austria have that like is like extremely well known? Like, Austrian schnitzel is great. I make it at home. My dad taught me how to make it, right? Because my grandfather was Italian Austrian, right? And it's great. I fucking love schnitzel. But like, I feel like the Italians have it pretty beat. They have the most great cuisine. Like, they have so many good ones. Like, Greek is awesome, but I feel like there's not that many good dishes. Like, there's some really good ones, though, right? Spain also has some great cuisine. Like, when I was in Barcelona, loved going to, like, the fish market. Got these giant-ass prawns and, like, an awesome, like, dish. So good. So good. Like, Mediterranean food in general. Insane. Insane. Like, good. Yeah, it's hard to compete. Spain's got good seafood. Everything else is kind of eh. I mean, I like their sausages. Their cured meats are really good. Like, Spain has some great cured meats that I always really like enjoying. Like, really like having. I don't know, I'm just picking random loadout. And sure. Best ham, yeah. Chorizo, exactly, right? Chorizo. Fuck, I love chorizo. Who has the worst food in Europe? I think I already know the answer, but I want to let you guys, like, say it. I don't want to, you know, mess with the vote. I got a bunker here, guys. I guess you England, Brits. Is this where you say the joke of the English, like, food is so bad that they had to steal it from the rest of the world? What is like the favorite cuisine of Britain? Isn't it like just curries? like Indian curries. Isn't it? That's kind of saying something, isn't it? And like I can identify with that. Being Canadian, like Canadian food is like, I don't know, it's largely just American or like English food. So a lot of like Canadian food is usually just it's a fusion of different cultures together to be Canadian. What the f- Why was I kicked? Did he kick me because I brought a mortar? Love fish and chips though. Fish and chips are good. I'll give them that. Maybe he brought it because of the mortar. I don't know. He didn't even die to it. No one died to the mortar, and he just I got kicked. Mortar madness. Well, I guess we'll just continue the mission. Like Canadian food, Canadian bacon. If you ever had it, it's like back bacon. It's great. Poutine. And it's honestly just a lot of fusion stuff. Ever had moose? Never. I don't even think I can eat moose if I wanted to. It's like a protected animal. I don't actually know though. I assume I couldn't. Whatever, Rohan. Yo. Canadian is AMW, which is not that good. We had Timbits. Tim Horton Timbits. It's a question mark on the map. It happens with POI sometimes. They just bug out. It's rare, but it happens. Tim Hortons originally Canadian. Yep. Tim Hortons is was made by a hockey player, Mr. Horton. It's named after him. From Hamilton, Ontario. It's funny, every Tim Hortons I've ever went to in Hamilton was terrible. Thank you, Solo HD2, for content. Oh, true. We're soloing. Brain, please. Thank you. Do enemy spawn rates correlate with player count? Not really. You can get the same amount of spawns on 1 players and 4 players, but technically you'll aggro more enemies on average if you're 4 players. So you'll get more enemy spawns. So there's that. I've had the red circles on some of the enemy bases not disappear from the map when clearing out the limited. It happens with like flag maps, flag missions, or if you're doing like the disruption tower, that will also sometimes not disappear. And that just they don't disappear. Oh shit! Caleb! Holy fuck! 20 gifted! Bezos, is that you? Oh my god! Good morning, America! Goddamn, Caleb, thank you so much. My man. Thanks, buddy. It's really kind. Very kind. You having a good day, dude? How's your Saturday? Uh-oh. 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 Why do they have to park the cars like this? Oh, we're good. So, like, it didn't disappear here because this is cognitive tower. So that doesn't disappear. And this flag location typically doesn't do it either. So. There's no fabricators for me to destroy. It's just, it is what it is. Probably gonna play some Schedule 1 today. Oh, someone told me about that game. What game was that again? Oh yeah, it's the one where like you're literally a drug dealer, right? Roblox drug dealer sim. Yeah. Does that come out today? Or did it already come out? It's been out. Oh shit. My bad. Is it fun? Pretty funny co-op? That's cool. If there wasn't so much going on in Helldivers, aka the new stratagem, I probably would have jumped in. But also, I want to get as much Helldivers in before the Monster Hunter update comes out. Because I kind of want to grind the Monster Hunter update. At least for a little bit. Alright, my man put a loadout in. Against bugs. I would say Austin. What would I put alongside that? I would probably, if you're doing like, if no one else in your team has brought it, Incendiary Napalm Barrage is always like an easy choice for bots. Oh, sorry, for bugs. Always an easy choice to say Incendiary Napalm Barrage. And then another one, I would say 500 kg for Ball Titans and, you know, large amounts of like chargers and things of that nature. I feel like I'm playing Nazi zombies, man. Oh my god. They regened. Woo! Where the hell are you flying off to? Okay, dude. Let's relax. This is ridiculous. Oh, I didn't kill him. He was like one shot. No. Oh, that sucks. Alright, give me a second. My poor car. Oh, is it outside the map? Oh, it is outside the map. Oops. I slowly one-shot as he flew away. It's a heavy powder with extra armor. Oh, it's alright. Hello? I think you're honestly better off just wearing like heavy armor with a perk that like buffs your build or helps you with your neutral game, like med pack. Like, I find I can survive through a mission better with heavy medic than I can with heavy heavy extra padded. Heavy extra padded feels like a half perk to me, right? Like a 1.5 perk, because it's like, it's decent, right? It gives you more or I guess not for heavy extra padded, but it's like decent for giving you like that extra like damage resistance. But you know, largely I would say, you know, if you just grab like a perk that like helps your build, you know, like siege ready or extra stim packs, like you'll largely like live more, you know. Fortunately, I lost my only car, so I gotta run everywhere. Probably shouldn't have parked it right there. I just thought it would be easier to deal with those enemies. So yeah, I mostly said that like extra padded is like it's all right. I don't think it's like a bad dude. There's no way you just hit all those shots. Dick. I gotta find stims. So, oh, they're there. We need gambling armor perk? We already do. Emperor protects. Extra padding's great for the bot front. Like I said, I don't think it's as good as like just extra stims. Explosive resistance is a must for bots. Most of the time you die, it's not because of explosive damage. It's because of the impact damage and explosive damage, or you being flung into something, or being shot at. Explosive, because like when a rocket hits you, there's impact damage and there's explosive damage tied to that, right? Right. So explosive damage resistance doesn't actually have as much like power as people think it does. Like, it's good, but it's not like it reduces all incoming damage by 50%, right? It's way more selective than that. Like the extra padded light armor for Terminus exclusively, I think. Taking the extra hit without dying is nice if you really want to stay light mobility, for sure. But I typically just bring the light medic and just priest him. If you feel like you're about to get hit, you priest him, and you have 2 extra seconds of just essentially invulnerability. And then for the extra mobility side, you know, you just stim whenever you need stamina. And, you know, you have unlimited stamina for a while. Which ends up being more impactful than being slightly tankier while maintaining the same mobility. Let's see the uses for extra padded heavy. Extra padded heavy just gives you generalized damage resistance across all fronts, right? So you'll take less damage from a heavy devastator shot. You'll take less damage from fire. You'll take less damage from an explosion. You'll take less damage from everything, right? It's generalized resistances, right? If I'm rocking a supply backpack, heavy armor or medic armor isn't really necessary. Well, for sure. At that point, then, like, you go for something that's utility focused. Usually when I do that, I'm either peak physique or siege ready or scout or something along those lines. The only extra padded I like is 200 Chungus. Yeah, that extra bit of overall damage is nice. It is. But I will say, over the long course of like a 40-minute mission, the medic armor will allow you to live longer. Because in the 200 armor resistant armor, you know, you're just gonna have a problem of like running out of stims. That's what's gonna be your death. Tanner, it's not like you lose mobility though when you do the heavy padded armor, right? You're just gaining extra damage resistance for the same movement. I feel like extra padding is only half a perk. Would it be busted if it gave you 100 extra armor? Maybe? I think it would probably if it did that. I think it would probably kind of. But the thing that I would do to heavy padded is actually just give it impact resistance. Because I think it would be very thematic if it reduced your damage of you flying into things. Right? Like it gave you ragdoll resistance essentially. Why is there so many of those guys? What the fuck? It's a lot of elites. Why is there so many of them? What the hell? There's another one. So it's like impact resistance would be really cool for like when you get ragdolled by like automaton and you like fly into a wall or something like that, you take like 30% less damage or something. That would actually give, in my opinion, extra padded like a huge bonus. Like honestly, massive. That I would really enjoy. It's also quite thematic, so it's like fits right in with it. Dude, look at all these fucking elite enemies. Why is there so many of them? Oh my god, they just absolute shit on me. I just like killed like 6, maybe 8 of them. What the fuck? Where's all the Volus at? It's kind of funny. Oh, now I got 2 of these guys? Oh my god, alright. Whoa. Wait, that one's guy is being ridiculously accurate. What is this? This statue is just perfectly in the way! Alright, dude. What up, Warpath? Don't call me that. That's cringe. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please. Alright, for overseers gone up? Nah. Just unlucky. Oh god. All the explosives. Dude, another one. Do you understand how long, no, there's no real way to know. to know why it does or doesn't fire for that long. I believe a lot of times it's like line of sight, it might think that it can't see you. Right? But do I really know? No, no idea. Don't feel like I don't move away from it. Maybe it just fires longer. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems random. But no idea. Is there grenades there? No. Should've got grenade. I believe it is dark, yeah.
Déploiement de colis d'équipement. Stratagème critique disponible. Demande de bombe approuvée. Bombe déployée.
Dude, that guy is being such a god. He's like head glitching me. What's he doing? Nuts. Dude, when they like, when you shoot at them and they just like, essentially just like slither away. It's so funny. Wait, now he's in the... Oh my god. What the fuck is that guy doing? It's funny, I just kind of like picked this loadout randomly. I didn't think I'd actually be soloing. And I wish I had a guard dog. He's so useful right now. We gotta go over there. It would be so useful. Nah, it's fine. Gone this far solo. It's fun. Oh, there is grenades. Let's go. I didn't see them. Use shield HMG on aluminum. My primary tenderizer. Sure. Yeah, I mean, but if I just didn't bring the shield and just brought the guard dog, it's one of those things where it's like the best offense is the best defense. If all I did was bring a guard dog, the mission is like so much easier. Like, preventing damage is nice, but largely if the enemy's dead, it can't do damage to you, right? So it makes a huge difference in how much damage you actually end up taking over the course of a mission. The guard dog's OP. What up, Super J?
Extraction est disponible.
I wouldn't make this a YouTube video. Soloing squids is not like unique or anything like that. Jesus. The fuck? It's like 3 patrols right next to each other. Fuck it. I don't feel like running up there.
Tir de barrage orbital imminent, restez à distance. Avant-poste détruit.
What the bro? You guys are being so accurate right now. Any strategies you should add? FRV? FRV makes soloing so much easier if you're good at driving it. Because you can just like run away from combat constantly. It's like super meta in that regard.
Envoi de fortification.
Also guard dog. And instead of the mortar, like just a machine gun sentry. Be nice. Dude, where's that guy going? He's trolling. Okay, bro. Mortar, really? I was like, dude, what are you shooting at? Oh, it's that guy that just died right next to me.
Envoi de sentinelle. Déploiement d'armes de soutien.
Oh, I knew I should have shot that guy. Unfortunate.
Arrivé dans 1 minute et 30 secondes.
This place is sometimes so good and sometimes so weird. Machine gun sentry almost never applies shoots at the harvesters, and that's fine. I don't want it to. That's actually what I want it for. Is so I can focus on the harvesters.
Arrivé dans 30 secondes. Arrivé dans 20 secondes.
See, that's like guard dog would make this so much easier. So much easier. That guy probably would have died just to the guard dog. Okay.
Requête approuvée.
Guys, I wouldn't upload this to... I wouldn't upload this to YouTube. Squids have been soloed and so on and so forth for like months now. I did it the first week it came out. It's funny. The only way I died there during that mission was just the random headshots of like elevated overseers. Just random like, well, I'm just gonna hit you in the head 4 times. Screw you. That's where, like, if I was soloing, I'd probably also take Stalwart. Stalwart. Ballistic Guard Dog. Counter Sniper. Or Dominator. And then FRV with I don't know, maybe a turret. Because it's like, you might see the shield as like helping me there, but the shield actually made the mission harder. Like, it actually just made it harder than it actually had to be. What up, Jackie? Jackie. I was impressed by Star when I tried it. Maybe it's something to try... Because I tried it against bugs? Yeah, I mean, if you get the wrong version of bugs, it's like... It'll not feel good at all. It'll actually feel like quite bad, honestly. Because if you run into like spewers and a bunch of like hive guardians, the Stalwart will feel literally useless. It'll feel terrible. But if you bring it in and it's like a hunter pouncer variant, it'll feel better than any other support weapon you could bring, right? Because the average enemy you're fighting is quite easy, right, to deal with the Stalwart. But on squids, it's like... On squids, Stalwarts is probably one of the best for solo. It's probably the best for solo. For team play, I think HMG is better. Just because you can take out harvesters en masse way faster with the HMG, obviously. Hive Guards are no real issue for Stalwart. A small inconvenience at most. I don't know about that. Especially when the average enemy is a Hive Guardian. Like, when the average enemy is a Hive Guardian, that sucks. It does not feel good to have a Stalwart in your hand. And we need this information in game for spawn pool variants? I disagree. It adds to the fun of the mission. Because if you over-prepare for a mission, then you just stomp on it and it's too easy. It's just like if you played Left 4 Dead and you knew exactly where the spawns were going to be and what they were going to be every time. Right? It's the randomness that actually adds to the enjoyment. If they show their hand and tell you exactly what you're going to be dealing with, I don't know. I actually think it's one of those things that, you know, it's a quality of life that actually makes the game worse rather than better. If your mouse and keyboard with good aim, Stalwart can shoot in the gaps of the guards just fine. Yeah, but you have to spend time doing that for each individual Hive Guard, right? And the TTK is quite slow when doing that. And if you have to do that times 30 when it's like a Hive Guardian variant, that's where like you would rather just use a crossbow. Like, so that's where when I bring stalwart, I just bring a crossbow just to deal with the hordes of medium pen enemies easier. You know. But we already know it. Why not show it? Because if they show it in game, you now know what you're gonna get. Right now, we know what we could get, but we don't know what we're gonna get. Right? I actually didn't like it when every incendiary or every ICBM mission I did was a ball spewer. I hated it. It was super boring to just know that, well, it's gonna be ball spewers. And then if you just make it a modifier, then I know exactly what I'm gonna get every time. So then it becomes even easier. So I don't know, man. I largely don't agree with it. Once upon a time, I was like, when the game was like not as well balanced and there was a bunch of like pitfalls that you could fall into, where like there's a bunch of weapons that were just terrible against certain factions, I agreed. But the way they're doing it now, where there's actually quite a large pool of different variations you can get for every mission type, feels quite random and it's nice. Can't you outrun hive guards with heavy armor though? You could. Have to fight him sometimes though. It takes the emergent stuff is why Left 4 Dead feels so fun to me. Yeah, I don't think people realize what makes some games fun. Sometimes it's the inconveniences and putting you into weird situations and changing things up that like causes it to be fun. It all being deterministic and knowing what's going to happen actually takes away from the fun. They changed it that ICBM isn't ball spears all the time anymore? Yeah. Esports ruin fun? No. It's people min-maxing the fun out of games. And you don't have to have esports to do that. We're talking about it right now. We're trying to be too efficient for a build to know what's going to happen. Right? It makes the universal weapons like autocannon better and niche weapons like Stalwart even less desirable? No, not at this point. Because with Stalwart, there's so many different ways to build the Stalwart loadout where you're completely fine against all those problems. Like, we have so many tools. I would agree with you a year ago when Stalwart actually felt like a primary because there were so many situations where Stalwart felt terrible. But that isn't the case anymore. Stalwart's been buffed a fuckload. And also, there's so much utility elsewhere in our build. If you want to bring Stalwart, there's plenty of ways you can build a Stalwart build to, if you run into those things, you can deal with it. Thermites, ultimatum, this stratagem, that stratagem, this backpack, that backpack. I feel like you're talking like, you know, six months to a year in the past, my dude. You know, you could bring Stalwart, Scorcher for the Chargers, Ultimatum for the Ball Titans, right? So I disagree. And it's like, it's not even limited to that. There's so many different like mix and matches. Instead of Scorcher, you can bring grenade, like explosive crossbow or a Ruptor. You could just bring thermites if you wanted to, and then just like bring a normal primary weapon if you wanted to. But most likely you're going to be using your stalwart for the majority of it, so you don't bring a normal primary. Like the pick rate, like with the way you're talking, the pick rate for the autocannon should be way higher than it actually is. It's not. The pick rate for autocannon is not that high. It's like quite high on bots, but even then it's not that high. I think recoil is still higher. Like thermite was one of the best buffs they made in this game because it opened up so many builds, right? Thermite and then like primaries that can close bug holes. AMR pick rate is shockingly low. Not really on bots. And it's okay on Illuminant, but on bugs it is. But I mean that's mostly because people I don't think realize how good it is. I find it satisfying to execute an optimized plan I got because of what I learned. And you can do that. You build an optimized loadout for whatever situation you deal with, you're going to run into. What's stopping you from doing that? You can optimize the fuck out of a build that can deal with everything. But also, it's a team-based game, right? So I would argue that you also want to be like, you know, covering holes in your teammates' builds, right? You know, working together, right? Not so much about me, but us. How's this game now solo? What does that mean? Like, how or, like, what do you mean? And what do you mean? What was the original? Can you just explain what you mean? I don't know what you mean. My disagreement comes in where what I'm doing could be considered min-maxing the fun of the game. Fun is subjective, right? But also, adding something like that can min-max the fun out of the game for anyone, right? Because it's hard to ignore an effect on a mission because you know it's going to be there. Like if you want to min-max it right now, like you could just go look up the spawns, and if you want, you could just like deterministically somewhat determine like what you're going to run into in that mission, right? But bringing it into game, I think is like bringing like the spawn patterns in Left 4 Dead into the game, right? You're making it. It's like for the people, it's like the same people that want more information on the mini map when they jump into the map, right? Some of the fun of Helldivers is not knowing what the map is going to be, right? And like you might jump right next to a stratagem blocker, and then some of the fun is like dealing with that situation in the moment. And you might dislike it, but then you'll appreciate it when it doesn't happen the next time. Right? Or some, like also the people that like, you know, want to see at all times in the game. Right? You appreciate the moments when you can see more, when you can't see. Right? But it also causes you to fight differently and, you know, happy chemicals in your brain. Right? You have to like react differently when it's in low light or hard to see. But if you could just see everything, it's like, this conversation goes hand in hand with, like, you know, being able to see perfectly on planets, right? Problem is that I deliberately build my loadout around Stalwart because I want to shoot hunters with it and not spewers. So you just want to skip the whole game entirely and just only pick hunter missions? I feel like we're just like pandering to a particular niche that you have then at that point, Pain. project, right? Well, I only want to shoot at hunters, so let's add a modifier so I know it when it's only hunters. It's like, I don't know. I feel like that's just like such a niche for you. Like, but you can absolutely just make a stalwart loadout that, you know, you can just deal with everything. I respect the hate on hunters. You might gotta use profession. Glad you like it. A large part of this game is randomness, right? And not knowing what you're gonna deal with. So trying to craft a loadout that, you know, works well with not only your own loadout that you could possibly, you know, run into, but also like picking a loadout that complements your other team, right? Unfortunately, the game is easy enough right now that we don't really care what our teammates take at the moment. I once watched an old Blizzard dev talk about like why modern WoW didn't work as well as he said, because it's like they removed all the moment-to-moment friction. Game needs friction. Yeah, that's why I say this a lot on stream. Quality of life is both a great thing for a game, but also can be the death of, you know, why a game was popular in the first place, or why like certain mechanics work so well, right? Like you sometimes, you don't want too much friction, because then it will just send a person away and they don't want to play the game. But you just need enough friction that that's the game, right? Good example is Left 4 Dead going to Black 4 Blood. Just didn't feel the same. I feel like it's a little different. Back 4 Blood failed for a lot of different reasons. They tried their best to copy Left 4 Dead, but they innovated in places that I could argue that they didn't really need to innovate in. Samir spears every map now. They've expanded the pool, I think, of where spears can spawn. But they're definitely not every mission. We were grinding bugs the other day, and we got them very few times. I went with expectations. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Make cat cam bigger. Unfortunately, she's not even on screen right now, so I can't really make her bigger. I'll just give you back your points. Like, I can understand where that guy's coming from. He likes this one part of the game. He likes, you know, stalwart shooting at hunters, and being able to know which missions have hunters would appeal to him. But I actively think that they haven't added the ability for us to know, and they've actually made it harder for us to know on purpose. Right? Imagine going to a barbecue, you get the metal sticks, charcoal, you good music, ready to party, but apparently there's no meat, no sausages. Doesn't matter that I prepared for it. I can grill sausages and no problem, but there's... That's me bringing stalwart loadout and realizing I'm barely going to use it in the mission.
Surprise, motherfucker.
For democracy.
I don't even know what to say to that. I feel like I'm stun locked. But the thing is that there is meat at the barbecue. It's just not meat that I think you were expecting. Because your expectation is that you need to only eat this one type of meat because you're like keto and you have dietary restrictions. Bear with me. No, you're fine. I don't think English is like hurting this conversation. I think you're fine. There you go. I just like you have like this like very much like a keto diet, or like you only wanted one type of meat, but you went to the barbecue and it wasn't the type of meat. But you can still have fun, right? There's still the music and there's still other meats, you know, or you can just bring the meat yourself, aka just bring a loadout that can deal with everything. What's going on with these missions? This happens, like when you shoot down ships, it causes the game to stop spawning enemies. So if you don't shoot down ships, it'll be fine. But one of my teammates brought anti-tank emplacement, and it causes it to bug out. Devs know about it, so it has something. I think it has something to do with the new animation for when you blows up a ship. They like split into like 3-4 pieces, and they fall to the ground, and it's like bugging it out. So, I can understand where you're coming from. But it's just like I had a similar discussion. Anyone here play Remnant 2? Remnant 2 has a randomized seeding on. It's because it's like a roguelike, right? But some people download mods so they can deterministically know what's going to be in the game that they're running for, right? If they're looking for certain pickups or certain items that they're grinding for, they just use a mod to like look it up. But I would argue like that's taking away from the game, right? Or it's like in San Andreas when you just do an infinite money, right? I think we're like adding a quality of life that could like essentially kind of like harm the game in the long run, right? Because you're looking ahead and it's removing that element of randomness and the fun element of that. And it's true, like I could just do this, right, and ignore it, but I can't promise that all my teammates would do that, right, which would affect the game as well. So then I have to shelter myself from what the game has become in order to get enjoyment. It's almost like I'm playing if I'm playing on like a private WoW server because I don't like what they did to retail WoW, right? Disagree on Remnant. If I want to unlock everything, it'd take forever and a day. Well, okay, it's a little different on that one. I'm talking about it from like people were trying to like min-max like and stop like playing the game. I get it if you haven't gotten something after like, you know, if you're looking for a very particular item and you're looking for a mod to just get it over with, and you're just getting bored of the game, you just want to be done with it, sure. But I knew people that were like downloading it like 10 to 20 hours into the game. And they were like, I think they were missing the point of Remnant. I'm using it in that context of people just like doing it very early on in the game and not experiencing what Remnant has to offer. You know, they're watching a YouTube video like, oh, I really want this armor, or I really want this weapon, and then they just use a mod to find it, right? Immediately, instead of just, you know, playing the game. See what you get along the way. Void Bastards is designed to show you what enemies and other threats you will encounter so you can prepare your loadout accordingly. The info plays big role on your decision. I struggle to see HD2 impactful negatively by doing... Well, I feel like I brought up like 5 different points on why. Yeah, no, I get it, Cloud. At a certain point, like, you play the game so much, you know, you just want to get certain things done, right? But like, as for me, I was doing challenge runs in Apocalypse, you know, solo hardcore, right? And I wasn't buying like black hats and stuff like that. But I know people that were doing that same challenge, but they were like modding the game to just look ahead in the seed and look for, you know, the right thing. Or they were doing hardcore runs and they were just using the mod to deterministically choose their path. And it's like, fair enough, but I don't know, dude. I can't stop you from modding the game, and I won't, but the not knowing what you're dealing with is part of the game. But as far as that pain projection, we do know what we're going to get to a pretty large degree when you play like a bots or bugs or whatnot, right? You don't know exactly what enemies are going to spawn and what volume, but you do kind of know. You just don't know, is it going to be a hunter pouncer, or is it going to be a collection of like, you know, larger bugs and smaller bugs, or like, you know, all together. If this was not a co-op game, I think knowing all the information wouldn't be too bad, since my teammates have that information. They'd most likely use it, encouraging me to use the optimal loadout, which results in A, annoy me and use the loadout, B, don't use. That was kind of like what I was bringing before. Like, if my teammates all of a sudden knew, I could obviously like just never look at the effects ever again. But it's a co-op game, right? I think if this was a solo game, being able to look ahead and prepare like a loadout for that, because you're playing solo and you can't rely on your teammates, I think that's fair enough. But it's not a solo game. It's a co-op game with solo as an option. Right? It's like the reason why I come back to this game is that I don't know what's going to happen in the next mission, largely. These defense missions are too samey, and like Illuminate missions in general are too samey. I don't like knowing what's going to happen next in the game. It bores me. And if I could prepare for a mission, I find that boring. Like I just said it. Like, I found it really boring when I knew that ball spewers are going to be on the next map. When I could deterministically know that, that was kind of lame to me. Maybe money. Yeah, it is pretty brutal. I hope they can fix it soon. It's funny, I would have had no idea this bug was actually happening unless this MO happened though, so. Yeah. So, pain protection, are you someone that just plays solo? Give me some context here. I think the special strains bot brigades do like a good job of telling you what you're going to do. Addition of existing random enemies. Yep, I can agree with that. Mm-hmm. And if you really want to dig into it, you can kind of do that already, right? There's people that have already posted like the new variants, the constellations. It's just pain protection. I would find myself doing that in more missions across the board if I just knew what was going to happen. I feel like I would burn out of this game so much faster, because I honestly was when we knew all the constellations. There was so little variance. I actually looked forward to defense planets because defense planets randomized the constellations. It actually broke the constellation program or system. I looked forward to defense planets because I didn't like how deterministic it was. I hated that I knew that knowledge. Because then it felt terrible if I didn't use it. Or my teammates would just use it, like Margot was saying, and then I would like, oh. Alright. Like, honestly, I enjoy fighting spewers. I do. Satisfying pop. But like, dude, do you only ever play Stalwart? Is that another thing? So I don't rely on teammate, sorry. 80-20, team versus random solo. Okay. I'm just like trying to like figure out, like, Stalwart's in a very particular option where it's like one of the only support weapons that like feels bad in some situations because of the way it's built. Because it's like a support primary. Other primary weapons don't really have that problem. Right? Every other support weapon basically in existence in this game does not have that problem that Stalwart has. That's another niche that we have to like also keep in mind, right? If you bring a machine gun, anti-material rifle, like expendable, like all of the, like actually literally every single, maybe flamethrower. Yeah, flamethrower wouldn't feel great against spewers. Is that the only support weapon in the game that I feel like I would never want to bring against spewers? Like even sterilizer I bring against spewers. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. This is also like a very niche problem of like particularly the Stalwart gamer. Also, isn't the Stalwart like pretty decent when shooting the ball spear's head? No, ball spears have medium pen. It's unique to the Stalwart because it has light pen. It's the only support weapon that does that. So it feels kind of... I don't know why that guy kicked me. I wonder why. It's like it's... Yeah. Yeah, you can shoot like normal spewers in the head. No problem. And that's where like... I think it's a little bit of a Stalwart issue / ball spewers are just kind of designed like that. Which is just unfortunate. So, I don't know. I think we can boil this conversation down a little bit of like, dude wants to play a particular way with a particular weapon. And I can respect that, but there's so much of the game that doesn't really run into that nearly as much. I play majority of weapons. It's easier to name the few that I don't, but let's be honest, Stalwart is just a good excuse. No need to throw rocks at each other over the internet. I realize that my arguments are not... Wait, I realize that my arguments are not valid if we think about it. The problem of just being a Stalwart. Yeah, okay. Glad you can see that. Yeah, I just... It's like, there's very few weapons at the moment in this game where, like, if you bring it, you just feel bad against a certain variant. Like, I get it. Like, if you bring, like, if you bring a Stalwart versus ball spears, it feels bad. Hey, I agree. That's why I tell people, like, if you're bringing Stalwart, probably bring, an explosive weapon of some kind, right? So you can deal with them. Right? Personally, that doesn't bother me. That's just like okay. And then I'll just use the Stalwart versus everything else, basically. Or if I really want to, I can just shoot the butt of the Stalwart. I mean, the extra damage does work. Like, if we went back, a year ago, I was actually saying very similar things, Payne. I was like, yeah, it would really be nice if we knew what we were going to run into. Because it was frustrating if you had, like, this weapon or that weapon. Because there were so many pitfalls in in our stratagems and our support weapons. But, like, nowadays, everything's, like, you can pretty much bring anything to any mission and, like, have a good time. There's very few of those like, well, this sucks. I hate this because I brought this wrong stratagem. Unless you play solo. If you play solo, that's a little different. But like we said earlier, I think that's like a unique to the solo player. But I would argue that the solo player is not the majority. And that's kind of like the difficulty of playing solo is that you have to craft a build that is like diverse because you're playing solo. You have no one to, lean on. But it's hard for me to find like a pitfall in this game at the moment. Like there obviously are some, and I've told the devs about them. But I also don't think I'm like necessarily right, Pain. Like I can see where you're coming from, man. I just think there's a lot of players that really enjoy, including myself, that really enjoy the randomness and not knowing what's going on. Add Stalwart Akimbo. And I also largely think that the Stalwart problem's already kind of been solved by them adding so many, like, diverse loadouts possible, right? There's so many. Like, there's so many different builds you can run with the Stalwart to make it not feel bad in that situation. Obviously, it won't feel as good as you have like a Spouncer or a Hunter, but that's like... I don't know. Really enjoying the Punisher Plasma plus Quasar against Illuminate. Nice. Nice. I hope the Plasma Punisher gets a little bit of love, though. I do feel like it's been a little bit overshadowed. Personally, I hope it gets a little love. Found a lot of players ignore the rest of the team to get to the extent they may as well be solo. And I think that's because the game largely is pretty easy at the moment for the most part. Like, the team's loadout doesn't really matter versus your own at the moment. Like, once you get to a certain point of this game, it doesn't really matter what your teammates bring. You can kind of go off by yourself and do what you want. The game doesn't, like, punish you like Left 4 Dead at the moment. I mean, Predator Strain was great because it kind of did, and I love that. But largely, there's not a lot of that happening in the game. Penrose Energy Siphon was surprisingly competent. It did. How will it bite us in the ass later? The Illuminate are going to use that energy as a weapon. Of course, right? But I appreciate the conversation, Pin. I hope you don't come out of it like feeling defeated or anything like that. So I'm not coming out of it feeling like victorious or something. I appreciate the discussion. And I do find it quite interesting that I literally would have completely agreed with you like a year ago. Like, I would have been like full on like, yeah, dude, I agree 100%. Because I was saying the same things. I was also saying Stalwart should be a primary. But they've changed my perspective on that by giving me so many tools, you know? So. I like taking tank support if there's no one in my squad that picks it. Yeah, I'll typically like pay attention if I come into like a bots or bugs game and I notice no one on my tank took anti-tank. I'll be that guy that takes anti-tank for them. What RPM are you running? I think it's 1150, right? Is that max? Max RPM. That's. Yeah, 1150. Sorry, when I open up that window, it automatically swaps. Halt tech. No worries, Das. The difficulty of tier 10 squids is not getting bored to death. That's the difficulty. You gotta do it for the mission. I love it when I take 4 sentries and my teammates call down a support pack 5 minutes in. I love the synergy of that. Have you tried the Eruptor? Yeah, we did it for quite a few missions earlier, Margo. I think while we were playing, I think I was using the Eruptor. I swear I was. The Eruptor feels pretty damn good versus squids. Did we block any charges? It's not out yet. 1 hour, 28 minutes. I think we're gonna stay live until then and just like, oh no, sorry, 35 minutes. I think we're gonna stay live until then at least, and then hope that they enable the grenade wall everywhere. But I don't know. Yo, what up? Oh, I thought I'd get the shield thing. Did you use it after the shield test? Or the thing? No, I didn't do any. Oh! I don't think I used it after the shrapnel test, because at that point I was like, I've used this too much today. I need to use something else. That was an interesting shrapnel test, though. We learned a lot. But I wasn't quite sure about with the Eruptor. They had changed it so much since launch. For those who didn't see it, I was under the impression that they had changed shrapnel to have a maximum range when they reintroduced it. And I never actually like fully tested it out. But we were able to determine that shrapnel does in fact not have a maximum range. It just goes invisible. So you can, in fact, get incredibly unlucky and die to it at extremely long range. It is possible. Also, something we learned is that shrapnel technically is deterministic. If you shoot out of a blank wall and don't move and aim at the same exact spot at the same exact angle twice in a row, the shrapnel will go in the same exact places. But if you move even slightly to form a different angle, it will change the trajectory and the pattern of the shrapnel. But because like that's so specific, it's basically just random. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Eruptor, when it first came out, was a team killing machine. Or maybe it was me. How ominous. Could be that the angle you shoot at the surface is the seed for the shrapnel. That's what I think it is. I believe it's the angle of attack that determines it. The angle at which the projectile hits the surface, like the first piece of the surface that it touches, determines the speed at which it flows out. Yeah, it's after seeing how they've programmed the orbitals, it's probably using a very similar system where, like, depending on angle of attack, it causes it to have a certain seed. It was really cool to like recreate the same shrapnel pattern over and over again if you stood completely still. How they do it with orbitals? There's a really good video on it. You'd probably find it really interesting because I think you're into that kind of stuff. By Cash Crop. But to sum it up in not that many words, essentially depending on which orbital you're using. So 380, for instance. There is a seed and a pattern that it will do every time. And then it will change depending on which direction you're also facing and like what the trajectory is from the ship, right? So if you throw a 380, it will have the same pattern every time the first time you throw it. The second 380 you throw will always have the second pattern. The third will always have the third. Fourth will always have the fourth. For walking barrage, it was largely the same, but it was based on cardinal directions, like the angle, right? So right now I'm looking at 270. When I throw a walking barrage, it will be in the same pattern, same every time, or not every time. It's same kind of thing, but it's based on like trajectory. So I believe it was the same thing, like first, second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh, right? But also angle of attack will have a large influence on it. I always thought the barrage was influenced by enemy location. Not at all. Literally the opposite. It doesn't matter where the enemies are. Really good video from Cash Crop on YouTube. Highly recommend. He does make really good videos. I don't think he's made any since. But it's a really interesting video. I think it's like 20, 30 minutes long. Honestly, I think it's really well done. So I would recommend the whole watch. I was clapping by the end. Oh, it's only 20? Ah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Felt longer. I don't know why. Assume he's working on something. Yeah, I haven't seen anything from him. It's been like more than 6 months, I swear. So, hope he's doing all right. I liked it on 3 of my YouTube accounts. Fuck yeah. 9 months ago about motivational shocks. Damn. Motivational shocks was 9 months ago. God, dude. Holy fuck. Yeah, I loved watching his videos because that's the kind of stuff that I wish I could do as a streamer, but I can't really. Doing that kind of stuff live is really boring to watch. I tried doing that kind of content, it just didn't work out very well. Some people like watching it live, some people do, but the majority are like, dude, just play the game. And that's where like a YouTuber just spending time offline, just like, you know, doing the same task over and over, or like, you know, trying to break down a certain mechanic works so well. Streamers aren't really meant for that. You can stream that kind of content if you make that kind of content. People like it, but it's hard to transition into that kind of content. Even though I like to do it. But anyways, to circle back, that's basically like, it's a similar thing for the Eruptor, where I believe it is based on angle of attack. It's probably something that you could like test, but yeah, depending on the angle of attack of the surface you're firing at, will determine how the shrapnel spreads. I like watching speedrunners practice their runs, so I love this kind of thing. It's fair. But typically, the speedrunners that get the most attention are the ones that somehow are able to do it. A speedrunner practicing the run, but they're able to make it entertaining somehow, either because they are entertaining or the game is maybe something that like people really love. Like I know a lot of people love Distortion when he does like speed runs of like newer games. They just want to see a streamer break a game, you know. But like testing something is, I don't know, it's not quite the same as speedrunning. I think that's why people loved Minecraft so much, because it's like a beloved... Minecraft speedrunning was like ridiculously popular, and you would never think it would be, but I think it's just like such a beloved game that like so many different generations have played, and then because you never knew how the run was going to go, it kind of kept you on your toes. Because it was not deterministic, right? You had no idea what the seed would be like. So you kind of had to like, on the fly, make good decisions for it. And those decisions could come to bite you in the ass and like cause you to lose a run, which would be crazy. Oh, interesting. I just got a pin from one of the developers I speak with. Some enemies have a randomness range for when they are stunned. For instance, I think the Brute Commander has some randomness to how many rounds it needs to be stunned. Huh. Interesting. I had no idea. So maybe the Pummeler is not as bad as people make it out to be after this change? Huh. Ugh. You landed on a generator? Did I actually? Whoops. Hey man, he clicked me there. Tell me one of the devs was watching? No, I believe he was watching one of my YouTube videos that I put out for like primary weapons. And like my impressions and something. And in the video, I was basically quoting Thick Fillet. Because Thick was telling us that the Pummeler is now actually stunning not as fast. So he was just kind of replying to that. I was like, oh, interesting. That actually throws a lot into that. I don't know if Thick's aware of that. I'll tell him like, hey, this, unfortunately, that's secondhand knowledge from a content creator that absolutely loves the Pummeler, aka Thick Fillet. Joel tuned in, ready to mess with you. New stratagem, exclamation mark, new strat.
J'ai besoin de fortification. Il me faut des fortifications.
I think I placed this well enough. Oh, it turned. I find that happens with this bombardment. Is that when you, or battlement, when you like place it down, there's a good chance it'll rotate clockwise away from where you're actually facing by like 25 degrees or so. So it's almost better to like slightly turn counterclockwise when you throw it down. I hit you in the head, brother. Apparently the game disagrees. I love 60 rounds, yeah. What? Oh, I keep falling off little steps. Don't hurt my legs. Should be stims right there. Oh! Was that mine visible? Because I swear I didn't see it. Was that mine visible? It's kind of confusing me. Was it visible? Sometimes it doesn't do it though. You see, that was like perfect where I was facing. I couldn't tell if that was like visible in the ground or not, Saint. I wasn't sure. That's what I was asking you guys. Did you guys see the mine that I just stepped on before I stepped on it? Maybe it was there and I just, because I saw those mines. Like I remember seeing those mines, but I'm just not sure. Shenanigans, you game in French? Damn right. We're building them the Maginot line with the new battlement, so felt like I had to play it in French. I was busy being zoned out. No, you're good. You're good. What's this guy doing? Love the new YouTube Rewind, dude. YouTube Rewind, fog. Twitch needs that so bad. Mine was on the container to the right. No way that mine blew up, right? That was the mine that blew up? I was so far from it. The fuck? I thought I was perfectly fine. That's so fucked up that that's the mine that got me. Jesus. That's crazy. God damn it. It was on the wall. Dude, I was so far from that mine. I can't believe I activated that mine. I thought for sure there was like a mine below my feet that I stepped on. That's crazy. Oh my god, that hurt! This guy won't miss! These guys are moving so much that all my shots are missing. This was like a vertical hitbox. Yeah, I think you're right. That would make sense. Good comms. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably is a vertical hitbox. The MO is very close to being done. Like, it's very close. I gotta hit the shots. Do I still have it open? 13 minutes. So, after this mission, it might be done. Then go back to failing every squid invasion. You're right. We see your live metals reaction. I mean metals reaction, like to the war bond being fit or the ammo being finished? I don't know. You're gonna see my live reaction to using the new grenade wall versus stuff. That's why I'm staying on this late. It always like fucks with me that the Wasp is so similar to like the stratagem for resupply. Like I accidentally just did the resupply column. It's an ammo tracker page. It's just a Helldivers companion. They're just showing the last invasion. Helldivers.io is also a decent one, but I don't think it's been updated as much. Last week I accidentally sent my eagle away instead of calling it in Mirage. Oh shit. That's unfortunate. You hate to see it. What's the weapon you're using? Which one? My primary? Counter sniper. Support weapon? Wasp. What a funny 2K people have been liberating Dolph more than a week now. Which one's Dolph? Oh yeah. I mean, no resistance. They're slowly getting there. Or wasn't Dolph a defense planet? I swear Dolph was a defense planet. Or was that a different one? I swear we just lost Dolph. Does the Wasp hurt the tripods? It does an alright job. Tripods are like very resistant to explosives. But on average, it's like 1.5 mags of the Wasp to kill. Can no one take out the ships? I am actually happy that they're not, because if you take out the ships, it bugs out the mission, and then it gets really boring, because the ships stop spawning altogether. It's an illuminate problem right now. So I'm kind of happy that nobody did it, so we actually had some fun. Plus, isn't bad. It's all right. It's not bad. It's all right. Yeah, definitely better to hit them in the joint if you can, because there is impact damage on it. The legs are pretty weak to impact damage. The problem is when people, like when you use the Wasp, you might be using it and it like impacts the front faceplate, and that's a really slow kill. It's like 1.5. For sure, same. For sure. It's not a bug, they just ran out of ships. Well, Joel didn't raise resistance, right? I think it was just a planet got taken next to it, so it reconnected it to the rest of the other planets. If I remember correct, right, Saint? Because the way they determine resistance is typically proximity from other planets, and then how far from like Cyberstan, I think. Like it's a little bit of both. Like how many leaps. You start an attack, yeah. Dick move. It was a dick move. But from his perspective, he probably was trying to create a call to arms from the community, but nobody listened, so. Like, I think they had, like, a story beat in their head, but, yeah, obviously players didn't really catch on that one. Alright, so we gotta be like hell. We're so close. 7 minutes is the predicted win rate. We can chill. We need to activate. We need to active frontline with easy defense, liberate campaign. So some like back and forth. Oh yeah, I mean, it's a war. We're gonna lose some territory. We're gonna gain some territory. It is what it is. It is nice. Next MO is probably gonna be like Back to the Gloom. I don't know. I mean, I feel like we are in need of some gloom. I hope so. Hi, Luna. What's up? Hi, kitten. Why are you crying? Hi. No, she wants to go up. Okay, watch the video. Good recommendation. Thanks for that. No worries. XMO better be... Okay, let's not get our hopes up too much, Bear. That would be wild, but it's not go crazy, you know? Don't want to set you... Don't set yourself up to be disappointed, you know? I don't want that for you. Look at this good girl. This good girl. Such a good girl. The child, yes. The child. Are you a child? Luna's looking chonk. What the hell? Be nice. Thank you for the kiss, Luna. She's not chonky. She's just fluffy. Her coat is pretty long right now because it's still kind of winter. She'll slim. She'll slim. Miss. Excuse me, miss. What are you doing over there? What a good girl. Victory in 4 minutes. I don't think I can do a mission in time, so we're just gonna chill. By the way, if you want to see how many battles in MC look like, find a video on YouTube called Heroes of Loveland Creek. Oh, yeah. I dove on it many times. 1 week away from bots, taking over the entire map. We are losing. Oh, no, wait. What you want? Hmm? What's wrong? Cats are the best. She's adorable. I'm gonna do a flip. Do a flip. Do a flip. Whoop. Do a flip. Do a flip. Do a flip. She doesn't feel like it. Let's tear your house up. Luna, would you do that? She says no. No, she wouldn't. What level of difficulty you play? 10. Super hell dive. And then there's an extra modifier called cat. Right, Luna? Make sure Luna gets her percentage of the stream. Oh, she does. Oh, she does. She gets spoiled with treats and pets and love. She's literally my #1 employee. Aren't you, Luna? Aren't you, Luna? Our first cat was a stray. Oh, something super original. Stray. Named after the game? How did she pay for it? Luna? She was free. We adopted her. She was a stray. Right, Luna? Yes. She's a good girl. What does Bear get? Bear gets love and attention when I'm off stream. He's just shy. He's a shy cat. Luna? Not so shy. Show employee ID. Luna, can you show your employee ID? I think it's on your paw. Can you show? She's like, wait, what are you doing? A rare bear. Mm-hmm. Luna's currently looking at the planets and how they're doing. She's inspecting our work. 43 seconds, chat. 43 seconds. How much do I pay Luna? Well, she gets many treats, and then she complains constantly that she doesn't get paid enough, aka food. So she definitely gets a lot of food. She gets many pets, many snuggles. We play many games. I'd say she's paid handsomely. Would you agree, Luna? Right? She's purring, so I think she agrees. She's purring. It says victory in 2 seconds, but I mean, we're still climbing on the percentage. Not quite there. Oh, and there it goes. Done. Easy clap. Liberty secured. Or at least the API thinks it's done. Guess we can try restarting the game. Liberty. Good job, Helldivers. She sees the mouse. Hey! No paw. No paw! You can bite? She loves mouse. It's like, why can't I touch? You show silly Luna. All right, let's see. All right, it's done. It's done. All right, so the question is, will they be unlocking it immediately so I can play with it, or are they unlocking it in like a day? The MO is done, so I think someone just has to hit the button. And I want to mess around with it, so... Oh my god, it's already ready. Oh shit, it's already active. Let's go! That was fast. Holy shit. Restart your game. We got it. Let's go test. Alright, so the first thing I want to test is, will it absorb a charger hit? Will it absorb a charger hit? First thing I want to test. Absolutely first thing I want to test. Highly doubt it. Hey. The energy barricade can. The energy shield. That blocks the charger. Hey, don't do that. Come back. Hey, come back. Hey. No. Nope. Oof, love it. And then we'll just like take Quasar and stuff like that to protect ourselves. First thing I want to.
Gober cette planète de la permise.
God damn it. Alright, I'm changing my title! I'm changing my title!
Requête approuvée.
Ah, of course we got spears. Need a charger. Yeah, Luna, I need chargers. I don't see chargers. I need chargers. It's a lot of... It's a lot of shriekers. Alright, let's just go for another version. I want chargers! It's a lot of shriekers with a shit weapon. I don't know. Why did I have DCS on? Oh yeah, I was using... Stalwart. You a low level mission? Yeah, but I'd like to use it in general. I'm just looking for a charger. I don't know what I want to use. Alright, let's try that again. Hopefully, chargers. What else did I take? That's right. Hello, Luna. We're looking for chargers. Can you help me find one? Hello, Luna. What's up? Why are you attacking me? Oh, I hear a charger. Hi, Luna. What are you doing? I hear a charger! Hit me! Oh shit, the gas. The gas, bro. Oh, it feels good already. Bye-bye, charger. You're just gonna run into the other guy. You idiots. Alright, here we go. He's not even gonna charge. He's just gonna walk over into my thing. You piece of... Did that on purpose. He did that on purpose. Luna. He did that on purpose, Luna. He did it on purpose. Does Luna do outfits for Halloween? No, she does not do outfits for Halloween. She would actually hate outfits for Halloween, wouldn't you? Hate it. She'd be livid. She's staring into your soul. She kind of is. She's a very good girl, so she's allowed. Should probably not piss off the big nest. Just gotta go find a charger. Does she react to catnip? There's a decent amount. Hi, Luna. What are you doing, Luna? That's my beard. Silly girl. Then your breath smells like poop. Yeah, your breath smells. She's like pawing at me. Double paw. Looking for a charger. Okay, maybe I should have just done a charger mission, man. Come on! I didn't think it would be this hard to find a charger. Usually when I do tier 10s, I can't not find them. Come on, bruh. Chargers. Also, surprised I haven't had a bug breach. Like, I don't understand how it's even possible. Piss off that. Hopefully we got one. Yeah, we got one. There we go. Oh, charge coming. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That feels as good as I suspected. Okay, we gotta not kill this charger by accident though. Please don't hit anything. Please don't hit anything. Please don't hit anything. Come on. Ah, I'm so sad. Well, unfortunate. It is what it is, dude. Ah, I was so hoping. Now, I could have killed that charger before he hit me. But, yeah. Sad. Oh, wow. Did we already get a victory message? Or is this the new one? Gratitude. We got the Grenadier stratagem. Fight is not over. Loyal citizens. Alright, cool. Alright. But, I mean, I'm not surprised. It feels really good against a bug breach. If you can set up for a bug breach like that, man, does it feel good, right? Like, oh, it feels so good in that situation. All right, what's the next thing that I absolutely need to do it on? Do I just like join it? I'll probably just join a mission and just like start using it. But is there anything else? Any other like big like I wonders? Is it good on robots? It should be good against like bot drops and stuff like that. It won't be particularly amazing versus like, you know, a Factor Strider, and then Hulks, you have to try and like thread the shot between their legs so it like blows up behind them and hopefully blows up the Fabricator, which is not going to be easy. You can trap a tank with 4 of them. I believe the tank would just roll over it like any other, like sentry. I doubt it would stop it, honestly. I don't think it would. So it's like, I think like that's a really good loadout, honestly. What is this song, Squeezy? Kayla's like, I don't feel like it. Very freaky. Does not have Eruptor. Not good loadout. You hear that, Luna? Not good loadout because no Eruptor. Not good loadout. Are the rocket pods still poop? They're not poop tier, but they're definitely like, they're okay. The fact that we have an extra one does help, you know, soften up more targets. They're definitely, oh shit, I didn't realize it was a defense mission. They're definitely better versus like enemies that are more stationary than enemies that are more mobile. So, you know, depending on who you're shooting at, it'll depend. Ah, I couldn't turn. was trying to set that up perfectly so I could do all, but it is what it is. I do love this stratagem though, man. It's a fave. Suppose I didn't blow up that butt already. And it's not that bad versus like charges and stuff like that. You just gotta aim like between their back legs. It's not that bad. Dude, how many charges are there? Can't see. Oh. It's cool to have a GL emplacement. Yeah, basically. It's basically a GL emplacement. I wasn't paying attention. Oh. I guess you're good at like cracking armor for like medium pen weapons. Exactly, right? Fair. Like you would take the rocket pods for not exactly killing a ball titan, but like finishing off a ball titan or initiating the fight on a ball titan. I wouldn't really use it versus like any of the fast hulks, like the Scorcher hulks, but I would, you know, I'd probably use it against like the rocket slash like blaster hulk. I think it's pretty good versus that one. There are currently 2 planets on Cybersand. Unfortunately, a lot of times those are just hackers. If I remember someone telling me. I'm not finished reload? I guess I didn't. Do you manage to figure out if it blocks charge? It does not, unfortunately. The charger ran straight through me. I was coping and I was hoping, alright? I was coping and definitely hoping. Kinda sad it didn't work out. Oh, nice. I don't think the Shriekers hit you. Oh, I was actually worried about that. The Shriekers aren't hitting me right now. I wonder if that's just like a good angle or like that's consistent. Okay. All right. Hunter! Unfortunately, Hunter. That's where like you want to have a guard dog to watch your back. It's not a Shrieker though? Yeah, the Hunter hit me. That's great. I'm glad the Shriekers cannot hit you when you're on this thing. Ah! Ah. Good for taking out nests. I think it'd be pretty good for taking out nests. The problem is that you can't be flanked, right? So this is where like bringing a guard dog would be very important on bugs. You just don't want to be flanked. because you're very susceptible of like one little guy, you know, ruining your day. Or bringing another turret. Kind of put off to the side. Hopefully it doesn't shoot you. But I like the stratagem. It's like short cooldown, tons of power. You know, you can set up for patrols or bug breaches, bot drops.
Approche de la zone par Pélican 1. Décompte initialisé. On attend du décollage. Extraction terminée. Pélican 1
I just did today's personal order on my Steam Deck. It was terrible. What was it? I think it was like, what, Gatling Sentry? That's not that bad. Gatling Sentry's not that bad. Cooldown's very nice, yeah. It's 1 minute 30. You should see it on bots. Yeah, we can go do it on bots right now. I'm done. And what it will block. I don't know how much it'll actually block necessarily on bots, but I'm curious to see like what it can survive, like how many hits of a rocket, you know? Can it survive a decent amount of time, or is it just like you're getting knocked off of it constantly? So we'll go see. Let's go check. Hoping the wall can cover you from like factory strategy chain guns. I think you're gonna get headshot constantly while on it, personally. I'm not holding my breath on that one. I think you're getting headshot constantly, Mello. Unless you like crouch behind it. Cause like those machine guns are like light pen. So it'll survive it, but you're taking headshot damage for sure. You're getting shot. If it can survive one rocket devastator salvo, it'd be cool. I think that is totally fair, and I think it will. If you guys didn't see the HP, it apparently has 3,000 HP. Where is the planet that I'm looking for? I forget where. There it is. It is 3,000 HP versus a FRV, which is only 2,000. So it has a high amount of health. It doesn't have a lot, so durable damage, I think it's like 50% durable rather than 75 of the FRV, but Charger apparently doesn't care for HP. True. It's pretty OP. He's pretty OP. True. I feel like you like do that, and then you bring like recoilless in case something is like in front of you, and then maybe you bring gas mines to put in front of you? Or do you like swap between the two emplacements over and over again? You have like anti-tank emplacement right next to it. We'll see. Does he have a weapon tier list? I do. I literally just updated my primary weapon tier list yesterday. It's on YouTube. Go check it out. Like it. Just updated. Oh shit. Another. Oh, okay, no, this is a full mission. I can't even call anything in. Shield in places with GL. That'd actually be pretty sick. I agree. Okay. Get to the chopper. Okay, Luna? Oh, you just knocked my phone to the ground. Yeah, you just knocked my phone to the ground. She keeps doing that today. It's like the third time she's done it. Look at her look all innocent. Like, oh, did I do that? GG, well played. That was a tough match, man. I'm glad I made it out. What's your tenderizer? Tenderizer is good, Dark. Would work. I would try it out. It's good. It's not one tapping Devastators in the head, but it's like one and a bit. And it's very accurate. Very low recoil. Good fire rate. It's good. It's good. Is Scorcher versus Alpha Commanders? Yes, but its ammo supply is very limited, so you either want to make Siege Protect or Siege Armor your best friend, or bring a supply backpack, or just be very ammo conscious. Scorcher is like good against basically everything in the game, it just doesn't have much ammo. Think you went flawless? I think I did. Oh, no dust, dude. 6 kills. I'm insane. Does D-Sickle work well against bots? It does, but I would definitely bring a supply backpack for all the extra stims you're going to be using. Is it better than the orbital laser as opposed to like napalm barrage on bots? Orbital laser only has 3 uses, so that kind of sucks, unfortunately. But it is very effective. Orbital barrage, napalm barrage, is okay versus bots. It's just largely fire doesn't do great versus doesn't do great versus bots. It can get you some good decent kills against like the infantry, but it's not going to really deal with the tanks and hulks and stuff like that. It's more useful on like Illuminate or bugs, where like the average enemy just gets absolutely devastated by napalm barrage. Sark Thrower is still good? Yeah. It's not as good as it was like 8 months ago or whatever when it was like absolutely meta, but it's good. It's good. You'll enjoy it. They've added more bounces. It bounces through bodies now instead of just being like a block to them. They've slowed the fire rate down a little bit, but they also gave it more damage, so, and more range. So. Bring supply backpack for stims though. That's what I was saying for the D-Sickle. It's great, but bring the supply backpack. All right. Hopefully we actually get into him. Yeah. Wish I could drag that. It's fun. I think they tried that on Leveling Creek. It didn't work, April. I see a rocket devastator. Shoot at moi. Alright. Does it knock me off if I'm holding onto it? Shoot me! You idiots! Nice. Okay, I like that. Nice. I like that. Wait, I think they're shooting at like the entire wall. Honestly? Oh, they're flinching me though. I just realized. Still taking splash damage. I mean, of course we're gonna take splash damage. I'm not surprised at all. That's where like explosive armor would do pretty well, because the majority of damage I was taking there was like explosive. Yeah, that was pretty tanky. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't knock me off, I was a bit worried if it was gonna knock me off. It doesn't. That's sick. Do you think the devs need to change when the MO is in place? You can only attack a few planets? No. I like the freedom that the game currently has. Oh shit. Doing a factory convoy thing? What the hell are we doing, team? What is happening? What's going on with this team? Are they like really low level or something? No? We go kill a convoy, dude. Convoy! Oh my god.
Complexe d'automaton détruit.
Oh!
Je demande une sentinelle.
Oh! Oh!
Avant-poste d'automaton détruit.
One down. We running. Oh boy, we running. Oh yeah, we running. Huh! Another one bites the dust. Another one down. Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Another one down, another one down. Can I snipe it? I think I missed. I couldn't see it. I took it in the shot in the dark. Oh, that went through my feet. That went through my fucking feet. Are we good? Oh yeah, we still got lots of time. Hey, screw you. Woo-wee! I bet it will block cannon shots. We could try versus the bunker. The bunker damage. You solo it? Yeah, of course. Oh, thank you for the convoy song, by the way. Convoy. Surely it would go well. Yeah, of course it will. Why are you saying it like that? Why would it go poorly? Alright, is that the bunker? No, that's not the bunker. That's just a fabricator. Where's the bunker? Was it shooting at me? There's a stratagem jammer over there. Oh, here we go. Going. Uh-oh. Ow! It headshot me, bro. Well, I mean, if you just keep popping stims, I mean... Jesus Christ. Oh, it can't see me. Ah! I was hoping I could like peek under that. Ooh. Artillery! Sick. Alright, well, honestly, didn't do too bad. Now, unfortunately, it's not very good against killing those things, so... But could it survive it? Yeah. I mean, I'm wearing heavy armor with medic. You know? You put on explosive, you're reducing that by a decent amount also. It's actually pretty good. I think that it would be a solid A- on bots. Now, this is initial reaction. You know, you never know over the long run what it's going to be, but my initial reaction is like A-, B+. Short cooldown. Good killing of low-tier enemies. Easy to use. Right. Bring a shield relay. Yeah. Bring a shield relay. Absolutely. You know. Well, you'd bring both, Gita, right? He'd run both. Oh, that's bad. All emplacement build would be fun. Yeah, you could do like all 3 emplacements and then a shield gen. Ooh. Oh god. This kind of build kind of sucks for this mission though. We're making it work, sort of. Turn! I ran out of stamina. Or stims. And it's dead anyways. One problem I have with the shield right now, though, is the bombardment, is that it has the same problem as emplacements used to have, where when it died, you would immediately die. Like, do you guys remember that on the HMG emplacement? It was one of the main reasons why I never gave it, like, as big of an onus as people used to give it. Because it's like, I actually feel like it really did suffer from that problem. But they eventually stopped that from happening. Eventually, it became a weapon where, like, if it would die, you'd be perfectly fine. You wouldn't lose any HP from it blowing up. But I feel like they have to do the same thing to this one. Yeah, I think that, like, no cope, I think the GL emplacement is actually quite good. Short cooldown, very destructive, easy to use, pretty damn tanky. I think there's some, like, interesting utility you can do with it because it's quite tanky. The fuck? Hello? Yeah. I think you bring it with the bubble shield and you can play pretty aggressive. It's obviously not as good as the either other emplacement, I think, on bugs. But I think I would... Well, would you guys put the HMG emplacement over the GL emplacement on bugs? Which one would you rather bring on bugs? If you had to pick one, which one would you pick? Gun to head, you gotta pick one. On bugs, probably grenade. That's what I'm thinking. I think I would also pick grenade over normal HMG. I think I would pick GL as well. I think the HMG emplacement has too long of a cooldown, being 3 minutes versus 1 minute 30. The GL also is like really good against the majority of bugs. Like the HMG technically can kill every type of bug on that, but it's like it's not very good at killing a Ball Titan or not very good at killing a Charger or Ball Titan, right? HMG for bots and squids. I'd probably agree. I think the HMG being so good versus the tripods is like kind of nuts. I'd love to see a reduction on the cooldown. I've already mentioned it to the dev that I've been speaking to, that like that's something that, you know, I was wondering like, hey, have you guys thought about this? And they were like, yeah, we do realize that the HMG emplacement kind of overshadows or gets overshadowed by like the anti-tank emplacement. It's aiming too high there. But this is not an optimal situation, and I feel like the shield's doing great. You definitely need to like learn the ranges for like bots. You know, like you got to learn those arcs and like what the range is. It's not going to be the most easy to use weapon for bots, but I largely don't think it's that hard. I'm less sad when a charger steps on the grenade launcher and like cooldown much shorter. Exactly, right? I also thought that, right? A shorter cooldown means that if you mess up the stratagem toss, it's like won't matter as much, right? Bigger Luna. Hello, Kage. Ah, shit, I'm jammed. I just like HMG a lot because like sniping bugs is fun. Can be very ammo efficient to a lot of like alpha commanders. Fair. I just find myself when I use the wall, if I'm set up in front of it, unless I'm like spamming it the entire time, I almost have it back by the time I'm done using it, which is definitely not the case with other emplacements. Uh-oh. Hello, how are you? The eye guy. What's up? Cooldown does make the GL very interesting. Yeah, that's all I'm thinking. I think that's like its #1 appeal to me right now is that like, obviously it's got a good weapon attached to it, but it also has a very low cooldown. The Maple? What is the dynamite had enough destruction power to destroy a jammer or detector? I think that's a bit OP. But at the same time, if you only had like 2 of them, or 1 of them, you know. Alright, okay, I can see where you're coming from. You would definitely need to reduce how many like you have, if that was the case, you know what I mean? And maybe make it a mandatory like 60-second cooldown or 30-second, you know what I mean? That's like a complete redesign. I don't know if they'll do a complete redesign like that. It's a big change. I missed. He hovered slightly forward. Oh my goodness. That's so weird. You see that? Destroy automaton command bunker is highlighted, but also extraction available. This mission like bugged out or something. It's so weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Is it actually destroy? Maybe I guess I joined mid-game, I think. So maybe it's something to do with that. Be happy if dynamite was like a grenade slot equivalent of the ultimatum. It would be interesting. I was thinking just like more destruction damage, so like you throw it next to a fabricator or blow up a ball titan hole. But that's an interesting like next step.
Vous pouvez commencer l'extraction dès que possible.
But like an ultimatum, the ultimatum version, like grenade ultimatum version, is interesting. Where's Annie this whole Saturday? I think she's been spending time with friends. Trauma. She was out late last night with friends, and then I think she has brunch today, so she's been busy with that probably. Say that for the next grenade. 2 big Boba Fett style seismic grenades. Oh my god, if they were like got that noise going, that'd be so cool. Forever, ever. I think it's destroyed. I think I can see it destroyed. I can see the mound. It's weird. Found a door. Yeah, it is destroyed. Okay, it's just my map is wrong. They fix Quasar? Not yet. I wouldn't expect to fix until at least Tuesday, if not later. They might even leave it for a bit because it seems like people are very, you know, they're very happy when they find a bug that makes the game easier. And Helldivers do not like it when it gets fixed. So they might leave it. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But at very earliest, it would be Tuesday. But they might just like, you know, have fun. We're gonna fix it in like a bit. But like, now if I'm Helldiver devs, I would probably fix it sooner rather than later. Because if you leave it too long, people will grow accustomed to it. And then when you eventually take it away, people will have a hissy fit. So, I don't know. It's pretty busted, right? Like, it's pretty busted. I think it's probably better that they fix it. Like, sooner rather than later. I think if they wait too long, I think that's a mistake. Now, if they could fix it, but also come out with like a fire mode for Quasar where it's like, it takes longer to come back, but it does somewhat of what that is, that would be, I think, a compromise to be made. But like at the same time, like it would have to be a pretty substantial cooldown on it in order to like not overshadow, you know, other weapons, especially on the bug and aluminum front, right? New stratagem? Yeah, that's the GL fort. Mm-hmm. It's now available on all fronts, though. Do that way farther. Ooh. Get to the GL! Oh, God. There's so many rocket devastators. What? Oh, God. All right. Hello, mines. Don't mind me. Nice. We did. The ammo did succeed. I hope Arrowhead has a system in the future where they can do a kill switch. That's what Destiny does when something is broken. Sometimes they'll leave it and just let people have fun, and sometimes they'll kill switch it and be like, hey, we're just going to disable this for a bit. And then we're going to put a patch out for it. So, don't mind me. So, I don't know. Because this is kind of like the flamethrower going through the Charger's leg scenario. Right? If they leave it for too long, people will grow accustomed to it and then expect it to be like a mechanic. Like it's just part of the game. But if they fix it too fast, then people are going to complain about, you know, anti-fun hell diving and stuff like that, right? It's a bit of a difficult position for them. Really, bro? So they're a bit of in a difficult position. I think this one is clearly bugged. The flamethrower was also clearly a bug. I think it was very obviously a bug. It, like, the flamethrower is going through heavy armor. It's not a heavy armor pen weapon. If you use that flamethrower anywhere else other than the leg, it literally would just bounce off the charger. But the problem is that they took so long that it became like an integral core like strategy that a lot of people use to take out behemoth chargers. So when they took it out, it was like one of the only reasons people were using the flamethrower in the first place, right? There's absolutely a bug with the charger. Because it was also happening for throwing knives as well. And it's one of those bugs they have to kind of fix because, well, if they don't fix it, it'll probably be down the road. More enemies will be able to, or more things will be able to shoot through it. You know? And it like can spiral out of control. So they do need to fix it eventually. Now, obviously they should have handled it better by like communicating that it was a bug, communicating that they want to buff the flamethrower. And then like, you know, when you fix the bug, you also buff the flamethrower. But I think in this situation, it's not as important because the Quasar is already great. So. Is everything on Ultra? Yeah. Bloom. Oh, he failed? What? Dude, I don't know what the fuck just happened in that mission. I was so confused. I don't get it. It wasn't a display bug, but I could see it destroyed. Okay, so that the person who was hosting must have like disconnected and just broke it somehow. The bunker was actually destroyed though. I looked at it. I have never seen that happen before. I've done a lot of missions and I've seen that bug happen before and it was just a display bug. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. Personally, I don't like the bug. Keep forgetting about it. And then firing when I'm out. Yeah, you're not the first person who's mentioned it. So they definitely need to fix it. Because, like, there's a decent amount of people that are like, I actually don't like it. You're not the first person who told me today that they're like, I'd rather them just fix it. I actually prefer it without it. Muscle memory? Yeah, it'd be muscle memory messing with you, for sure. No. No. So, yeah, they're a bit of a tough position where they're going to get a lot of flack, I think, regardless of what they do. If they're too fast to fix it, you know, they'll be like, why'd you rush so fast? Like, I've already kind of seen it. People already preemptively saying it. Watch them fix it, you know, within the last patch, but they don't fix all these other bugs immediately. They're fixing the fun bug, but they're not fixing the annoying bugs. It's like, it's different, right? They could just revert this change and then it doesn't actually affect them any other things. Versus another one, which could be more integral and take longer to fix. And I don't know. They're in a difficult position. Difficult position. Anyways, chat. I'm gonna call it there. Let's go ahead and find someone to host. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back on tomorrow for viewer game days. So if you want to get some games in with me, check out my YouTube. I have a new tier list for all primary weapons. It's an updated tier list for all primary weapons on all factions. It's I added the existing weapons from the latest Warbind and any weapon changes that have happened since then. I've like accumulated into that, and I've like moved around the tier list. I'm pretty happy with the tier list. I feel like there's a couple things that I'd maybe move around, but for the most part, I'm pretty damn happy with it. So I would recommend checking that out. Give it a like if you like it. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with more. Let's find someone to host. Pips is playing. Okay, we'll throw Pips to that. Let's give it to Pips. Show Pips some love. He's the homie. Alright. Show him some love. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Check out the Discord down below. YouTube down below. Thank you for watching. If you guys are on YouTube, go check out Mr. Pips. He's on YouTube streaming as well. Peace.